Henshaw. Tom Lammonby is number 15. Captain Tom Abel, 28. George Bartlett, 14. 44 is Lewis Goldsworthy. James Rue, 55. Lewis Gregory, 24. Casey Aldridge, 5. Jack Leach is 17. Marshall de Langer is number 90. And finally, number 70, Jack Brooks. And for Yorkshire, Captain Adam Lythe, number 9. 32 is Tom Kohler-Cadmore. George Hill, 18. Harry Brooke, 88. Matthew Waite, number 6. Number 12 is Jonathan Tattersall. Dominic Bess, 47. 44 is Jordan Thompson. Matthew Revis is 77. Jack Shutt, 24. And finally, number 20, Shannon Gabriel. Our umpires for this game are Tom Lungley and Hassan Adnan, and our match referee is Steve Davis. Scorers for Somerset, Polly Rhodes, and for Yorkshire, John Potter. We're inviting you to spend a well-deserved magical evening with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground to celebrate the festive season later this year. However, our Christmas party nights are selling fast, so if you want to guarantee that your event will be able to be staged in December, book now to avoid disappointment. To do so, or for more information, please visit reception in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion, visit our website, or call us here at the club on Taunton, which is 01823 425 301. We'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the game. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where we are back, myself and Sophie Love here for day 3 of Somerset against Yorkshire. Pretty exciting day yesterday, Sophie.
Yeah, it was an exciting day. I missed sort of all of day 1, so to be involved yesterday, see us set a really good total. There was some really good batting on display from Somerset, and then yeah, to pick up 4 wickets, they'd probably be pretty happy with their day's work.
Yeah, Jack Brooks, was he 3 for 38 from 10 overs. Pretty good display against his old former club. Of course, Tom Kohler-Cadmore is on his way to Somerset for next season, but speaking to Jack Brooks after play yesterday, he was delighted to get his old mate Adam Lyth out, and the in-form Harry Brook particularly. Brook got Brooks. Yeah, key wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were talking, weren't we, that sort of Harry Brook was the key man. He's had an exceptional season so far. So, yeah, to get him before he got 50 was obviously good for Somerset. And, yeah, I think if Somerset can make a couple of breakthroughs early this morning, then we'll be well on top here. And, yeah, obviously Brooksy bowled really well yesterday. He spent a little bit of time on loan at Sussex, hasn't he? So to see him back in the fold here and leading this Somerset attack and doing what he does best, you know, that's what we want to see more of from him.
So you'd probably say at the moment the draw would be the favourite, but a few quick Somerset wickets here could really open this game up. Not quite the follow-on target yet, and I think there's a bit of a frail middle to lower order for Yorkshire. I think particularly if Tom Kohler-Cadmore goes early, I think Somerset could be cock-a-hoop and really try and rattle through this Yorkshire frail batting lineup. And do you think they might have forced the follow-on if that was an opportunity?
I think they tried to, yeah, if that was the case. Yeah, like you say, Yorkshire's batting lineup, they got a few sort of, you know, all-rounders in there, but there's no sort of like standout batters. Obviously, Kohler-Cadmore currently 68, not out. He's sort of the key man, and I think if we can get him early this morning, then it certainly does put pressure on Yorkshire's middle to lower order. Yeah,
we saw John Thompson whack it at finals day on Saturday. We know Don Best can bat. He scored runs in Test cricket for England. But yeah, you say they're bowling all-rounders who can bat. They're not your solid top-order bats. So we're going to see Jack Brooks, I'd have thought. Yes, he's going to continue after what he bowled yesterday. Would you go with... Yeah, it's got to be Jack Brooks, isn't it? Delanger yesterday was a bit expensive. We look at the other bowling options. Casey Aldridge bowled quite well. Are you impressed with him?
Yeah, Aldridge did bowl particularly well, actually. I think he's a really exciting prospect. I mean, you know, Somerset have a record of producing very good seam bowlers over a number of years now, and a good period of time, and he's one example, and I think, you know, we'll see him flourish over the next couple of years. It's great that he's sort of earned the right to get into this side now as well, and yeah, you've obviously sort of got 2 different ends of the spectrum. You know, got Jack Brooks, you know, he won't mind me saying, probably coming towards the end of his career, and you've got Aldridge at the very start of his. So yeah, it's an exciting lineup for Somerset.
So Jack Brooks starting from the Tuscothic Pavilion end, and he's straight in with an outside edge straight away from Kohler-Cadmore. It's funny actually, that was one of Jack Brooks' quotes yesterday after play. He was saying how easy it was to guide down to third man. He was being positive from the batting point of view to say guide down to third man there. But a few edges, let's be honest. Straight away, Kohler-Cadmore with a 3 down to that third area. Is it something to do with the pitch, do you think, that makes it comfortable to play down there softly without getting the slips into play? Yeah,
potentially. I guess that area's been vacant throughout the whole game. You know, Somerset scored a lot of runs through that region as well, and yeah, I guess batters just feel that they can almost defend with soft hands and try and work it down there.
Yeah, when I spoke to him yesterday after play, he said the pitch was quite slow, so they could run it down to third man comfortably, which I thought was an interesting take on it. 2 slips and a gully in for Tom Abel's men straight away.
Yeah, that is interesting, because you'd think that if there was more pace and bounce, that potentially that's where batters could almost use that pace to guide down. But, you know, when it is slightly slower, I guess you're able to almost get right in behind it and almost run it down with not quite the full face of the bat, but you're in more control because there isn't that extra zip or that extra bounce that might get the outside edge genuinely.
Oh, so we're saying we're getting it in a more controlled fashion, maybe squarer, maybe more gully than first, second slip?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought it was a bit of an odd comment. I was trying to work out quite what he meant by it. Probably should have asked him, to be honest, but I was trying to digest it before I asked him the question. But pitch was slow, so they could run down the third man. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I see what you were saying.
Because you're almost like right in behind the ball, and you know, Trescothick was a fine example of someone that could run down to third man comfortably. You know, Kane Williamson is another example. Yeah. They almost get on top of the ball and play it down in that fashion.
Almost try and do it then, wouldn't he? Matthew Waite as well as Conor Cadmore.
But usually when you talk about running down to third man on a slow wicket, you almost think that that's a risk. You know, you might get a chop on, but these guys are playing it with control. They're right in over the ball, and again, like presenting as much of the face of the bat as possible. And I think that's what's enabling them to access that area.
Interesting to see how it develops. There's still no third man in play, no third man fielder, but I guess Abel backs the 2 slips in the gully to stop more than most. Not if Jack Brooks is leg side though, that's not going to help. A little bit too straight, just tucked into leg side. Batting does look easy enough out there. I feel like the batters have got themselves out in this game. George Bartlett got himself out. Harry Brook got himself out. Casey Aldridge at the end was trying to score quick runs, most of the Somerset tail enders. But I feel like if you want to stay in, you can stay in comfortable on this pitch. Yeah,
absolutely. I think you've initially got to earn the right to score. And I think when bowlers get it in the right area there is enough in this wicket. I don't think Yorkshire... That's a great shot.
What a beautiful cover drive that is. I was saying yesterday, Conor Cadmore doesn't really play the textbook sort of front arm elbow, but he almost sort of hockey slaps. I'm not trying to do disservice to his shot, but
bottom hand in that, but he's in full control there.
Yeah, full face, hits it hard. There was a bit of a slow outfield out towards the Gimlets Hill and Somerset stand area yesterday, but Conor Cadmore hits it hard enough that that's not an issue this morning.
Yeah, just going back to what I was saying, I don't think Yorkshire put the ball in a consistent area enough of the time to make it hard enough work for the Somerset batters, and you know that's probably a reflection of why Somerset were able to score 424 on this wicket. But yeah, I think it's a good deck, and it is probably what we expect here at Taunton these days, to be fair.
So they started 167 for 4 at the close of play, and already scored 8 runs.
Looks like it's going to be the big man De Lange from the River End, just chatting to captain Tom Abel, making sure they've got the field in the right place. There's quite a few people heading towards this sort of square region.
Going to be a bit short, you reckon? Odd to see not Lewis Gregory opening up from the other end. I thought it would be Gregory and Brooks.
Yeah, I agree, unless there's a plan against these two, that they want the extra pace and bounce of De Lange to really trouble them. We've got sort of Jack Leach at a mid-wicket, George Bartlett in there under the helmet, and it is short from De Lange. Got sort of Tom Abel, sort of leg gully round the corner, deep square leg, and Jack Brooks finds himself at fine leg as well. So yeah, it suggests that De Lange's going to hit the pitch hard here.
7 overs for 30 yesterday, so he's got a bit to do to improve his economy rate.
Yeah, Harry Brook whacked him into the stands a few times, didn't he? That one just defended out to Lewis Goldsworthy at point. I think that's what you're going to get from De Lange, though. And I think we've talked about him in T20 cricket as well. Yes, he might go for a few, but he makes things happen, and he will pick you up a couple of wickets as well. And he offers something different in this Somerset attack, which I really like.
Yeah, a lot quicker than the other bowlers on show today.
Way in behind that one, defending that. De Lange tries to field off his own bowling, but it's a long way down for him there to pick up that ball, so he just lets Lammonby do the work instead.
He's got a lot of muscle bulk to get through to get down.
Interesting, there's a few jumpers out there, Harry, and
yeah,
you know,
it seems a bit unnecessary, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Should I check my technology for an official Celsius count?
Short again from De Lange, and Waite sort of just defends that.
Matt Renshaw, always cracking his teammates up, this time with a big old step over. Good chat. I chatted to him for about 10 minutes yesterday, didn't we, about Newcastle and his favourite Newcastle players. We went 1 to 11, who he reckoned should start after all Newcastle's summer transfers in. Going through the 1 to 11. Didn't include himself in the starting 11, but the step over like that, I fancy it.
He's like the designated goalkeeper, isn't he? For
Yes.
the Somerset football game.
There was a reason for that, though. As he said, didn't he, on the Q&A I did with him
Yeah.
yesterday, about something about this ACL injury he had as a teenager that is never fully healed. Right for cricket.
Round the wicket this time then. Oh, that's a decent nut by De Lange. Waite just dodges that one and De Lange falls over in his follow through there. It's almost lying in the middle of the wicket then.
Yeah.
I did see a picture actually yesterday. I don't know whether it was Harry Trump that took it, but De Lange's, he just is in mid-air after he's released the ball, and it just looks like every time he's going to fall flat on his face.
Yeah, that was a cracking pick, wasn't it? I saw that too.
Yeah. Back over then from De Lange. Again, short, and Waite defends that. Looking for a single, but never going to be one there. And that's a good start from De Lange this morning from the River End. Yorkshire 175 for 4 here. Cola Cadmore not out, 75. Waite still there on 17.
It's interesting seeing Tom Lammerby having a bowl this morning. He good with the first over. I was speaking to Glenn Lammerby, his dad, actually. I watched the final with him at Edgbaston on Saturday, and Glenn was saying Tom, I suppose, swings the ball more than most in the T20 team. And that left arm angle is awkward to face sometimes. Miles Hammond did take him down at Bristol in the West Country Derby T20, but it's worked all right in the T20 Blast in some games. When Craig Open's not played, basically, Tom's often taken the new ball, but he's not bowled much with the red ball this year. I would like to see him get a go at some point, just that change of angle, different approach.
Yeah, I mean, Somerset have got a lot of bowling options, haven't they? You know, we probably haven't seen Abel as much as we have in previous seasons this year. Yeah, we've got a wealth of decent seamers, and you know, both Toms there, genuine all-rounders.
Jack Brooks, a bit of swing, late swing. James Rue doing well with the gloves in place of Steve Davies. Bit of a galling statement. Steve Davies, only the first time he's been dropped in his time at Somerset. He's only missed 2 first-class matches. This is the first time he's been dropped, and in a weird state of affairs, I noticed yesterday that the match referee is also called Steve Davies. It's a nod. There's 2 Steve Davies in the game.
Yeah, I've met Steve a few times actually as match referee in my captaincy duties at Western Storm. Lovely guy.
Nothing like the wicketkeeper Steve Davies, though, I'm sure. Don't get him confused.
No, I think Steve, the match ref, is actually Australian.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
We've already got plenty joining us on the YouTube live stream. Great to see the polite morning alls, everyone likes to say. Engaging. Cola Cadmore thinking about a 1 there, but not to George Bartlett at mid-off, who's decided to take his hat off. I'm not quite sure why. He fields with a cap on. He's got his cap tucked into his trousers. Decided not to wear it.
Yeah, interesting choice that actually. Unless he's just forgotten that he's got it, because he's under the helmet for De Lange, wasn't he? But you'd expect to have put that on. But it's not really that bright sunshine out there just yet here at Taunton.
Decent over this from Jack Brooks so far, bringing it back after an expensive first one.
Did Brooksy say anything about where he is fitness-wise? He's feeling in good condition, and
yeah, no, he didn't actually. Didn't mention it. He did say, I think he was talking about Pete Siddle being absolutely knackered. All these bowlers in their 30s, Rilla van der Merwe, Brooks, Siddle haven't played at Southport and finals day. Doesn't help with Davey and Overton being injured and on England duty. No, he seems alright actually. Until he bowls a no ball. We've just talked about Shannon Gabler, this really poor no ball issue. I wrote down 52 extras, I made it. Most of them being no balls, and I thought Somerset were a bit better disciplined, but no, Jack Brooks has just slightly ruined it already this morning with a no ball.
Yeah, I think I was on with Sam yesterday when we heard a warm applause from the Somerset crowd, and we didn't know for a while what they were applauding, but it was the 50 extras.
Oh, what's going on here? You just said, is he fit? But or is that Cola Cadmore
Cola
pulling out
Cadmore
late?
was, yeah, he's pulled out very late there, and
Like it hurt Jack pulling out.
yeah, Jack Brooks has probably done quite well to not let go of the ball there. He was pretty much just at release, I would suggest.
This should be a
Looked
rule. Like how
uncomfortable.
late can you pull out?
Yeah, I'm not sure why as well. And that's, yeah, it doesn't look like he's had to wave at someone to get out of the way or anything like that. Brooks just working hard on that ball. Looks like he might have jarred his knee or something, trying to...
He's not happy, is he? He's
Stop. No, you wouldn't be happy, would you?
He's going to take ages now, and he just to prove a point.
It's a good job he's got quite a short run up,
Yeah.
Brooksy.
That's his third no ball. That's a lovely straight drive. Cola Cadmore makes us all wait, and then a beautiful straight drive. He's not nailed it, but easy too. Just looking up your mate Steve Davies. 70 years now. He's Australian, but born in Hammersmith, London.
And that's the 50 partnership between Tom Cola Cadmore and Matthew
Test
Ray.
debut in '97. His last test was 2015.
Just going to say, did he play any cricket for Australia?
I think this is.
Yeah, I meet all these match referees, and a lot of them are ex-players.
Yeah, no, I think. Bear in mind he's 70. I reckon in '97 he was probably more like to be an umpire than to be playing.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if I can't get his actual playing records up.
Oh yeah, career averages, it says umpire and referee.
There you
so
go.
So maybe he's just done that.
Done a decent career though. 89 Test matches, 205 ODIs. Australia, New Zealand at Hobart in '97, and West Indies versus England at St George in 2015. The start and end of his Test match career. He's actually spelled Davis rather than Davies. There's all these. There's in football. There's a Steve Davis at Southampton. There's a snooker player, Steve Davis. There's common, isn't it? Davis or Davies. It's
yeah, it all gets rather confusing, doesn't it?
Well, Jack Brooks has finally finished his over. The no ball and the delay with Cola Cadmore winding him up in his delivery stride. They'll be best mates here next year, I'm sure.
It's going to be DeLanger to continue. Cola Cadmore on strike. Looks like he's going to go round the wicket. Slight change in field for Cola Cadmore. They've got a deep cover point. So they've got still persevering with the man under the lid round the corner. Tom Abel in it. Square leg, they've got a deep square leg. They all look in line to me, but DeLanger's in, and that is short. Cola Cadmore doesn't really need to duck that one. Just going to have a look at one of DeLanger's deliveries in his previous over to Waite. Yeah, that was a good delivery there. Waite actually played it very nicely, and as you can see, DeLanger falls over in his follow-throughs in again. Short again. This is a pretty obvious ploy from Somerset this morning from the river end.
You can sniff the pace and the fizz of the ball there. He's bowling it right past his nose.
Just going to change the field. Tom Abel comes across to extra cover. George Bartlett takes the helmet off. He's just going to go into a sort of standard mid-wicket. DeLanger is back over the wicket to Cola Cadmore, and that's down the leg side. Good take by Rue.
Yeah, you've been impressed with James Rue so far with the gloves?
Yeah, I have. I haven't seen sort of too much of him actually. Seen more of his batting in under-19 World Cup cricket. Obviously, when they were out in the Caribbean, he wasn't keeping in that tournament. I think it was Alex Horton from Glamorgan. But yeah, it looks another exciting prospect for Somerset. Cola Cadmore defends that. Tom Abel busy at cover there. Always fizzing it back into the keeper.
Yeah, just the one slip for DeLange and Lewis Gregor. I suppose DeLange's not going to get quite as much swing, seam and movement as the other Somerset bowlers. He's more your quick, short tactics.
Full by DeLange and driven only as far as Lammonby at mid-off by Cola Cadmore. 1 ball to come in this 49th over. DeLange in. Again, left alone by Cola Cadmore. Yorkshire 180 for 4. I'm just going to guess that DeLange is probably going to bowl a short spell at the start of today.
He's running off as you say that.
And just try and...
That's it.
That's it.
He's
2
done.
overs, he's done. He wants to lie down.
He's going to go and have a massage, have an hour off, and then come back for another 2 overs.
But yeah, presumably, you know, they've tried that sort of short ball ploy, given it a couple of overs, hasn't worked so far. Whether they change things up now and Tom Abel goes to either Gregory, Aldridge, try and make something happen. Looks like Tom Banton has come on the field for DeLange.
Ah, well, he's not going to come up here and commentate with us until they're batting then. Official confirmation. He loved his stint up here yesterday, didn't he? He said he'd never been up in the media box at all.
He did, yeah.
He
was very nervous, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But he got right into it actually, and
tea at 4 o'clock.
he's come on and he's given Jack Brooks a bit of bowling advice already by the looks. Brooks just trying to get his fielders in the right place. Tom Abel a short mid-wicket. Catching position.
Yes, sort of cramping up Tom Cola Campbell, that sort of attacking line of length into TKC. But look at this reaction. This is the Jack Leach slog sweep reverse, slog sweep 6. Incredible shot.
You loved it as well, Harry.
Yeah.
You had to stand up for it.
I can quite see around the corner where the gone for 6. I don't want to get
it's
really
a little
excited.
bit of a blind spot here, isn't it?
And then if he got out, I look a bit silly. No, it was. You just don't expect that from Jack Leach. We see him playing the ball on the ground most of the time, and he's got that shimmy down the wicket and over the top off the spinner would be his main aggressive shot, I'd say. And then out of nowhere, he tried it twice, didn't he?
Yeah, I'd love to know who he's been working with in the nets.
Well, Tom Banton wasn't taking any credit.
No, he wasn't. No, so
Fair play, I
it must
thought
have been in and around the England setup. Someone there has got hold of Leach and taught him that one.
I thought the master of the reverse sweep at Somerset, Tom Banton, would be the man to educate him, but no.
But it was like a reverse slog sweep, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it well in front of square there. Whereas you watch Banton and he's more sort of use the pace, help it round, fine leg.
I guess there wasn't much pace
square.
from Jack Shore, in fairness.
Exactly. But yeah, it was a great option to the shorter boundary that side.
Tractor driver's already in full voice. JB, and that's a lovely straight pat from Cola Campbell. Doesn't look like he's going to get out, does he, Cola Campbell? I reckon him trying to whack a spinner for 6 and holding out could be the way to get him here, because he's looking comfortable against the seamer so far. Might take a bit of turn. It's not the side row pad pitch it used to be. Not like at Chelmsford where Simon Harmer's got so many wickets this season. Essex having a quiet start at the Oval today. Bit of nibble from Brooks, but I think outside off stump, Cola Campbell and Waite are happy to leave it.
Bit of a conversation between Brooks and Waite there.
Because they wouldn't have played much together. Waite's a little bit young and coming into the team after Jack Brooks left, really. Waite's older than you think he is. having come in as a sort of Tim Bresnan replacement. You think, oh, his young lad just come through. He's 26, but played a lot of club cricket before he broke into the county setup. Only played 11 first-class matches. Did make his debut against Sri Lanka as an 18-year-old. He was a young player of the year in 2016, but the last couple of years when he's sort of broken through into the first team.
Quite a lot of this Yorkshire 11, are they all sort of Yorkshire born and bred and they've come up through the age groups?
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, I've been chatting to a few. I've gone to university in Huddersfield. I've been chatting to quite a few old mates and club mates up there. I've been saying, having played club cricket against quite a few of them. Will Frame, for example, the 12th man, plays for Honley. He's got a few runs in the Huddersfield League. And I'm trying to think, actually, who of the 11 would not be Yorkshire born and bred? Other than Don Bess, obviously, we know all about Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah.
Kola
Cadmore, is he?
Yeah,
Worcester?
He was Worcester.
I don't know whether he was born.
I think he was born in the Midlands. No, Kent.
Kent, okay.
Actually, yes.
Oh, right.
I went to Worcestershire quite early. Really talented young schoolboy cricketer. Sort of broke into the game through that.
Coming into the attack from the river end, number 17.
Well, it's going to be spin into the attack.
There you
so
go.
2 overs from De Lange, and Tom Abel has rung the changes and he's gone to his main man, Jack Leach.
Great to see. Early bowl for Jack Leach.
Yeah, I think this is a good plan from Somerset, especially to Kola Cadmore. He's looked so comfortable at the crease. But just try and play on his ego. Try and make him go for that big one, and hopefully he holds out. What have we got here then? We've got just a slip in. Banton at sort of a backward point. Cover point out on the boundary. Extra cover, long off. Got mid on, which is sort of 3/4 of the way back, not saving one and not saving the boundary either. Kola Cadmore defends. Tom Abel, the skipper, in at mid-wicket. George Bartlett, deep square, and Jack Brooks is milling around right in front of us here at a sort of short fine leg. Defended again by Kola Cadmore. Leach pretty expensive yesterday, actually. Going at sort of 5 and over.
Yeah, Kola Cadmore did like hitting him down the ground for 6, didn't he? Brooke as well was sort of paddle sweeping him as well. I was impressed. Some glorious shots from the two of them.
Again, Kola Cadmore just happy to defend. First 4 balls of this over. Leach just getting into his rhythm. Again, Kola Cadmore defends. Leach working hard on that ball. Kola Cadmore's going to take the single, just pushes that one to long off. Renshaw does the fielding out there. And that's a tidy start from Jack Leach this morning.
Yes, whether we're going to see Lewis Goldsworthy bowl. Didn't see him bowl yesterday. Tandem spin for Somerset. Yorkshire were pretty reluctant to use their second choice spinner, Jack Schutt, so maybe Tom Abel was thinking the same. It was almost a best Leach off, really. Best bowl most of the overs for Yorkshire, and Leach has already bowled 11 overs, and that's only 51 overs into the innings, with Brooks' bowled 13 because the ball is still newish. I guess it's moving a little bit in overcast conditions this morning as Roloff van der Merwe comes over to mid-on.
Yeah, we've got 2 sub-fielders on the pitch now.
Mid-on, mid-off, yeah.
Not sure who else has
Langer's gone.
Gone off. Just trying
George Bartlett, I can't see. I reckon it's Bartlett and Delaney.
Yeah, I think you might be right. You might be getting his
Pads
and
yes.
stuff on in the dugout down there, I think, ready for the next
leg.
Leach over.
Yeah, so Malvern College's talented schoolboy. Tom Cadmore is nearly caught, but he's evaded the gully fielder that's now Matt Ranger, and he's going to get another 4 runs. That Millfield sign's been peppered in between the River stand and the Lord Ian Botham stand. I'd love to check the wagon wheel and work out exactly how many brownies have gone exactly to that small advertising hoarding. Maybe because I mentioned Malvern College and then he had to whack it down to Millfield School, the rivals.
There you go then, George Bartlett just getting ready for his short leg duties.
Yeah, Cola Cadmore, 1,409 runs in his final year, got him the 2014 Wisden Award for schools cricket, as he's now driving to deep cover for 1 run where Tom Lambie will pick up easily. Yeah, he was Yorkshire age group, that's why the link with Cola Cadmore, hence coming back to Yorkshire. Yorkshire age group then went to Worcestershire. And he finally got his maiden first class century in 2015 against Middlesex.
Well, he's certainly showing why Somerset have signed him, that's for sure.
On to 84, not out now, as Waite gets a bit of the strike. That's a chop on inside edge onto the thigh, but I think if his legs weren't there, it would have been gone. Benefiting from an inside edge onto the thigh pad, which saves the bails being knocked off. Another lovely shot from Waite. Banton, quite funny seeing him at mid-off. We did ask him, I think I was asking him yesterday actually on Common Centre, where do you like to feel when you're not keeping? He said, what did he say? He loves keeping in the white ball game, doesn't really enjoy keeping the red ball game. He's too tall and hurts his back too much, bending down all day or 4 days. He's not really too fussed where he fields in the outfield. We often do see him with the pads on, doing the George Bartlett role at short leg or short extra cover.
Yeah, he was saying he's got hit a couple of times, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think it's the Gloucester game. He got absolutely pinned this year. Oh, appeal there.
Domestic appeal, I reckon. Bit half-hearted, wasn't it? Potentially a little bit of bat involved.
Yeah, maybe a bit of bat, maybe a little bit high as well.
This is a full ball, that's a glorious shot from Cola Cadmore. But again, it's slightly slower than it normally would be. It does go for 4, but it's not quite the rapid outfield we've had in recent weeks. And Tom Banton is down below us, not quite applauding that shot, but he'd have equally enjoyed that glorious straight drive from his future teammate, Cola Cadmore.
I think that was Waite, actually, Harry, that hit that one. Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised, to be honest with you. Yeah, it looked like a Cola Cadmore shot on Waite. Yeah, we haven't seen Waite straight drive like that before. He goes on to 21, and good signs for Yorkshire here. As Mark Loop says, it would be nice to avoid the follow-on before the new ball. 3 and over required from here. Well, they're flying along quickly enough this morning, so not have to worry about that too much. I think Yorkshire will be confident they're going to get past the follow-on target. Somerset having scored 424, Yorkshire would be doing well to get quite that far, but anything nearby will be game on.
It's going to be Leach again then from the River End. Cola Cadmore again just pushes that one to Lammonby at extra cover. Just played a little bit out in front there. The scamper, a quick single there, just defended in front of point. Bartlett is on the pitch, back on the pitch, and he's going to go under the lid, I think, now that Waite is on strike. The guys do so much analysis these days around batter strengths, how they're going to get them out, what fields to set to them. So 2 very different fields for these 2 batters at the moment. Waite plays that one off the back foot, but only as far as Lammonby at extra cover. Quicker by Leach, but Waite can only find the skipper Abel at point there. Again, good control by Leach this morning. It's what you'd expect from him. Again, just out to backward point, no run. Last ball with Leach is over. Again, Waite can't beat Lammonby in that extra cover region. He's been busy that over. Diving stop there. Just the one run from that Jack Leach over. Yorkshire 193 for 4.
We should tell you we got the same playing regulations as yesterday, so 104 overs scheduled. Lunch will be taken at 1:10 until 1:50, and then tea should be 4 to 4:20. That was scuppered yesterday, or well, they were plans of mice and men, whatever that phrase is. Trying to remember from my GCSE English. All laid plans always go awry, something like that. Because it did rain yesterday and the day before, sadly, but forecast dry here on day 3 at Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton, so we should be all set for hopefully 104 overs in. But bizarre to see that Northampton, Lancashire, they scheduled 112 overs. I think that's the highest I've ever seen. Is Katie Aldridge going to have a go fresh this morning? Glad to see this bowling change. DeLanger is back on the field at mid-on, but Casey Aldridge well worth a try before the two bats get 2 set this morning. He was impressive yesterday. Took a cracking catch in mid-wicket too to dismiss the man Harry Brook. Yeah,
I missed that catch yesterday, but saw some pictures of it.
Almost a bit like DeLanger diving when he was bowling. Get across.
Where was he fielding?
Mid-wicket.
Mid-wicket.
That's a storming shot there. Dive and stop from George Bartlett, who's just back on the field. Is going to be 1, but he has saved 3 runs there, George Bartlett. Yeah, Aldridge, fairly close mid-wicket. Not the best of balls by Jack Brooks. Whipped away into leg side by Harry Brook. And
yeah, Aldridge yesterday very economical. 9 overs, 4 maidens. Didn't pick up a wicket, but only conceded 14 runs. He was very tight.
Yeah, he was impressive. Full. To almost a Yorker length. Dug out. DeLanger is the chief shiner this morning at mid-on when he's on the pitch. When he's not having a little break. Waite plays his club cricket at Morley up in Yorkshire. He's playing quite nicely here, actually.
Yeah, he has played nicely. Good length delivery that by Aldridge.
So many cricket clubs in and around Leeds and Bradford and Huddersfield, and even down to Barnsley, Sheffield. So many great cricketing institutions up in Yorkshire. It's almost a religion, isn't it? This time he's looking for that one at the offside. Nothing doing.
That was Rollo van der Merwe at point.
Yes, it's still the 1 sub on. Jack Brooks have gone off this time. Yeah, the conveyor belt of subs. Yep, Brooks is having a rest.
Inside edge there.
Yeah, a little bit of nibble there from Casey Aldridge, isn't it? The surface is giving a little bit, just enough. A little bit of swing through the air with the overcast conditions, a little bit nibble off the pitch, and the inside edge is gonna keep Somerset excited.
I think that's the area that he wants to hit consistently. I think that's just back of a length. It's going to cause Yorkshire a few problems if we can nail that area consistently. Again, Waite can't run that down to third man as much as he tries.
Yeah, decent over that from Kate Shortridge. I had a friend I used to fill in Yorkshire I used to play with, reckons that Jason Gillespie once said that there's more cricket clubs in Yorkshire than in Australia. What's that for a stat? I suppose Australia's got so much of the middle of the country that's not really used, and the population is so much less. Yorkshire, one of the biggest counties if you include all 4 ridings of the areas together. So many different villages. I remember playing up there, and every little village has got a first and second team. Every bloke between 20 and 40 would play cricket. It's not like, you know, down here they play football or rugby, but everyone just play cricket, whatever level. Just what you do on a Saturday afternoon.
Leach in, and Cola Cadmore defends that back to the bowler. Yeah, thankfully I haven't had to go up there too much. But yeah, been up there a couple of times, and it is a lovely part of the country.
I just found it so cold. I remember making my debut up there and needing 3 jumpers. They used to come in the Michelin man.
So Somerset women used to play Yorkshire quite a few years ago in the county championship, and they always played their games at Harrogate.
Yes.
And I remember going to Harrogate maybe 3 or 4 times, and I never played a game there. It always rained every time we went up there.
That makes sense, because Harrogate's football ground is an AstroTurf for 4G.
Okay.
He got fed up of it being wet and frozen so much.
Yeah, remarkable, really. But lovely, lovely place, Harrogate.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Just didn't really play
probably
much
the
cricket.
poshest town in
Yes,
Yorkshire.
it is. Yeah.
But the controversy is so Harrogate were 4G when they were in the National League, and then they got promoted up to League 2. And in the Football League, you're not allowed a 3G pitch. Sent it cost an absolute fortune. They had to get a grass pitch in. Got penalised for their success, basically.
Cola Cadmore happy to defend again. And that's a maiden there from Jack Leach. Keeping it tight here, Somerset, but they'll be hoping that there's a breakthrough round the corner.
Yeah, what are we, 38 minutes into the day. Yorkshire will be pretty happy with the platform they're building this morning. Pete Chigo should be on his way down the M5 from Weston at some point to join us on commentary. Fresh from his golf exploits, we might give him a little bit of teasing. We believe he was knocked out, hence why he didn't come today. So he said to us the other week, we're far too polite, and we let him. He gives us all sorts of stick, and we're far too polite to him back. So we've got to start ripping into him a little bit more. So we'll be sure to do that when he comes in.
Yeah,
but
we'll give it our best shot, won't we?
Meanwhile, Casey Aldridge, that slightly angled run up, and it'd be great to hear Pete Trigger talking about Casey Aldridge being a Western Supermare teammate. He'll be desperate to commentate on his mate here. I'm sure they've shared a few partnerships. Casey scored 100 the other week. Trigger got a double 100 for them, mind, in the West of England Premier League.
Yeah, I think one of Trigo's lads outscored Trigo at the weekend.
Was it Dexter or?
I think it might have been Davis, the older one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Pete got 40 something, and Davis made it into the 50s. I think that was his first. Oh, that's out. Yes.
Casey Aldridge, we've talked him up. What a shocking way to go. Matthew Waite just looking good, solid, positive. Played that glorious straight drive down the ground. We're just bigging him up, and he's just chipped one straight to mid-wicket. Here we curse himself. He's whacking his pads. You can tell when sometimes there's a sulky walk-off. Sometimes there's an angry walk-off. He is storming off the dressing room. One of the quickest departures I've seen in a county championship game. He's, leg stump bar volley, gone straight to mid-wicket. Decent catch, and Yorkshire, 194 for 5.
Yeah, he's disappointed with himself. Their weight, he's given it away. And yeah, like you say, storming off. I actually get told that quite a few times. You know, when you're disappointed, you get out, and often you just sort of like walk off as slow as you can. You're almost dragging yourself off the pitch. Yeah. I can't wait to get into the changing rooms.
Oh,
I'm fuming with myself, and I just storm off.
Oh, I'm the complete opposite. I've got teased at every club I've been at for my sulky walk off. you never either you're disappointed because you don't think you're out, or you're disappointed because you played a terrible shot. I think the only time I've ever run off will be in like a friendly, or when would I have been, or if it's the last ball of the game or something.
Yeah.
I generally trudge off as slowly as
No, yeah, I've got a bit of a like stomp off with purpose, like I'm, yeah, so annoyed at myself. Just, yeah, get me off the pitch as quickly as possible. It's going to be Tattersall then to join Cola Cadmore at the crease. I'm just saying that Somerset keeping it tight this morning, and they'd be hopeful of a breakthrough, and that is exactly what Casey Aldridge has produced here.
So we're going to see, yeah, Johnny Tattersall scored that 100 at Scarborough. Talented wicketkeeper bat. Had a few injury concerns over the years. Came in for Andrew Hodd, really, was the wicketkeeper. Johnny Bairstow, of course, in and out, but he's bowled some part-time leggies as well, Johnny Tattersall, but wicketkeeper by trade, wicketkeeper bat. They also played England under-19s. Come up through the Yorkshire age groups. Released and came back in again as he's leaving his first. That's not a bad ball from Casey Aldridge. Yeah, released by Yorkshire back in 2015, but then kept working hard. Bit with Derbyshire, bit with Lincolnshire. Working up through to try and make it. I love that from a cricketer when they just don't give up. So many talented sports people will get a little knockdown and they give up. And you think, what wasted talent? Try somewhere else. Fair play. Jake Lintott couldn't quite make it in the Somerset side. He worked so hard, kept playing for Cleveland and the Whipple. Eventually got his go for Warwickshire. And look what he's doing now. Tournaments all over the world. Opening the batting with Chris Gale, playing for England Lions last week. Great to see, and Johnny Tattersall was one of them.
Yeah, Lintott's story is remarkable. I was actually on the EPP here with Jake growing up, so great to see him doing so well.
He played village cricket for my little village club.
Did he?
Sunday about 10 years ago. Bizarre that never, I thought he was good cricket at the time, but never thought he was going to go and play all these franchise tournaments for England Lions.
No, but like you say, a fine example of someone that is just persevered, and the resilience he must have must be remarkable. And it's great to see him reaping the rewards. I know he moved from sort of county to county, tried to get a gig anywhere, and he'd give it a few games. Oh,
that's a beauty from Casey Aldridge. He looks to appeal, but that's almost too good. Johnny Tattersall's not the biggest of fellas, and it's shot up.
Yeah, he'd have a few games somewhere, and then he'd almost like move on to the next county. Like, can I get a gig here? And sort of he didn't perform badly anywhere. Just no one sort of said, do you know what, we're going to give you an opportunity. And they've given him an opportunity now at Warwickshire, and he seems to have flourished. Did well in the 100 last year as well, and like you say, just from there, it's remarkable how many opportunities you get all around the world these days.
I was saying that the other day on the Lintott story. A mutual friend of ours is a PT, and saw a ridiculous video of Lintott on Christmas Eve, I think it was, or Boxing Day. So we were in the pub Christmas Eve, it was, and then Boxing Day we had a big village social, and then the Boxing Day after Christmas Day, he's there charging up a hill doing hill sprints in the freezing cold. I thought that's the commitment of a bloke who wants to make it. Got a couple of months off, but he's desperate to keep working hard. And Johnny Tattersall's got a similar story. First class T20 debuts did come in 2018, but before that he was a good fielder. He wasn't even a wicketkeeper. He sort of took up the gloves to try and give himself an extra chance to get in. Because there's Bairstow and Hodd, obviously. It was tricky to get in, but this was before Bairstow was a regular in the England side, before all these white ball games coming in. But then actually act as a substitute fielder, Johnny Tattersall. That's what I love. We always remember Gary Pratt, that run out, Ricky Ponting, phenomenal. Yeah, a few times in 2013, 2014. Did play for England under-19s as well, but yeah, so many wicketkeepers are actually very good fielders, or vice versa. Yeah,
absolutely. Leach in again then. Cola Cadmore again defending that one. It's been the story of the morning with Leach operating from the river end. A lot of defensive shots. He's just settled in on a very good area as Jack Leach. Driven and think about one, but they realise it's Tom Abel and they're not prepared to take him on, and I don't blame them, to be honest. One of the best fielders on the circuit, Tom Abel. Straighter and a little bit slower there by Leach. Cola Cadmore can only find mid-wicket. Again, 3 dots to start this over. Again, a lot of respect being shown to Leach by Cola Cadmore. We were talking about that he might want to go for the big shot, but he's content to just bide his time at the moment. One ball to come then in this Leach over. I'm just going to have a look at the Aldridge wicket. Nice slow-mo camera we've got in action here. Just too early on it from Waite, and he's paid the price. Said he was angry with himself, and he whacked himself on the helmet there as he walked off. This was the one to Tattersall, his first delivery. Welcome to the crease. Did well to not get anything on that.
Absolute beauty. So Tattersall's going to face back to Casey Aldridge with 2 catching mid-wickets now, as well as the 2 slips. Just evades that one, leaves it outside the off stump. Yeah, I interviewed Andrew Gale for my university dissertation all about, what was that, 2018? It was about where T20s ruining cricket, which was an interesting topic at the time, how it's changed in 17. It was a balanced argument, either side. Well, I think it might have changed. Ruining sounds a bit harsh. I can't remember the exact title, I should know. But what were they doing? The impact of T20s on the longer form, and well before Bazball was even thought of. And Jack Leach, as we see a flick through the leg side for Tassel. How has he found the gap there? That's perfect placement. 2 minute mid wicket, and he somehow found the boundary perfectly, exactly where Jack Leach slog swept yesterday. As I'm multitasking on different stories here. He's gone to the exact same area, and great shot to get off the mark. But yeah, and that is Andrew Gale actually, who was the one who told Johnny Tassel, said, "Oh, why not give wicketkeeping a try? Have a crack at that in your career." And fair play, Johnny Tassel should be pretty grateful to Andrew Gale for that.
I don't think Somerset will mind that. Like, yes, it's a boundary, but they've got 2 mid-wickets in there for a reason, and I'll just be hoping that Tattersall just a little bit too early on the next one, perhaps.
Yeah, this time he's a bit more behind it. That's very positive, aggressive fielding from Jack Leach. Him and George Bartlett in at mid-wicket. Yeah, I suppose Casey Aldridge, having just got Matthew Waite caught by Bartlett in that area, be more than happy to see Tassel going through that area again, though it was in more control and along the ground. Matt Wrench, I think it is just throwing the ball almost to the boundary. I guess it's a dead ball because the wicketkeeper, the ball has touched the keeper's gloves. Poor De Lange is going to walk off very slowly. Was that Brooks?
No, I think it's Brooks, yeah.
Brooks in a bit of a, not strop, but yeah, De Lange's left it. He said, "Brooks, you go chase that." Well, what did chase was it go and pick up the ball. Just an overthrown underarm that didn't quite get around the field perfectly. Well bowled, Casey Aldridge. A good spell. See, this is making me think, would it be a different morning had Casey Aldridge been one of the first to bowl? Should he have bowled March De Lange's over? De Lange's your sort of plan B option, I always think. He's your short hostile when it's not working, pitching it up, swinging, seaming. He bowls your short stuff. I'd quite like to have seen a Casey Aldridge open up with Jack Brooks this morning.
Yeah, I'm sure Somerset would have discussed it, and it was quite an obvious plan to go with De Lange and that short ball plan initially. It's a good length again by Aldridge.
And then we still haven't seen Lewis Gregory this morning. You think is potentially the best bowler of the lot when he's on song. I don't know, it sounds hard to judge between all these teams, but you'd probably go Overton, Davey, Gregory. I would say would be the best championship wicket-taking bowlers for Somerset if we rule out Pete Siddle in this discussion. Pete Siddle, there's so many seam bowling options for Somerset. Just 4 or 5 of them are injured or England duty, and get the chance to look at the whole cupboard of stocks. Sadly, we will not see Ned Leonard this season. his back issues, and unlikely to see Sonny Baker for a few weeks, so we might see him towards the end of the All London Cup campaign.
Yeah, I heard he was out bowling at one point.
Yeah, yesterday was for Steve Kirby. Only 4 or 5 paces, not full run-up, but yeah, he did bat for Torquay in the A Division in Devon the other week. Able to bat and run around. Just the back for the bowling.
Kola Cadmore comes off a sort of thickish outside edge to Tom Abel at point there. Leach very much keeping Kola Cadmore quiet here this morning. Just sense that something might happen soon though.
Yes.
Well, down the wicket, but again, choosing to defend. I think he knows that he's the key here though as well. Obviously Tattersall knew at the crease, just got to try and build a partnership. He won't be wanting to give his wicket away for sure, so he's just biding his time. And just work down to long on. I guess Aldridge down there doing the fielding. You see that these days, don't you? You know, Aldridge bowling from this end, and then he finds himself on the boundary right at the other end of the pitch. And you know, these fast bowlers, you know, they're just as good in the field these days. Somerset really pride themselves on their fielding exploits. It's going to be Tattersall to face Leach then. Bartlett in at short leg. Defending is Tattersall. Again, Leach seems to just be racing through his overs at the moment. Into his 15th of the innings already.
Massive contrast to Shannon Gabriel's over rate.
And Tattersall, good footwork there by the Yorkshire batter. Just drives that off the back foot out to Goldsworthy, I think it was, at cover point on the boundary. A couple of singles then off that Leach over. He's bowled 15 overs, 1 for 55 so far. And that's the 200 up for Yorkshire in the 59th over.
Interesting how Kola Cadmore was so aggressive to Leach yesterday. Maybe is that because Brooke was alongside him? Maybe because he's near 100 now. I'm trying to work out why is Leach bowling better? Is it because it's the morning? Is it playing differently? He looked completely different approach to Leach yesterday.
Yeah, I guess, you know, I haven't played any red ball cricket over a few days, but I think we talk about going through the gears in sort of white ball cricket, particularly 50 overs. Short ball there from Aldridge doesn't trouble Tattersall. And you almost like try and build your innings and go through the gears. I think in red ball cricket, you know, you might have to go through the gears at times, but then you might have to pull back a little bit as well. And it looks like Kola Cadmore just trying to read the situation here. He knows that he's probably, you know, the key and got to bat through here. Just trying to build a partnership with Tattersall, but I think at some point he's going to go after Leach. It's a matter of when, not if, I think.
That's a cracking delivery from Aldridge. Yorker tailing in on the stumps. Here we are. Paul Tweddle and Ben Green having a bit of Royal London Cup chat. I was really impressed with Ben Green captaining the Royal London Cup last year. And Paul Tweddle.
What are those, Harry?
Oh, it's just the crocs you're pointing out.
Yeah.
We've had some interesting footwear, haven't we? Pete Jiggle will come in with something shocking soon, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm really impressed with Tweds and Green. Last year, I had a good chat with Green on Saturday night, and he was going off to play second team, actually. We should give a second team update. They have sadly lost, that's why he's back here. Worcestershire second 11 won by 10 wickets, so Ben is back here.
There are the crocs.
No, Ben opened the batting and the bowling. Got 29 in the first innings, just 9 in the second, sadly. So a bit of a struggle from lately. We did get 3 for 55 in the first innings with the ball. Genuine all-rounder, particularly at second team level. Worcestershire, some decent players. Kashi Valley getting a double 100. Tom Fell was playing. Cullen, Gibbon, Pat Brown. There's some names in there. But yeah, winning by 10 wickets up at Starport on 7. Yeah, Ben was saying he was having to get the bus back Sunday morning. Here, do some washing and then go straight back up Sunday night to then play Worcestershire on Monday morning. Now he's back here today, so a fair amount of travel he's done lately. him and Tweds can now think 50 over cricket. We'll probably tease you with some graphics in between overs about the Beer and Cider Festival and the Family Day, the 14th and 19th of August, 2 big days in the Somerset summer holiday calendar. It'd be great to see families and kids come down and enjoy the 50 over comp. I remember as a teenager absolutely loving the 50 over comp. I remember seeing Keaton Jennings and Mark Stoneman score a ridiculous partnership for Durham here a few years ago as a standout. Oh, that's a beauty. Casey Aldridge is getting the ball to talk here. Johnny Tassell's done very well to just survive at the moment. Getting some very good deliveries. Look at that.
There's a little bit of movement on offer when Somerset get it in the right area. There we go then, Somerset v Middlesex, Family Day. Great opportunity to watch some cricket, and some high quality cricket at that it will be. I'm not sure that dog is thinking it's that exciting out in the middle, Harry. What do you reckon?
I feel like I recognise that dog. I might have to go back on it. I feel like that's a regular Somerset fan. I reckon it might be in the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Not the Andy Caddick, the Colin Atkinson.
Colin Atkinson, okay.
Not 100%, but I'm sure I've seen it. You know when you walk around the ground and you see the same dog regularly. I don't even know its name. I should do.
Cola Cadmore just working that up to long on. Happy to take the single. Again, I think that's what Cola Cadmore needs to do a little bit more of. He's been very defensive against Leach, but actually, you know, Somerset have given him the single, so just be a little bit busier, take what's on offer, and get yourself closer to that 100 mark. Tatso on the back foot again. Good footwork. Yet again, just hitting that one out to cover point. Leach is in. Again, Cola Cadmore just defending that to Lammonby. Extra cover. No run. Got George Bartlett fielding at mid-wicket, and he's decided to keep the helmet on. Yes, it is a little bit annoying taking it on and off between balls when the batters rotate strike. Again, Cola Cadmore pressing forward, solid in defence. Straighter from Leach there, and Cola Cadmore able to work it just in front of square. He's going to retain the strike. 61 overs gone here in Yorkshire, 203 for 5. Cola Cadmore on to 89, 11 away from that century. Just going to have a look at the in-swinger from Casey Aldridge from release. Again, there is a little bit of swing, but it's more after it beats the batter, isn't it? It's
There's
that
a lot
late
of that.
swing.
Yeah, the first 2 days, Jordan Thompson, Jack Brooks were doing it so much, the ball was swinging past, and it was a nightmare. Not so much James Rew's done well, but Johnny Tassell, I felt so sorry for him. The ball was swinging so late. Gabriel and Jordan Thompson, and I don't know what makes that happen. I don't know the exact science, but makes the ball swing so late, it's hard to play. But it's almost been, when it's past the batter, it doesn't matter so much. It's just the poor wicket keeper who struggles. That's almost Yorker. I mean, I've never been a wicket keeper, but I feel like this whole match I've been digging them out, backing them up, feeling sorry for them. I can't remember a kind of championship game I've watched where there's been quite so much late movement and struggles for the keeper on either side. Just had a lovely tweet message. One of our favourites, Annie Chave, who I play extra erratic cricket with her husband and son, who's up here. She's a regular. She does so many podcasts and would normally be here. She's not been too well lately, and she's in hospital watching the Somerset live stream. The doctors gathering around. How nice is that? And they're all enjoying the Somerset Yorkshire feed, trying to have a bit of a positive entertainment in a tricky situation. So yeah, lots of love to Annie. Hope she's back with us soon. That's a pull shot from Colour Campbell that George Bark does well to stop. One-handed underneath. And that's another short ball from Case Shoulders. Is he going to get it? No, Jack Leach at square leg is 15 yards short of him. Interesting, Casey Aldridge now trying a short ball approach. Cola Cammore into the 90s. We saw Harry Brooks swap 2 6s into the Train Nation stand off Marchant de Lange, but Cola Cammore I think is not going to be quite that bold. Don't think he's going to try and clear the field, as he might want to get his 100 first.
Yeah. Not that he got caught in two minds there, but he wasn't looking to hit it up and get it into the stand. He wasn't really in control and hitting it down either, Cola Cadmore.
Good little tick off his hips for one from Johnny Tattersall. Cola Cadmore hasn't hit a first-class century since 2019, having not played first-class cricket this year since that concussion in the PSL, so he'll be desperate to keep going here, make it count.
Well, look, the way that he's played it looks like he's played red ball cricket all season.
Yeah, he's looked superb today. That's well played by Cola Cadmore. It's quite high up in the armpit. I mean, he could really have pulled it, but the 2 men back, he's trying to be sensible, I guess.
Yeah, I think he got away with one couple of balls before, didn't he?
Yeah.
That pull shot, so probably just choosing the safer option there to try and just get in behind the ball. And yeah, as you say, played it nice and late, played it comfortably.
So he has 9 first-class hundreds, Tom Cola Cadmore. As I said, he's played the T20s this year, but no championship games.
He got runs in the semi-final, did he?
Yes.
Did I see that on Saturday?
Yeah, batted. Well, it's Jordan Thompson who was the top scorer. No, we did top score. Jordan Thompson scored a quick 550. Yorkshire, Lancashire, yeah, 66 he scored. Then it was the Surrey game he scored 60 as well. So yeah, the last 2 games of the Yorkshire T20 Blast campaign scored 60s.
Beats Tattersall there. Gave him a little bit of width there, Leach. Tempted Tattersall. And as you can see, got the slip. Short leg in. Decides to defend that one. In behind it is Tattersall. Said Leach has been very economical this morning, keeping things really tight for Somerset. Straighter from Leach. Tattersall defends that on the front foot. Bowled there by Leach. Just off the back foot. Tattersall defending into that cover area. Down the wicket this time, but again just pats it back to Leach. Not in a position where he could drive that as he wanted to. That's the intention when you use your feet, trying to get close to the pitch of the ball, stop the ball spinning. Oh, that's close, that's close. Somerset appeal, but I think that's umpire Lungley there that keeps his finger down. Hopefully we can have a look at that one again. Yeah, maybe just sliding down, but Somerset building dots, building pressure on Yorkshire here.
It's been a quiet sort of period here. Cola Cadmore's creeping towards his 100, having raced towards 50 yesterday. Tatzel's playing himself in. Knows he's probably the last established batter. Don Besson said John Thompson can bat, but it will leave him too much to do with Shannon Gabriel come to the wicket the way he plays. And finally we can see Lewis Gregory. An hour and 5 minutes in, still yet to see him bowl. Lewis Gregory from the Trescothick Pavilion end with 1 slip, and that catching mid-wicket. Jack Leach is the man in there. Camel just defends this, playing mainly a defensive shot lately. He knows the responsibility he needs to take in this innings. He's faced 166 balls for his 90 so far. 8 4s and 4 6s. We haven't seen Pete Trigo yet, but he's having some food delivered for him. He hasn't come into the commentary box. He's only an hour and 10 minutes late, but he's got some food delivered. He must be somewhere. I haven't seen him yet. Oh. We'll eat his food for him. Private food delivery. That's Lewis Gregory. His old mate is cut streakily from Kola Camel again. Nearly that Millfield time. Tom Abel's chasing in vain. Kola Camel has had so many boundaries around that area. He's batted very well. I'm not necessarily criticising him. I guess it's a safe-ish shot. He knows he's beaten slip in the keeper. If it goes to Tom Abel at gully, it's pretty unfortunate, I guess. He's confident he's going to get it somewhere in that 3rd, 4th slip region. He's going to get 4 runs for it. Yeah,
not much foot movement there from Kola Cadmore. That was pretty much all hands, and that suggests he wasn't as in control as of that shot as he'd probably have liked. But when you get width, it enables you as a batter to put your hands through the ball. Gregory probably wants to come a little bit tighter in line to him.
Yeah, that's slightly better, but then it relies on a good bit of fielding there from Tom Abel to stop what would have been a more controlled boundary.
Yeah, so that's been a pretty quiet start or sedate start from Kola Cadmore this morning. He's hit 9 boundaries, 9 4s, sorry, and 4 6s. The 6s all came yesterday. We haven't seen those explosive shots yet from the Yorkshire batter.
That's on the leg stump. I don't think that's a worthwhile appeal from Lewis Gregory. Getting a little bit desperate at Somerset on Kola Cadmore here.
Yeah, that's going down, but I like that he's tightened up his line there, Gregory. I think that is the line to Kola Cadmore. Trying to trap him on the crease there.
Again, Gregory searching here with a full delivery. Kola Cadmore sort of digs out, drives that Yorker. A little bit flat here. There's no school kids here, so the atmosphere after the last 2 days of 1,500 kids screaming and shouting, there's probably more other fans in today with no chance of rain, having had a little bit of rain the last 2 days. Very good crowd for Somerset. It's the standard county championship crowd after 2 days of schools.
Yeah, it's a little bit quieter in that Trade Nation stand in particular, and the players aren't having to sign lots and lots of autographs, which we saw yesterday. It was brilliant to see both Somerset and Yorkshire players engaging with those young school children, trying to inspire the next generation.
It's a decent start from Lewis Gregory. He's bowled 10 overs for 38. Jack Leach is just going to keep twirling away from one end. I reckon they might rotate the seams this end. Maybe Tom Abel's going to give himself a go before the new ball's due in 16 overs time.
Still going to be Leach then, operating from the river end. Bartlett still under the helmet, but it's come across to the offside this side. Time for Tattersall, who's defending to backward point. They're just trying to block off that single option rotation of strike on the offside for Tattersall. It's currently 7 not out of 27 balls. Again, just defending that one down the wicket to Leach. Quicker from Leach, and Tattersall advancing, but again doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, so chooses to just try and get something behind it and defend the ball.
Doing wonders for the over right here, Jack Leach, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Up to 1, I think Yorkshire at -3 for most of there.
Polly will be happy, won't she?
Yes. She was telling me all the calculations, exactly how it works. We should finish at 6 o'clock today, but it never happens like that, does it?
Tattersall can only find Lammerby again at cover.
274 the target Yorkshire need to reach the follow-on, to pass the follow-on.
Cutting that one, but no run by Tattersall.
And he's made it. Pete Trigo has finally arrived. He's going to eat his breakfast. What have you got then?
Very healthy salad.
Looks like a bacon butty to me.
Yeah, sausage in there as well.
Oh, doubled up. Yeah, well. Well, we'll give you 5 minutes to eat that, shall we? We'll let him have an over to enjoy his early lunch. Or brunch, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, then he's on here on his own, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
We're both having a break, and then it's a Trigo
you
show.
commentate from both ends. So Lewis Gregory's going to continue. 209 for 5. 1 slip, that one catching mid-wicket, the 2 main catching positions. Chatting to drivers in full voice. That's a good push and run from Cadmore. He's very casual. Johnny Tattersall's going to be a little bit quicker running down to danger end. Tom Lammerby being left-handed, of course, makes it easier to swoop round from extra cover and pick up and throw. Good backing up by Lewis Goldsworthy, the Cornish Messi down there. We haven't given any county championship updates from elsewhere for a while, have we? What's going on then? Essex were 48 behind on first innings at Surrey. They've lost a couple of wickets. Wesley caught Folks bowled Laws. Northampton, they've been off for rain, Northampton, Lancashire, but they are coming back on. They've got a load of overs to catch up on there. So that's a late defensive shot from Tattersall, but gets away with it.
Yeah, did I see that Will Jacks whacked 150
Yes.
yesterday for Surrey? It looked like Surrey
In big trouble.
were going to be well behind Essex's first innings total, and then I checked the score late last night and saw that Will Jacks had absolutely whacked it.
I was actually multi-screening, multitasking, watching yesterday while on comms yesterday afternoon. He went from 100 to 150 in 16 balls. Ludicrous striking. Just even Simon Harmer was taken to the cleaners, which doesn't often happen. Wyn Mulder's got another 156 for Leicestershire. They're 434 for 7 against Glamorgan.
Yeah, there's a lot of runs around, aren't there?
Yeah, Scotsman Bradley Curry. I'm going up to Scotland next week to watch the Scotland-New Zealand T20. Sam's coming up as well. Going to watch the at the Grange. A couple of T20s and ODI. But yeah, Brad Curry, a 23-year-old from Scotland who's doing pretty well on his Sussex debut. He's got Eskenazi and Robson as Middlesex, 135 for 3. And Gloucestershire are digging in against Hampshire, well behind. They're 83 for 2, but Hampshire scored 457 at Cheltenham.
Yeah, looks like two young players in Ollie Price and Miles Hammond trying to do something special for Gloucestershire there.
Yeah, cracking week is, well, a couple of weeks is the Cheltenham Festival, but 18 overs, 40 runs, no wickets this morning. They might have a few people distracted in the bars, I think.
Saw a great video of, I think it was the wicket of Nick Gubbins. Bracey caught between his ankles and didn't really know where it was.
Gregory with another decent delivery outside the off stump. Johnny Tassel patient, watching it through. No urgency, no stress to try and score for Johnny Tassel. So one more ball in his 66th over, and then Pete Trigger disappeared again, isn't he? No, he's there. He's just fallen out the aircon. Do you want to come on, Triggs, or are you still eating? We'll do one more. I don't know what's going on really. We're ad-libbing. We've got Lewis Gregory continuing. That's a lovely line and length. What's that, 4-stump? Probably knocking into a 4-stump bail. And Lewis Gregory didn't bowl in the first hour of play this morning, which we thought was a bit odd. Tom Abel tried most of his other bowlers first, but he's come on and bowled pretty nicely so far. Was expensive in a couple of the latter T20 Blast games, but bowling well in the county championship here for Somerset.
Yeah, good to see him getting a good number of overs under his belt as well, Lewis. Didn't see him complete his allotted overs a lot of the time in the Vitality T20 Blast. Looks like Leach is going to try a different tact here to Kola Cadmore. Looks like he's going to come over the wicket as opposed to his usual left arm round.
Very specific movements here, isn't he? Trying to get George Barton at 45 in the right spot.
I mean, you'd think that they're just trying to get Kola Cadmore off strike here, but at the same time, Somerset know that he's the key wicket, and if they get him, then they'll be well into this Yorkshire lineup.
That's the problem, isn't it, when he bowls that angle? You can see the old school Test cricket, the 80s and 90s. I picture Rahul Dravid just padding away outside leg stump. It's a funny angle. I'm not quite sure why he's decided to go with this approach.
Another change in the fielder, packing the leg side, which you'd probably expect with that angle.
Isn't he just taking options of dismissal out of the equation by taking this angle? I don't quite understand the thinking. He's not going to get him out LBW. And
no.
He's just trying to frustrate him on 95, trying to make him do something daft.
Kola Cadmore's played that one with his bum.
Yeah. Bum it for one. Jim Allenby used to do that, I remember, in the T20s. Bum it for one down to fine leg. It just makes for old cricket, doesn't it? It's not a spitting Bunsen burner of a pitch. It's not going to have enough, is that?
No, I think maybe he's just trying to change tact and get Kola Cadmore to think about something a little bit different. Leach in again then. Again, Kola Cadmore offering no shot. Last ball of this Leach over. Just getting Lammonby to push further out at a squarish mid-wicket. Again, no shot offered by Kola Cadmore. Happy to pad that one away. Another maiden for Jack Leach. He's clocking them up this morning. 6 maidens, I think that is on the scoreboard over there. I wonder how the seamers are feeling with Leach operating so quickly from one end. They're not getting much respite, are they? That's the only thing when you're working in tandem with a spinner. I know some of our bowlers at Western Storm, they hate it when the spinner rattles through their over and they haven't got much breathing space at the other end.
Here we go then. Petrie goes in.
Gregory in, and Tattersall just defends that one as it's a bit of a change over here in the commentary box. He's only an hour and 21 minutes late, Pete Trigo, but we won't remind him of that all day. He's got his, what have you got there? Coffee, by the looks of things. He's ready to go.
Good morning, Soph.
Apologies. It's afternoon now, Treeks.
I've had a rough morning. I got stuck in the cow drive in Bleeden, coming out of Weston-super-Mare, and diverted all the way back through the town onto the M5, which was like an NCP car park. So, yeah, classic me, making excuses, really. But
yeah,
I did turn up just in time.
The accident wasn't too far away from me, actually.
Yeah, so you feel my pain.
But
luckily, I turned up just in time to see
so
Casey Aldridge get that
make
wicket
sure I was
this
here
morning.
on time.
He's bowled beautifully.
Yeah, how much do you know about Casey? And you've obviously played with him at Western a couple of times.
Yeah, he's been Weston-super-Mare's pro for the last couple of years. Hasn't played too many games. He's struggled with a few injuries. Had a shin splints or a stress fracture of the shin that's kept him off the park for Somerset and Western. But he's fit at the moment, bowling well. He's scored 100 for us in the early part of the season, so he can bat as well as the crowd would have seen on day one, giving it a good whack, or day two, sorry. Yeah, he's a very talented lad, but a lot of tall, fast bowlers. They take a while to find their feet, you know, get the body strong for the demands of first-class cricket. The man bowling now knows all about that. Lewis Gregory running at the moment to Tattersall, who has a good old flap at a very well-directed short ball, top edges it over. The new man with the gloves, Rui, away for 4 runs. Very, very good piece of bowling and pretty lucky. Very expansive shot for Tatters. He likes to dig in, doesn't play too many expansive shots through an innings, likes to grind a team down, but Lewis just got him outside of his box there a little bit. How have you been, Soph? Last time I clicked on the old ECB app, I saw you steering the ship home with a fantastic 100.
Yeah,
must be nice.
Yeah, it was a good weekend. Yeah, long old way, Chelmsford though, isn't it? But yeah, you got to cash in as a batter there. It's a decent deck, and yeah, we were in a bit of trouble, but managed to see us home, which was very pleasing.
Congratulations with that. Always good when the captain steers the ship home.
Yeah, trying to lead by example and lead from the front, and
well,
yeah,
I actually thought I
was going to be stranded in the 90s actually, but I'd have taken that if we won. But yeah, fitting that I managed to get on strike and hit a boundary to bring up a century. No better feeling than that, is there really?
Oh, it's awesome, yeah. You know when you said I would have taken the 90 if we would have won, I almost believed you for about 5 seconds, but then I just saw that little look in your eye. Definitely all about the 100, isn't it? You do all that work, you deserve the 3 figures. That's Cola Cadmore. Future Somerset player is very much round the corner of one. Great take that from
Yeah, it was a great take.
James Rood, diving. Wrong footer a little bit there. Brilliant piece of wicket keeping. Let's have a little reflection on, not a reflection, let's have a bit of a summary of young James Rood. Obviously burst onto the scene. He's done some magnificent things for England under 19s. You've obviously been watching the last few days. Keeping wise, what are your thoughts? Because my first thoughts are you don't notice him by the stumps, and that's kind of a really good sign, isn't it, of a good keeper. Just does his job well. Yeah,
I think he's been really tidy, and like you say, you know, you haven't really noticed him, and that's probably what you want. You know, he's obviously a young guy coming into an experienced dressing room. You know, don't know him personally in terms of what sort of character he is, but he seems quite quiet out there at the minute. But I'm sure over the next, year or so, he'll really sort of find his feet within this Somerset side, and because they talk a lot about keepers being sort of like the drummer of the band, don't they? And
it's more find their voice than find their feet, isn't it? Keepers irritating, just nagging away behind you. It's almost like the fourth skill of any wicketkeeper is to be really annoying. So something Rui might have to work on, because he seems a lovely lad.
Oh, that's hit.
As short leg takes
in the lid, I think.
Takes a nasty little blow there.
Kola Cadmore going for the full-blooded sweep there, and
look, flush on the body actually, because otherwise the physio would be out. Must have taken that on the chest or something. So fair play to Bart. He's I'm still standing. Elton John, good lad, showing a bit of character there. It's always a position you don't really want to put your hand up for, short leg. But
did you ever field in there? Look at this. I mean, it's usually at the start of your career.
Oh no, he's taken another one on the shin. Now he is down.
Yeah.
2 in a row. He's back up. He's back up. This is like watching Tyson Fury. He's back on his feet. What a man. It's like watching Rocky Balboa fight Ivan Drago at the moment. Rounds 1, 2 and 3. He's been down. He's hurt. He's not a machine. He's a man.
Well, yeah, at the start of your career, did you ever find yourself in there, Pete?
Luckily, because I was a frontline bowler, I never had to, but I did it once, and it didn't end well, because I'm sure a lot of the listeners would have noticed that a lot of fast bowlers, or medium fast bowlers, have the toe cut out of their landing foot, and I always had the toe cut out to relieve a bit of pressure from my my big toe on my left foot that hits the ground with quite a force. And I was fielding at short leg, and someone swept the ball and it hit me on the hole and took my left toenail clean off, and it was just loose in my sock. Never squealed quite as loud as I did that day. So I can remember throwing the helmet down, turned the air blue with a bit of language, told the captain that never asked me to do that again. So that was my one and only time at Boot Hill.
Yeah, that sounds nasty, to be honest.
Yeah.
Not surprised you didn't fancy it again.
No, it was. I think every time I was asked since, it was not enough tea in China was my response. But I was interested talking about short leg fielding positions. I was talking the other day with Susie Dent from Countdown, who does all the. She's there's a really long word that describes someone who's good with the English language. Anyway,
she's just in Dictionary Corner,
will come to me. Yes, she's in Dictionary Corner, and we actually got onto the conversation of cricket and all the sort of nuanced sayings that we have, and short leg, fine leg, extra cover, long leg, and all these kind of magnificent words that you use. And actually, when she said them to me in that context, I was like, actually, we do play a ridiculous game full of ridiculous sayings, don't we? I mean, short leg. I mean, George Bartlett's at least 5'9". There's nothing short about his leg. Silly point, slip. I mean,
yeah, I get this. I get the silly bit though.
I do understand the silly bit.
You've got to be a bit silly to get in there. But yeah, it's the fielding positions. You know, when you talk to someone that doesn't know cricket, they must just think, what are you on about?
That was one of my comments about the various different positions. I did fully understand the silly point one.
So where did you meet Susie Dent then, Tree?
Well, I didn't meet her in person. I was actually co-hosting the BBC Somerset radio show on Friday before finals day.
I did see a little bit on social media about that, yeah.
Which I much enjoyed. It was a great experience. Had 2 hours on the radio talking.
Was that with Claire Carter?
No, unfortunately, Claire was unwell, so she stood me up on our first date. So hopefully we'll get to revisit that at some stage. As Lewis drops short again, and Tattersall plays a slightly more correct style of pull shot over Jack Leach at short mid wicket. And even though that's gone for 4, like Harry was saying, and I think you were saying earlier, I don't think Somerset in this situation will mind those sort of shots, because those shots, yes, they can bring runs, but they can bring opportunities, and this game desperately needs a cluster of wickets.
Yeah, they've got the man in there at that short catching mid-wicket. They definitely feel that that's a position that they can make something happen with the ball here, Somerset. So yeah, anyway, you're with on the radio show and Susie Dent.
Yeah, so we were talking about all the extraordinary different names and various things, and she had this marvellous sort of interpretation of what her idea of a game of cricket was. You know, she was talking about, you know, meadowed fields with a glass of gin and tonic and the sunshine. And I said, you haven't played much cricket in the Whipple, because that doesn't really sound like any of the grounds I've played at recently. But I was on the show with Vicky Clark, who was standing in for Claire Carter. Yeah, hopefully get some other opportunities to work on the radio. Really enjoy it. Yeah, it's amazing actually watching these talk show hosts and radio hosts actually do the disk drives as well. I mean, they've got this enormous amount of buttons and knobs and volume controls in front of them, and screens and all the, you know, interviews that are about to come on, and the time scale that you've got to keep the show to. So it's a fantastic array of skills, not just the ability to talk a little bit. There's Lewis Bowles, his future teammate Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Really good signing. I thought that before. He's churning out these runs at the moment, but he could certainly strengthen the Somerset team. 3-format player as well, which is going to be really good. Yeah,
he's an exciting player, and I think Harry was saying earlier that this is his first red ball game of the season, and you probably wouldn't know that from the way that he's played. He's been so assured at the crease and doing a very fine job here for Yorkshire, soon to be Somerset though, and yeah, I'm sure he's enjoying batting on this Taunton wicket, and he'll find himself doing that a little bit more in the future as well.
Yeah, first game next season, when Scott prepares a green one, he'll come down and go, what's going on here? This is not what I signed to play on. No, but this certainly looks a classic sort of Taunton pitch. Bowlers are going to have to work really hard for the 20 wickets over the week, if it's even possible at all. The batters will be licking their lips up in the dressing room, waiting for their opportunity. But a pitch you kind of predicted Somerset would have to play on at the moment. The batting issues are still lurking around, aren't they? And I think a good cricket pitch is certainly what Somerset needed after you know, a tough game against Lancashire and then the disappointments of the weekend. Nice to see, again talking about James Rue, nice to see his debut. Really interested actually. It was brilliant that he got the score in the first innings, but I thought it showed a lot of character and a lot of nous, the way that he played in the second innings to get 120 balls for 28. You know, playing the situation. You know, almost playing in innings, you know, beyond his years. I thought that was really impressive, and like I said, that on top of now watching him keep wicket certainly has a bright future, and another hats off moment to the Somerset Academy, and you know, producing players of that quality to step up into the first team.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about sort of Casey coming through, and you know, Somerset producing some fine seam bowlers over the years, but yeah, James Rue, fine example of a wicketkeeper that's coming through as well, and really is the future of this club.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's underestimated sometimes. I know Somerset in 4-day cricket haven't had the year they were hoping for, but you know, getting to finals day is an achievement in themselves. And if you have a look at the 11 now, you've got, you know, Lammonby, Abel, Bartlett, Goldsworthy, Rue, Gregory, Aldridge, Leach, Banton, out of the 12 on the score sheet at the moment that have all come through the system. So I don't think there are too many counties out there that would boast those sort of numbers. So the infrastructure at the club is obviously you know, doing what it's supposed to do, which is churning out first-class cricketers. I'm very happy to see Leach now over the wicket. I thought that was That was going to look like a very tired period of cricket if he would have pursued the round the wicket tact. Kola Cadmore obviously closing in on 100 now. A well played 95. Tattersall at the moment on 16. Yorkshire 219 for 5 in the 71st over. Leach bowling is 21st. A lot of overs for a spinner to be bowling in the first innings of the match.
Bartlett got peppered a couple balls before again there. He's in the thick of it. In those silly, silly positions.
Yeah, it should be silly point and stupid short leg, shouldn't it really? Not.
Oh, they're giving him a breather now.
Yeah, I've never seen him walk so fast. Take a few yards back, Bart. Yeah, no problem, Captain. Happy days. Still keeps the helmet on. Self-preservation at the 4. Leachy bowls again to Tattersall. Looks like he's getting a little bit of spin off the surface. I think it would be really interesting to see Leachy bowling at any left-handers. Hopefully there are a few in the lineup. Adam Lyth is obviously one that pops out there. It does look to be some decent footholds created by the likes of Jack Brooks and Machad Dalanga outside the left-handers off stump here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, but completely the wrong line for any right-handed batsman. So Leachy's bowling onto the good part of the pitch at the moment, so only getting a little bit of hold.
So clips that off his legs. Jack Brooks is doing the chasing right in front of us down here. Just going to settle for a couple of runs. Yorkshire move on to 221 for 5. Kola Cadmore edging ever closer to that. Well, it would be a much deserved century if he can get it here for Yorkshire. 95 not out. Tattersall building a partnership with him quite nicely here on 18.
Yeah, we need to keep breaking these partnerships as much as we can. Kola Cadmore looks like he's dropped anchor, just like yourself on the weekend at Chelmsford South. It would be hard to dislodge, but make sure we bowl as few deliveries as we can at him and try and attack the other end.
Full from Gregory and driven by Kola Cadmore, but only as far as mid-off where the big man Dalanga does the fielding. He's working hard on that ball, as you can see from his right leg.
Lexicographer.
Lexicographer. I've never heard of
what
that.
Susie
I've
Dent is.
never heard of that word before.
I was sent a nearly from a friend of mine.
And did you know that was what she was before you?
I wouldn't have just plucked that. It was on my notes from the show on Friday that I've just reopened. A lexicographer, someone who studies the English language. A friend of mine, Stephen, a vocabularian, someone with a large vocabulary, which is ever growing on your left ear. So, I mean, the amount of words rattling around in this tiny little brain of mine. Lad's taking a little bit of a breather here. Tom Abel's come up to talk to Lewis Gregory, discussing some tactics. Chant Dalanga working hard to get a bit of shine into this ball. Bit of a shift in the field, couple of catches short on the leg side, 2 men out catching. It does sort of intimate that Lewis Gregory's going to go for the wobble seam in delivery and mix that up with a number of bouncers. That's what the field would suggest, but is it a bit of a double bluff? Not much protection on the offside, so you would suggest that Lewis is very much attacking the stumps at the moment.
What are we going for? 3 mid-wickets?
Oh,
that'd be good, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This
Like it.
is the umbrella field. You only normally see that in Cornish club cricket on those slow pitches. But it's made it north to Taunton. Not sure either that's a double bluff or Lewis has got his line slightly wrong there.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a slip cordon in at mid-wicket. You've got DeLanger, Leach and skipper Tom Abel in there.
Yeah, the first time I ever played club cricket down in Cornwall, I played for a club called Callington, and one of the players, Godfrey Furs, he had a nasty accident. He was bowling with a protective glove on because he'd burnt his hand, and I looked at him, I said, what on earth is this field you've just set? He said, "Welcome to Cornwall, lad. This is the umbrella field." It's pretty much exactly what Tom Abel has set out here. So that takes me back about 25 years to my first experience of the umbrella field. But nice to see that, you know, Tom's thinking and trying different things. Definitely what you've got to do here at Taunton on a docile pitch. You've got to mix it up a little bit, keep the batters guessing a little bit. I like it. I like it a lot. Lewis Gregory putting a shift in here into his 14th over at the moment. Being a bit expensive. That's often the way that Lewis goes. Sometimes he can leak a few runs, but he does have that knack of, you know, a cluster of wickets. A little 2 or 3 for here would be absolutely what the doctor ordered. Right on cue, attacking the stumps. Cola Cadmore clips out off his hip out to the battered, the bruised George Bartlett for 1 run. Here the masochists in the room slow-moing George Bartlett getting peppered by the Yorkshire batters. I think it's one of those weird ones when you're in the field. When you see your teammate, once the initial "has he been seriously hurt" is gone, there's kind of that little ha ha ha, isn't there? There's a little bit of a tease. Bart's obviously taken 3 nasty little knocks there. Obviously we don't want him to be hurt, certainly not the case, but he'll be counting his bruises in the dressing room. In the showers later, his badges of honour, as they are called by the batters from back in the day. You get one in the ribs off a fast bowler, a badge of honour. Our partners here from WPA Health Insurance making all this possible. We thank them for their support, keeping this live stream going. Hope you're enjoying it at home wherever you are. I'm glad that fierce, you know, weather period we've just had is over. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was playing golf on the Tuesday when I opened my Sky app, the news app, and it said, the headline was in yellow, "Fear of death. It's going to be 38 degrees." And I was like, hang on a minute, 38 degrees? We spend thousands of pounds going to Spain to get exactly that. And it made me think, is there a magic potion in cheap lager and sangria that keeps you from dying in 35 degrees? Anyway, I was out there. Halfway through my round safe, it started raining. Fear of death in the UK for a little bit of hot weather.
And a few showers.
And it started to rain. I couldn't believe it. I was having a good little chuckle to myself in between making terrible scores.
And how was the golf, speaking of golf?
Yeah, it was
What
it was
competition
tough.
were you playing in this week?
I was playing in the PGA National Championships. I played really nicely. Didn't score very well. I unfortunately got bad break after bad break, but that can happen in sport. It's very much like, I suppose to put it into cricket terms, I got 4 or 5 nitbackers that hit me on the shin throughout my 36 holes,
okay.
and unfortunately didn't make the cut, which was a big shame. But I played at Bowood. I mean, it's a beautiful golf course, but it's so fast. I mean, the outfields looked like the pitch here at Taunton. I hit one of my drives 397 yards, which I've never done before. It was literally, if you hit the fairway, it just ran and ran and ran. And
How
every
far
time,
do you usually hit them?
well, about 300, but
Yeah.
it was insane. So you'd sort of, you know, as a golfer, you get your laser out, you go, right, that bunker's 380 yards away, no way I can hit that. So you hit your driver, happy days, and then you get down there, and my driver was finding lips to, it's just one of those weeks. Anyway, we're back here at Taunton. Tom Cola Cadmore, 98 not out. Batting nicely, and I'm sure some of our viewers are spectators in the ground, licking their lips, waiting for him to pull the Somerset Wyvern shirt on next year.
Yeah, he's certainly proving a point and why Somerset have chosen to sign him. But it's going to be Tatso on strike to Leach.
Tatters at the other end. See, I've played a little bit of cricket against him. He's the sort of bloke that I don't think, and I mean this very respectfully because he's a really good cricketer, but he's not a guy that you sort of look at on the team sheet and go, oh, he scares you to death as a batter.
But he just grinds you down.
But in this situation on this pitch, he's one of those players that you really don't want to see come in because he's got that, the Yorkshire steel through the system. He will not give it away. He will grind and grind and grind and grind. I think actually previous games this season he got a massive 100, but it looked like he faced about 2,500 balls. I mean, he's one of those players that will just accumulate. So a little throw of the dice here by Tom Abel just before we get to the lunch period. Merchant de Lange coming on. Wonder what the conversation here is from Tom Abel to Merchant de Lange. Come on, lad. Crank that engine up. Bowl fast, Babber. He certainly can do that, but
Back into the attack at
it's going to be tough. It's going to be a
Pavilion
tough challenge, but he's only bowled 9 overs, so he should be pretty fresh. He's got a big old carcass, but he's a fit lad. It'd be nice to see him bowl one of those spells that we've seen so many times before when he's played here as an opponent at Taunton. It'd be great if he could just knock over a couple of wickets here. I think lunch would taste a lot better, Soph, if Yorkshire were maybe 6 or 7 down and not 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Somerset probably be a little bit disappointed to have only got the wicket of weight so far this morning. He felt that it may have been an opportunity to try and go bang bang. Yeah, they'd love to see another one on the board, and I think if they were to get another one, if they could get Kola Cadmore as well, then that would be a massive scalp for them.
One thing we'll do today, I'll just invite any of the listeners. Championship cricket has its lull periods, especially if Leachy goes over the wicket to right-handed batters. My Twitter handle is @Triegs140 if you want to send any questions in, any observations that you're making about the game. Are there any future Somerset captains out there who have spotted a weakness in any of the techniques that you'd like to exploit? Send us your thoughts. Also, the club's Twitter page, social media is available for you to comment on. We love hearing your input, don't we, Soph?
Yeah, we absolutely do.
As long as it's positive, of course.
Yeah.
Because we are Somerset.
More positive,
We're
the
like
better.
Somerset's Ant and Deck, aren't we? Soph and Triegs.
Yeah, I feel like I might be Deck.
We need a
quite
name,
small.
don't we?
Luff and Triegs. It's a bit original, though, isn't it? Oh, great fielding there in the slip by Gregory, I think that is. Kola Cadmore was probably hoping that evaded him, and that would have been a century had it got past Gregory there, but not to be.
Yeah, there's not too many batters out there that don't get kind of affected when you got to 98. How did it feel on the week? You're mindful of it, aren't you, when you get at any level of cricket? I got 100 a couple of weeks ago for my club team, and I've played long enough and scored enough of them. You still get that, I really want to get those extra couple of runs or 1 run or whatever it is. You definitely feel it.
Yeah, I probably felt it less at the weekend, actually, just because of the situation we found ourselves in.
All about the win, all about the team in itself.
And it is, yeah. That sort of did distract me from, what I was on personally. Obviously, you're well aware of it, and when I'm facing and we only need a couple of wins, and you're on 96, you're thinking, right, whack this 1 for 4, come on. I think that's going to be it.
Lays one off there, just plays very late, runs it down to third man and completes 2 runs that takes him to those magic 3 figures. Well played, Tom Kola Cadmore. I think there's probably like a split feeling here in the crowd, knowing that this particular young man's going to be a Somerset player in the coming 3 or 4 years, or however long he's signed for. Fantastically played 100. Really well deserved.
And I guess there's the other side of, there's been in the nervous 90s, and then, that period when you do get to your century and you've got to continue batting, and do you lose a little bit of concentration? Did you ever find that?
It's weird, isn't it? I think there's no doubt that I think, you talk to any sort of performance psychologist or anyone who knows anything about sport, they talk about being in the zone and, concentrating or you know, having that focus. There's no doubt that, you know, getting a 50 or getting 100, you take your helmet off, you have a round of applause. It's very different to everything else you do in all the other runs you score. So you definitely come out of your little bubble, your zone, whatever you want to call it, for a split second, and you have to refocus. I know a lot of people will coincide getting 100 with change of gloves. They'll remark their guard, leg please, or whatever it might be, just to get back into that routine. But you do see it a lot. You see a lot of people get, you know, 100, 101, 102, and then out. It does happen. There's no reason for it apart from, like I said, you've just changed the process that's led you to the 100 runs. You know, a couple of my celebrations from back in the day, I used to have a bit of a head rush. You know, I think one of my last 100s I scored for Somerset, I screamed so loud, I think I burst a couple of blood vessels in my forehead. And yeah, it's an amazing feeling. As a batter, you know, you have so many bad days. I think someone like Boycott said, you know, he came up with the stat that if you have a perceived good day, 1 in 9, you'll probably play for England. I mean, that's staggering, isn't it? So there's a lot of days where you might get 20, a 10, a couple of noughts, a 40 that you're not happy with. So that stat kind of rings true for me, 1 in 9. So if 1 in every 9, 10 times you play, you get an 80, a 100. I mean, you know, that's something else, isn't it? I mean, I played close to 700 games of cricket, and I think I scored 25 centuries. 2500s and just over 150s. There's a lot of days in there where PDT did not come to the party. Do you know what I mean? So you've got to celebrate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes you do sort of bypass those milestones and stuff. We're not very good as humans, are we, about talking about when we do well and sort of bigging yourself up.
Oh, I don't know.
I feel like you might be quite good at that, Triggs. Yeah, it's going to be Renshaw into the attack then, after his 3-wicket haul at Southport last week.
Now that first delivery looked like some very agricultural right arm off spin. That looked very part-time. He's a part-time bowler, isn't he?
Yeah,
that's
being polite.
That's not unfair, is it? I think he is a part-time bowler. He's obviously got something about him. He's a tall lad, so he will get a bit of bounce. So we'll see how this plays out. I think there's that added bonus of, yes, he has. Tom Kohler-Cadmore out for dead on 100. Exactly what we talked about. He's come out of his bubble, and the worst thing you'd want out of your bubble is to face a part-time bowler. Renners has done the trick. Another point for Somerset. Yorkshire 228 for 6. Genius bit of captaincy from Tom Abel. Matty Renshaw doing the damage with a filthy bit of off-spin.
Filthy off-spin has been the undoing for Kohler-Cadmore, but take nothing away from him. A fine century here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, which is soon to be his home, but he'll be really disappointed. I feel like I might have preempted that one in terms of that.
I think it's a
at
great
100.
conversation for us to expand on. You know, we've just talked about that exact thing. Tom Kohler-Cadmore has played one of the better, most flawless hundreds you're going to see. He's faced Jack Brooks, Marchant de Lange, Lewis Gregory, Jack Leach, England's #1 spinner, and he's played beautifully. He hasn't looked like getting out. He's celebrated his 100. He's dead on 100 runs. And let's face it, Matt Renshaw is not England's or Australia's #1 spinner, and he's bowled a little slidey straight one, and you could tell he's just switched off a little bit. He's gone back to a full delivery, hit on the shin, absolutely stoned it out. There's got to be exactly the reasons we were talking about there. Just come out of his little concentration zone just for that split second.
I think there's nothing worse as well. You know, he has come out of that bubble because he's got a century, but you know when the part-timer comes on, like that's got to be in your mind as well. Like, I can't let this guy get me out.
Oh,
and you
100%, 100%.
And you feel like you should be scoring off him because he's a part-timer, and just a change of attack from Somerset. They're really surprised to see Renshaw into the attack, actually. You know, they've gone with Renshaw ahead of Goldsworthy, who's another spin option for the side, but yeah, Tom Abel will be chuffed to bits. I know what it's like when you make a bowling change as a captain and then they get a wicket within a couple of balls and you're thinking, oh.
The only bad thing about this is it's close to lunch, or it pretty much is lunch. Matt Renshaw will be unbearable in the dressing room now for the next 45 minutes. I assure you, he will be bouncing off the balls, talking everyone through it. He'll get the replay out. It won't surprise me if it's on his social media in the next 7 minutes. Keep an eye out for that, but fair play, Renner's done the trick. Oh, here we go. He's created a little bit of something. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. The part-time bowlers or perceived poor bowlers, I mean, there's something in your head that's, you know, it's the don't say don't thing, isn't it? Don't say don't get out to him. That's the worst thing you can do. You know that he should not get you out. But he's just done it, so fair play to him. Fair play to Tom Abel. Real good bit of captaincy there. Throwing the ball to the overseas superstar, but I think there's part of Tom Abel that's going to be head in hands thinking he's going to have to spend 45 minutes listening to it. That's going to put him off his chicken chasseur or whatever the chefs are serving up to the lads this afternoon.
What do you reckon? Just a one-over spell and say thanks very much, runners, but you've done your job here. He'll be chomping at the bit to bowl as many overs as possible after getting the big man, the guy that's got a century for Yorkshire out, Cola Cadmore. Fabulous innings. It's been great viewing from up here. You know, appreciating good cricket.
I'm not sure it's got to that stage. I think 75 overs with the new ball just around the corner. I think there's a good chance that we'll see Renners bowl a couple more overs. After, I think if the new ball wasn't a factor, then I don't think he would have one more. But you know, 1 for 1 off 1. Thank you very, very much. DeLanger's just now thinking, do you know, I bowl 90 miles an hour. I've just seen Matt Renshaw bowl like a frog in a blender, bowl a straight break, and got the main man out, and I'm running in, I've run in, bowling 90 miles an hour, and I can't buy a wicket. So frustrating, this game.
It's a good delivery there from DeLanger. Did that ever used to annoy you then, Triggs? You opening the bowl in and, you know, don't get any rewards, and then, you know, the spinners come on and
well, you know how
clean up.
You know how it can go. You know, it's one of those things, isn't it? You can bowl absolutely beautifully, and the next bloke down the other end can you get nicked for 4, and you know the next bloke bowls a long up drag down. It gets top edge straight up in the air, and they get a wicket. But you know, it's all part of the fun of the game, isn't it? It's what we play it for.
Tattersall just defending DeLanger into that short mid-wicket region. Just the 1 mid-wicket now. This is the skipper Tom Abel in there. 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and long leg down there. Tattersall just works that away for a single off his hip. Brings Bess on to strike. What do you reckon of this then, Triggs?
Well, he's all arms and legs a little bit. You know, it's not your classic off spin, but he's a tall man. Like I said, he was always going to get bounced, and I think Cola Cadmore's probably thinking he's going to get bounced, and he's gone back to a ball that he shouldn't go back to, and it's obviously just scooted on. I mean, any ball can get anyone out, but let's face it, if you were choosing one of the Somerset bowlers to face, you know, runners would be down the list. He wouldn't be the one that you'd think would get the main man out, but cricket is a magic game, and like I said, I think it's more to do with the concentration thing that we were talking about. He just switched off for a minute. There's no doubt that, you know, Renners has bowled that over because we're on the brink of lunch. The amount of times you have what you perceive as a silly dismissal just because the batters are half thinking about, oh, I've nearly made it through the session, I'm going to have a break now. You know, it's more of a concentration thing, like I said. Renners is nothing more than a part-time bowler, but he's certainly got the knack of picking up the wickets as he did last week against Lancashire. 3 for, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was 3 for 29, something like that, for 5 or 6 overs or so. Oh, Bess has flashed at that one. Nowhere near it, though.
I had my first tweet of the day. Someone, Eric, saying I was a bit harsh on the commentary, making out that Reynolds was bowling pies. Well,
I don't
that's
think
kind
we
of
said
not really
they
what
were
I'm
pies.
trying
He
to
wasn't-
say.
he
but
wasn't
is,
looping
but
them up, was
he
he?
is a part-time bowler, isn't he? There's no doubt about it. He's a part-time bowler. I mean, how many first-class wickets would have Matt Renshaw got in his career?
Langer in, and
But I think it's more the psychology, isn't it? It's the psychology of using him from Tom Abel that's the impressive thing. You know, it's he's taken 8 first-class wickets, best of the 3 for the other week. So you know,
he's doubled his wickets in the last
he's doubled
week.
his tally in the last week. So there's no doubt. You know, he's played 87 first-class matches and taken 8 wickets, 4 of them being in the last 10 days. So I think it's fair to say that he is a part-time bowler, but like I said, it's more the psychology. It's near lunch. It's you know, he's just got the 100. It's just a smart bit of work. I think it's very conscious from Tom to have bowled Reynolds at that time. One of the balls he bowled in that over was a pie. To be fair, it was a pie, but you still got to play it, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be Tattersall on strike to Renshaw then. Again, works that into the onside. It's going to pick up a single. Casey Aldridge out at deep square there doing the fielding. He'll be loving this as well, won't he, Renshaw?
Yeah, he'll be brilliant. I have a lot of message conversations with Reynolds. He's a great character. He's hilarious. Brings a real sort of fun sort of spirit to the camp whenever he's around. But yeah, definitely wouldn't want to be sat next to him in that dressing room. We'll have to send over the slow-mo to him. I think Ben's going to have to send him over the slow-mo so he can have a good watch of it while he's eating his banana split. By the way, everyone, I'm making up what the Somerset players eat. I have no idea what they serve up these days. Protein shakes galore, I've no doubt, energy drinks and all the stuff that top sports people eat these days. Reynolds with his golden arm into bowl again to Dom Bess. That's another factor. You're near lunch. You're facing a part-time bowler. You don't want to get out to a fellow off-spinner. Triple threat for Dom Bess's mind at the moment. He's got 3 don'ts going on. Over bowled.
Yeah, how often do we talk about this game being played in the mind? And yeah, certainly going to be a tricky period the next 6 minutes or so.
If you would like to, we do ask that no hard balls or footballs are brought onto the surface. The full square will be coned off. You can access the outfield via the Groundsman's Gate, the Riverstand Gate, and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion Gate. The stewards will hold members until our head groundsman.
Little call out from the announcer at the moment. I think it's just been announced at the ground here at the Cooper Associates County Ground that the spectators are allowed to have a little wander onto the pitch, which will be very, very nice for everyone who'd like to check out the grass. You know, any keen gardeners out there want to see how crisp those stripes are out there. Pick the brains of the ground staff here. I've always thought about doing that, trying to sort of become lawn proud, but it's just a bit too much like hard work, really.
I was going to say, I reckon it's quite time consuming as well.
Yeah, I thought about trying to do a natural, a proper putting green. And I'd watched a YouTube channel, and it was something like it was about a 3 or 4 month process. and the guy from the start of it to the end looked like he'd been, you know, he'd walked from Land's End to John O'Groats without a bath by the end of it. I mean, he looked like he'd properly worked for months and months and months to curate this thing. I don't think my two puppies would be too keen as well, and they cock their leg up against my flag, and I'll be throwing things at them to tell them to get off.
Oh, that would be funny.
Don't think that would go down too well. DeLanger comes in again, bashing away. Bowled a couple of nice balls. It looks like there's a tiny little bit of swing there on offer.
Yeah, he's trying to go a little bit fuller, isn't he? We saw him bowl 2 overs at the start of the day, where it's very much everything was going to be short. You could just tell that he was going to hit the pitch hard, and yeah, this spell before lunch, he's trying to find a little bit more shape on the ball, go a little bit fuller at these 2 batters. Oh, what's going on with his shirt?
Look at that, classic. His BO has got to such a state that's burnt a hole in his Somerset shirt and it's trying to escape. That's probably not one to hang up on the wall, that photo. But interestingly, I'm having a look at the Somerset Cricket Twitter page now, and I have to say, the ball that got the wicket actually has turned just a fraction. Looks like it's skidded on.
Yeah, it just trapped him on the
Very
crease,
good
didn't
piece
it?
of bowling. Certainly one that you'd, as a batter, want to come forward to, but actually a pretty decent ball. So, yeah, I'll take it all back. Matt Renshaw, front line off spinner. Hopefully he'll get a few more overs after the lunch interval, which is pushed back a little bit. 1:10 1. 3 minutes time. One more over.
During the imminent lunch interval, the Somerset Cricket Museum will also be open today.
He's bowled really well, but yeah, I think we'll have to dip into the old lost property box and get runners a new shirt for the next couple of games.
Yeah, I really want to know what's happened there. How is he? You know,
he's a very
maybe
long
just
lad,
bowling-
isn't he? He's a
bowling
very tall
exploits
man,
is
very
ripped.
long arms, long legs.
Yeah.
Maybe you know, him getting into that
Maybe it's to put
perfect
the batter
pivot
off as he-
position at the top of his action there has just ripped the shirt. You know, we talked there about, you know, earlier on about George Bartlett carrying on like Rocky from Rocky 4, taking those hits. Maybe Matt Renshaw's our own very own Arnold Schwarzenegger from Twins when he flexed the bicep and tore his shirt. Hopefully a few of you listeners are fans of films from the 80s who would know that reference. Probably not, but runners, one more over before lunch. Good session so far, I think, all in all for Somerset. A couple of wickets. Now into the all-rounders. Tatters, like I said, I think he'll be nuggety. You'll have to really work hard to get him out. But Bessie plays his shots. We know he's a quality player, Don Best, but can flash a little bit outside off stump as he's already shown so far. So I'm sure the bowlers will work on that line to him. New ball isn't far away, which is going to be a massive, massive part of the game.
I think the skipper Tom Abel's going to go under the lid here for the last over before lunch.
Yeah.
Spinner to spinner, do you reckon
Spinner
Renners
to
is
spinner. Well,
giving
Renners,
Leachy a bit of
knowing Renners,
advice?
will be telling Leachy how to bowl.
Yeah.
He will now be he is now in his head the senior spinner. Leachy, this is how you do it. This is how I grip it. You know, this is my thought process. So when you play your next Test match for England, you know, you think about that. Nice looping delivery on a length there from Renners. Looks like he's found a little bit of a rhythm there, so certainly something to work on. Everyone's got to start somewhere at the end of the day. I think actually years ago when Moeen Ali, you know, was young in his career, he was a fantastic bowler, but was very much a, you know, looked upon as a part-time bowler and became one of the best off spinners in the country and probably in world cricket. He certainly wasn't a frontline bowler when he started. He'd bowl the occasional spell, the occasional over, and then, you know, 3-4 years into his career, became a seriously, seriously good bowler. Maybe this is the start of an extra string to the bow for Renners. That, on the other hand, though, some sort of slingy, wider,
very
faster
round
ball.
arm. Yeah.
I think he can. Maybe that was what Leachy was talking to him about, the low slinger.
Yeah, he's certainly.
I'd like a replay of that last delivery, please, troops. If we could see that, that was definitely a little bit different.
Oh,
Much
he's
more
got-
classic
yeah, a couple of different actions, hasn't he? I think that quicker, slingier one there is, well, I was going to say it's easier to pick as a batter, but I think it was Cola Cadmore's undoing, to be honest.
Yeah, I think
Wasn't
with how
expecting
long Renshaw's arms are, that probably came from round the wicket. Come on, tech team, let's have a replay just before lunch. The array of skills that Matthew Renshaw shows. Finish off with a classic over-the-top off-spinning delivery. Yorkshire finished the session 230 for 6, 79 overs gone. Renshaw, the surprise package in the over. 1 for 2 off of his 3 overs. Some ingenuitive captaincy from Tom Abel. Fair play, change the field. The umbrella field was set at one stage. You had Leach round the wicket. Pretty tough pitch from the bowling perspective, so getting a couple of wickets and not leaking too many runs, I think all in all, really good session here for Somerset.
Yeah, very good session for Somerset. I'd suggest a couple of wickets and the big wicket of Cola Cadmore. That's what they really wanted, and yeah, surprise package of Renshaw on show.
We will be back in 45 minutes time for the resumption of the game. Look forward to a bit more Renshaw, I feel, and who will take the ball up the other end. Maybe the spin twins, Leach and Renshaw. Never thought I'd hear myself say that, but anything can happen here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in association with WPA Healthcare. We'll see you later on.
We would ask that you exit the playing surface 10 minutes before the resumption of play, which today, of course, will be around about 1:40. So other scores from around the country for you. Let's start off with the LB Insurance County Championship Division 1 games. First of all, to the county ground, where Northamptonshire 235 and now 71 for 6, Lancashire 132. So Northampton lead by 174. At the Kia Oval, Surrey 319, Essex 271 and now 118 for 3. Essex lead there by 70. They're off the field at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 225, Kent 165 and 198 for 4. Kent lead by 138, but weather interrupted currently. College Ground, they are playing. Gloucestershire 144 for 5 in reply to Hampshire's 457. Into Division 2, Derbyshire 224 for 4, replying to Notts' massive 618 for 8 declared. At Lords, Middlesex 182 for 4, replying to Sussex 523. And at the county ground, Leicestershire 499 for 7 against Glamorgan. So once again, a reminder, the Somerset Cricket Museum is open during the lunch interval and beyond, but not through to tea today. No entry fee, but a small donation gratefully received. And the book sale is on in the museum office. If you like cricket books, there are literally hundreds of them, many wisdoms and yearbooks. They're all in great condition, all at very low prices. So bag yourself a bargain. Remember, that is not a cashless part of the ground, so you will need real money if you go to the Cricket Museum book sale. The museum and its office are located just behind the Ondaatje Pavilion. wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks available from the usual outlets today. Stragglers, terrace concessions in the Trescothic stand, the Somerset bar, Somerset stand block 1. In the Lord Botham stand we have the Salt and Malt fish and chip bar and the Botham bar, each concession fully stocked. And members receive a 10% discount on concessions here in the ground. In addition to our concessions, we do have the ice cream van, Styles Farmhouse Ice Cream. Delicious it is too. And the ice cream van situated just to the left of the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. For spectators on the outfield, and it's great to see you taking advantage of the opportunity to stroll around the playing surface. Just be aware where the Yorkshire bowlers are running through in that area. Just be aware of players running past you and hard red objects also flying around at the other end of the field. Thank you.
on the last day. He come back and then he hit him. He didn't hit him again, but he gave him another belt. On the 49th, of July, tossed up, went back up the stairs, got a leg. Yeah, now we had that race in 2 to 8. Yeah, hang on. On the Sunday, let's let you know what we're talking about. On the Sunday, we had a bowling game. Josh Davey went into the game injured, broke down on the Monday. On Monday, Overton and Gregory picked for England. Next day, so all the guys have come in. Yeah. Yeah, that's because of COVID. Proper players all had COVID. No tweet, Josh. Yeah, that's where I don't like you. I got a video. Probably because we haven't got scored well. Well, we have changed. No, they signed it for 3 years. I've been talking to you. Oh, it's just a year. He was offered I was going to ask you about it. Fancy. What? Ain't you open? That's what I thought. What? Oh, Tom Edwards should have paid for it too.
Just reminded that the Taunton Area Committee is holding its annual barbecue at How's That Fitzhead. That's on Friday, July the 22nd. The evening will feature food, drink, raffles and draws. Tickets are available for members of the Taunton Area Committee and from Somerset County Sports. Somerset players will be in attendance, as will guest chef Andy Caddick. We've got some great auction items. Here's a selection for you: a day at the races at Taunton Racecourse for 2. 3 signed books from Jeffrey Archer, Brian Rose and Vic Marks. 2 tickets for Bristol City. A £100 voucher to Woods Cafe at Dolverton. A Joss Butler signed shirt. A 3-course dinner for 8 people cooked in your own home between November and the end of January. Somerset membership for 2023. 2 tickets to see the Exeter Chiefs and a signed rugby ball. And a hospitality box for up to 20 people, including free ground entry for a day of county championship cricket here in Taunton. So we have just over 10 minutes now until the resumption of play. Could we kindly ask that spectators on the outfield just begin to perhaps make your way back to your seats, so we can allow the ground staff to get the outfield ready for the resumption of play. Thank you very much indeed.
never done. None of it could do anything. Yeah, I went up there all week. Yeah, I didn't see traffic, but it's easy for me to get up at Bristol. Where's down here? Which one? An half hour? Yeah, we go straight to Bristol. Every half hour. Oh, that ground. No atmosphere. Since I've been going out there in the 60s. No atmosphere. No atmosphere.
A very good afternoon to Laura and Leslie Joint, waving at us madly from underneath the scoreboard by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, hopefully in the shade, and ready to enjoy another great afternoon of cricket. Great to see whether you're here today, Laura and Leslie Joint. you to our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance, and our ground naming rights partner for 2022, Cooper Associates.
Afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Peter and Harry in the chair to start this session off. There are only 4 people on the ground. 10 minutes ago there were about 400 people on the ground. We roll back the years here at Somerset County Cricket Club, and the fans that have made the way to Taunton had the experience of going out there and checking out all the fantastic grass that is adorning this beautiful ground here. The umpires are on the way. Hassan Adnan and Tom Lungley on their way to the middle. The rest of the team will be following shortly. Afternoon, Harry. Thanks for putting in a pretty decent shift the last few days.
I've been a marathon man, Tweaks.
Mate, that's very, very good of you. Like I said, this morning was an unforeseen error. Like I said, the Bleeden cow drive, then gridlock.
I did Google map Bleeden. I've never heard of Bleeden.
Then an about turn. There's Pern Farm, I think it is, just outside of Bleeden in Weston-super-Mare. They've got milking sheds across the A38, and the field where the cows do their grazing is on the other side, and they sometimes just randomly just pull a tractor across the main A road. And about 150 cows walk alongside your car. You end up with milk splashing up the side. It's a West Country problem.
Yeah, I have the same thing in between Holberton and Willand. There's a farm that I have to go between my house and my mum's house.
It's like a little mini version. You know that scene in Jurassic Park where the T-Rex's eyeball comes up to the side of the Land Rover Defender and looks in? I kind of get that, but it's a cow's eyeball instead. It's equally intimidating. They're quite big, aren't they?
Yeah, big cattle.
Great big sloshing udders, because obviously they go in to get milked. Sloshing udders, milk spray, unpasteurised milk, splashing up the side of my car. There we go. But
reminds me of that song, was it? I Like the Way You Move, when they did the cow parody. I like the way you move.
I was thinking, where are you going to go with
this?
That
you must have heard that.
Milk splashing up your car. That reminds me of the song. I wonder what the hell are you going to go with that? But we are back here at Cooper Associates County Ground. We're going to have a cracking afternoon here. We've had everything this morning. We had some high-quality bowling from Gregory De Lange. But we had a wicket from Matthew Renshaw. His 4th of the last 10 days, doubling his career tally. Looks like we're starting with Jack Leach from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. I'm pretty sure his spin twin, Matthew Renshaw, will be starting up at the river end with the new ball round the corner. Fascinating passage of play. It's kind of, what do you think, Harry? It's one of those, you know, me and Soph were talking about the whole psychology, sports psychology, getting 100, switching off, lapses in concentration, part-time bowlers, etc., etc. This is the classic don't get out time, isn't it? The don't say don't part of the game.
If you get out to the new ball, you think fair enough. But if you get out to the part-time spinners, Matt Renshaw's bowling ahead of Lewis Goldsworthy here, which is, I don't know if that's an insult to Lewis Goldsworthy or a compliment to Matt Renshaw. But actually, we're going to see a change of ends for Jack Leach, which is another interesting development.
Well, I don't think Tom's ever insulted anyone in his whole entire life. It's not the way the Somerset captain rolls. But Jack Leach, premier spin bowler for England, second spinner for Somerset, is on to bowl at the Trescothick stand end. Immaculate line and length technique. It'd be good to know that Matthew Renshaw, I hear, has put on a brand new cookery white long sleeve shirt. The holy one with the ripped armpit has gone into the trash. Rightly so. Looking very smart. As Tattersall has a sweep and under-edges it past the leg stump, and it runs away to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion for the first runs of the middle session here.
Yeah, this could be really interesting actually. We saw Don Bess bowl at Jack Leach, and Jack Leach take him into Lord Ian Botham stand yesterday. We're going to soon have the two England and former Somerset spinners matching up. Bess versus Leach part 2. It's like the Overton twins read the other week.
Yeah, it probably won't end up in a concussion.
Something's gone seriously wrong if that happens, isn't it?
Injury, but then again, Leachy has a knack of concussing himself, and not often when he's batting. So we'll see how that goes. Bessie, fine player, but again, Tatters digging in. It always surprises me at the moment because personally, I'm playing a lot of club cricket now. So that sweep really shocked me, and my eyes lit up, because obviously in club cricket, if you sweep and you don't hit it, even if you're 3 miles outside the line, you will be given out LBW. So it always surprises me now when I see anyone sweep. I mean, it actually doesn't even have to hit your pad in club cricket to be given out when you're
How many
sweeping.
rough LBW decisions have you had this year,
Oh.
in your opinion?
Anywhere on the body, the finger is up.
Does your name go before you in the
Well,
Western club cricket?
I don't want to speculate, but you know, sweeping does seem to be absolutely despised by the club cricket umpire.
I'd agree from the Devon League point of view. If you go to reverse sweep, yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's almost on the shot, isn't it? And we as fielders will shout, "Oh, it's got to be out. He's reverse swept it. It's got to be out." If you don't hit the ball, yeah, I know what you mean.
I think as well, I've seen a number of players for various reasons, depending on their technique, they will take middle and off as a guard, and as soon as they take middle and off, anything hits the pad, it's out. Even though they're taking middle off to get outside the line, which is obviously the professionals thinking.
Doesn't come into club game, does it?
Oh, he's standing across his stumps. That's it. You know.
So we've got the Devon title decider at North Devon at Instow this Saturday. Obviously the Overtons won't be there, and they got about 4 spinners. So do I take a million off guard to get myself outside the line, or do I think no, I'll just stand outside leg and just don't miss it?
Well, my philosophy at the moment in club cricket is I bat on leg stump, I keep my feet outside leg stump, and I don't move forward.
Just play off the back foot.
I've completely changed my technique, and having actually some quite good success with it. So
you hit 200 off the back foot the other day, did you? Or was this just against spin?
No, everything. I try not to move forward and just play with my bat and play it off the pitch, because you get such. I mean, it's maybe too early in the session to start talking about this. Is Jack Brooks surprisingly bowling from the Botham stand end, the river end here, the Cooper Associates County Ground. I thought Reynolds might have deserved another.
He'll be fuming, won't he? He'll be spitting.
Brooksy's having a little loosener, but then again, of course, it's 80 overs. Has the new ball been taken?
Yeah, Matt Renshaw's not taking the new ballers in, let's be honest.
I wonder if he's having one little loosener with the old ball. We'll be able to tell straight away. I think that looked like
new to me.
New ball, definitely
looked pretty dark red, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely shaped away towards the slip. So yeah, we have the new ball here at Taunton. 2 slips in, the field dramatically changes, and the game changes every time the new Duke is taken. So interesting pasture play. Maybe we should park the Trigo
we'll come back to that
technique from first class cricket to club cricket thing until the middle session when Leachy bowls over the wicket again.
Yes, good shout. I like that.
Everything's been padded away.
We'll have that in our notes. In an hour's time, that is our topic of conversation.
Be interesting. That could be a good one to open up the Twitter feed for all the amateur club cricketers that are listening today. Do you do anything that you haven't ever seen on television or at first class level that you've had success with in club cricket? I'd be intrigued. Oh, you're never too old to learn in this game. That's one thing I've learnt.
Always learning, always got to be taking things up, sucking them up like a sponge.
Yeah, because the old, you know, the backing across, expecting the ball whizzing around your ears at 85, 90 mile an hour. You know, you spend 5 or 6 days a week preparing for that, and then you go and play for Western-super-Mare on a Saturday, and you've got Dave from accountancy bowling sort of like 45 mile an hour back of a length, metronomically accurate. It's like a different sport.
Have you been listening to the Peter Crouch podcast?
No, I haven't actually.
You'd love that.
It's very good though.
Yeah, so in his phone book, he doesn't have surnames. He just puts the first name and then their job. So it's like Pete Cricket, or Pete Accounts, or Linda Travel, and just whoever he needs for, or Jim Plumber. And it's just brilliant. So wherever he needs it, he just searches what he wants in his address book and then rings the first name and gets them sorted out for him. That's an insight into the footballer's world. Didn't quite have that in your Western-super-Mare days, did you? Or
I think I've got a few people in my phone book as, you know, for I suppose a scenario second name rather than the actual second name, because also, you know, one thing you do find is you introduce and you get to know people by their Christian names quite a lot of the time. You don't often go down the whole, oh, can I have your surname as well?
Well, I've taken it on myself, and my phone book's now gone down that avenue. It's just easier, isn't it? You've got thousands of people on there, and you got 25 Matts. Like, you can't remember Matt's surname. You may as well just
Yeah,
put
I think the company thing that the modern phones have now is quite useful. You know, I tried to separate the cricket world from the golf world now, so everyone who's involved in the PGA is, you know, has the name, surname, and PGA.
Oh, nice.
Because, like I said, you know, there's only so many names out there.
Yeah.
And if you don't know the surname,
So go on then. Give us a brief synopsis of your golf performance this week.
oh, didn't we do that?
Oh, did you?
Oh,
Oh, I must have missed that. I must have
just
been
had
eating
one of
my
those bad. Yeah, just had one of those really bad scoring weeks. I mean, it's, you know, I've got some friends that play on tour. One of them actually is playing on the Live Tour, and you have these days where you look at the scorecard, you go, "God, that's quite unusual." And it's, I suppose when you start playing for a living or playing for your profession, you play a lot more rounds, and you know, people sort of comment on your scorecard, and you know, you just, I mean, it's just some bizarre bounce. We played at Bowood, which is very, very fast and bouncy because of the weather, and you know, I found a bunker that was a drive and a pitching wedge away, and my driver just went 387 yards into a bunker. I didn't even factor it in as part of being in play, but because of the conditions, and yeah, it was just.
That's the furthest you ever hit a ball? Up there?
Yeah, I would have thought so. I mean, it was like I said. You know, when you're trying to play at that level, you have like a batting innings. You have a strategy of how you're going to go about taking on the course. You know, I played a practice round, and you know, you hit 2 iron off the first. That leaves you with a whatever. As Lewis Gregory bowls a lovely away swinging delivery there too. Tatters. Thick inside edge down to the ground, unfortunately. Might have carried to a third slip, not sure.
A little bit short, I reckon, outside edge of Tatzel. Just
but Jonathan Tassel
soft
plays with, he does play, you're exactly right though, he plays with very soft hands. He's one of those players you have to get out. He doesn't give you a lot. He doesn't go hard at the ball. You know, he very much sort of, you know, stamps his roots down and grinds you down.
And fresh off a first-class best of 180 not out last week.
Yeah, I think that must be the one that I saw. A lot of balls,
Scarborough.
I thought. A lot of balls.
Yeah. Yeah, top knock that was. Although they did end up losing. Bizarre game of cricket. Jamie Overton promoted to number 4 in the second innings. He gave it a bit of a whack.
Give it a whack, yeah.
Surrey winning by 4 wickets.
Playing some good cricket, Surrey, this season, to be fair. Jamie Overton's really having a fine season. So, yeah, you have a strategy. And we had those very hot days of weather. And you know, you don't factor in certain issues that you need to avoid just because of how far away they were, and somehow my little white palette kept on finding some very, very bizarre nooks and crannies that I didn't think were in play. So there we go, missed the cut, didn't win a penny.
Bonus day here today.
And the bonus is I get to spend the day watching a decent bit of first-class cricket. Lewis overstepping there, a no ball.
God, we've had far too many no balls this test match.
Yeah, let's not talk about no balls after that final the other day.
Yeah.
No
Where were you
free
watching that
hits
from?
here in this proper cricket.
You weren't up at Edgbaston, were you?
No. I was on my way back from Winterbourne, playing for Western-super-Mare. My eldest son, Davis, scored his first team 50.
Oh, is this when he outscored you, we heard?
That was great. He did outscore me.
Nice.
Yeah, it's got to happen once or twice.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, a few of the Whipple teams were starting earlier because of the Derbyshire quarter-final the previous Saturday, but I suppose with Somerset having lost the first semi-final, there was no changing of times. Had Somerset got to the final, would it have changed?
We were actually on our way back at 6. We got sort of we got 280 and bowled them out for like 130. I started bowling a bit of off spin.
Did you now? Oh no!
It was a particularly
Tom Bailey,
surface, a very arid surface, and I got a little bit of purchase, not to the same quality as Matthew Renshaw, of course, but took a nice little 4 poles. Happy
Did you?
days.
Oh, great! Yeah, I remember Ollie Robinson and Ben Stokes had a little go at off spin, didn't they? I think Tom Bailey did it at Southport last week.
Yeah, it's
trendy, isn't it?
It's not difficult.
But why do no seamers try leg spin? They always go to off spin.
Because leg spin's hard. Off spin,
I'll take
anyone
that.
can bowl off spin, can't they?
There you go. You tell my teammates that. We've got 6 offies in the team, and they all bowl before me as the only leggy.
Yeah, that's because you're probably going to bowl 4 drag downs and over. Is that true?
No, more likely full tosses. Don't really drag it down. I just bowl so slowly. I just get so much grief for bowling it so slowly round the moon and back.
It's a tough, tough skill. I actually heard from a county junior coach that if he's got a young player in the system bowling leg spin, they try and get him to stop bowling leg spin as quickly as possible, just because of the odds of actually making it as a leg spinner is so remote.
That's harsh, isn't it? Sad.
It's sad. There aren't many. It's you know, 2 or 3, 4 in the game at one time in the world.
But I never bowled. I was always batted at bowling. 2 years ago, suddenly just tried it in the nets. It just came out all right. It sort of stuck.
You're a freak, mate.
I am a freak. I'll give you that.
Freak of
more,
nature.
more senses than one.
Hey, if you're around this weekend, get down to Instow. You're going to see an absolute display.
Yes.
Of 7th choice leg spin bowling.
I genuinely was.
Change.
I genuinely was 7th choice the other week.
You'd be taking the new ball from me, pal.
There you go.
Anyway, Yorkshire 242 for 6. The new ball has been taken. Yorkshire in a, I would say, relatively precarious position here. Quite a long way behind. They wouldn't want to concede too many here. Jonathan Tattersall's probably going to be the key for the Yorkshire innings now. A fantastic 100 scored by Tom Kohler-Cadmore this morning and yesterday. Played beautifully. The latest Somerset recruit. Still putting in a shift for his original county. So the Somerset faithful got a little bit of a preview of what they can enjoy over the next 3 years. As Jack Brooks bowls into Dom Bess, who fishes outside the off stump. As discussed, Bessie's a real quick scorer. He likes to play a lot of shots, doesn't leave many. But I suppose there is a little bit of a weakness there outside off stump. Just fishes at it a little bit. You know how good a player Dom Bess is, but he'll certainly want to get a few runs against his former club.
Yeah, weird, isn't it? Jack Brooks, former Yorkshire. Dom Bess, former Somerset. Roles reversed.
Yeah, the game has certainly changed. There's a lot more moving and shaking around this counties now. You know, people need to find their home, and you know, there's a massive premium on actually playing first team cricket now. People that want to play all the formats. You know, some clubs have different ideas, don't they, about, you know, a lot of clubs are going down that almost 2 squad rule now at the moment. You know, your 4-day squad that might have 2 or 3 players that play the T20, but then a T20 squad that looks completely remote from the 4-day squad. So interesting to see how that evolves over the next 5-10 years as Bessie plays and misses at 2 and then leaves the 3rd one. Realises that it's a pretty important time here.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time together, the Jack Brooks and Dom Bess. I remember hearing stories of them watching Love Island, and all the time Dom and Phoebe Schlee, his girlfriend, had to have Jack Brooks moving in with them for a bit. Spent a lot of time, the 3 of them together, socialising in Taunton. Back on this.
They'd have had some good laughs, those two. Both brilliant characters. Enjoyed playing my cricket with Dom Bess. I think actually one of my last sort of games or years for Somerset, I did 12th man with Dom Bess up at Headingley. We had a right laugh.
What were you laughing about?
Just everything. He's just a great lad. I think he talked me into shaving all my beard off and leaving just the moustache. So I had like a.
This is while you're 12 men?
Yeah, at lunchtime, just to try and because I think we were having a tough game and the boys were like, oh, we need to raise the lads, 12th men, you can give them all the drinks and look after them as much, but sometimes you need to emotionally pick them up. And Bessie goes, I'll tell you what would make everyone laugh. Shave all your beard off and leave just the tash. So all the lads come in after a tough session in the dirt to me looking like Freddie Mercury.
So they did it up in the change rooms, did they?
Yeah.
Bessie cut it for you?
No, I just nipped off with my razor and give myself a little.
Picturing you in the dentist chair, like.
And I think I might have even grabbed a Hoover and started singing "I Want to Break Free."
Yes, Freddie Mercury.
That's what you got to do as a 12th man.
Yeah, I like that. I can't say I spent any time in my life playing 12th man, but it's not really a club cricket thing, is it?
No, that's I think it's quite a dark place to be 12th man in a club game. Yeah. But it can happen. I suppose in big finals maybe you need to take that extra extra fielder just in case.
Yeah, we didn't quite make it finals day last weekend. We just went with a bare 11 for 2 games in the heat and just cracked on. We weren't not quite professional enough.
Jonathan Tattersall here.
A little bit of a away swing there.
Yeah, nice bit of shape here for Lewis. Real, like I said, a key wicket here. Jonathan Tattersall is renowned for dropping anchor, so it'd be great if Lewis can dislodge him here. It looks like he's hitting a nice rhythm. Nice to see George Bartlett in at mid-wicket, still on the field. Took a couple of nasty knocks in at short leg and silly point. Good to see he hasn't sustained any kind of an injury. Lewis, immaculate line of length.
So you talked about bowling off spin trees in club cricket. Have you ever bowled off spin in a first class game for Somerset or for Notts in your time?
Well, I bowled a bit of leg spin.
Okay.
I bowled leg spin. I got Raul Dravid out.
Did you?
Yeah, playing against Kent at the Moat. Raul Dravid was on 98. Jamie Cox always used to encourage me to practice my leg breaks because I used to bowl them okay. I used to bowl them as a kid and got the great man out. He always reminds me of that. I saw him a number of times in different parts of the world and he always used to say, do you remember that game where you got me out bowling leg spin? And I used to say, Rahul, can you say that louder? Can you say it again? Can you wait until everyone can hear?
The wall taken by
the wall out.
leg spin.
Caught and bowled, turned and bounced.
Is that because would bowling leg cutters be quite easy then in your seam ball
I
action?
genuinely used to bowl leg spin.
Okay.
I only bowled seam up because, again, like the old classic story of, young leg spinners, are going to bowl bad balls. And when I started playing for my club senior team, I bowled 2 or 3 bad balls and over and got belted by the blokes when I was about 13, 14. So they said, well, you're not going to bowl unless you bowl something different. So I started bowling seam, and it was like, well, I never really wanted to. 25 years later, still bowling seam up. But yeah, there's a couple of opportunities throughout my career where the wicket was playing a certain way, and I turned to a little bit of spin a couple of times. I reckon I probably bowled maybe 20 overs of spin in my first class career. A couple of wickets, at least a dozen absolute horror deliveries.
Yeah. How many of the wickets you took pitched?
They both pitched. I
Okay.
can confirm they both pitched. That's the main thing. They weren't quite as. I think that the Dravid wicket was a proper delivery, but my other off-spinning delivery was nothing like the calibre of Matthew Renshaw's delivery to dislodge Kola Cadmore about an hour ago. And right on glue.
Oh,
right
no.
glue. Look at that.
Oh, no.
Little cork cover. And it's the
That's a half volley, isn't it? Come on.
Look
Tell
at
me that's not a half
classic
volley.
Pivot. There we go. That was Hyderabad, so that obviously that hit a great big dust
Who's that
spot
then?
and popped
Who?
up. Mark Stoneman, our future England
Yeah.
opening batsman at the time.
Who's at the non-strikers? 38 on his back.
Not sure. That's irrelevant.
Who's keeping? Is that Barrow Keysvetter? How many years ago are we talking here?
I think it was 2013, so quite a while ago. I'm
Could
not
have been
sure.
a Butler or Keysvetter.
He was behind the stumps, but yeah, we'll. One thing that is amazing is if you are a seam bowler, when you do bowl spin, your action looks as like you're just bowling the same,
Yeah.
but you're just flicking your wrist a little bit. Yeah, certainly. There was a time where I think anybody could have bowled spin here at Taunton, but now we have a fantastic pitch again. Certainly one the batters are looking forward to having another go on once these 4 wickets are taken from the Yorkshire team.
Look at that puff of dust as Best flicks that into the leg side. Marching to Langer, big shanky, he's got big harmony. There's no 2 to him. Don Best thinks about it, but sensibly turns around. Quiet period here for Yorkshire, just rebuilding. Tattersall and Best playing themselves in. They're in no hurry, just getting through this new ball period. You think Somerset really need to go for the jugular here, take a couple of wickets.
That's always the question here at Taunton is how do you go for the jugular on a pitch that isn't really offering a huge amount of assistance? If you over attack with slips, for instance, if you're bowling your seamers, then you'll go for 4, 5 and over. It's almost inevitable here. And actually, the ball isn't really going to slip. So you know, a lot of the times, you know, that the umbrella field that me and Sophie discussed earlier, that's probably the better way to go, to attack the stumps and have catchers in front of the bat. You know, like a short cover and a short mid wicket.
Yeah, I
keep
like that
attacking
early.
the stumps with the occasional away swinger, making sure that if there is a little bit of an undulation in the pitch, a little bit of nip, that you're hitting the pads and you're bringing the stumps into play as much as possible.
That worked, didn't it? Matthew Waite caught Bartle at mid-wicket, bowled Aldridge. And Casey Aldridge took a great catch yesterday, get Harry Brook off Brooks with that catch in mid-wicket. So it has worked already in this innings. Not seen too much of a short cover. Plenty of good fielders in this Somerset team who are more than capable of the spectacular.
Plenty of good fielders out there. It's about creating the opportunities. You've got DeLanger, obviously, you know, as a bit of a point of difference. You could, you know, go bouncer for a while and have men out, spinner with men around the bat. But again, like I said, when the pitch not offering huge amounts, you know, every person you have in an attacking fielding position is one that isn't saving runs, and it's a bit of a fine balance, really. Often at Taunton, you end up playing a bit of a waiting game, but I totally agree with you. How long can you wait before you have to do something? Otherwise, you're just going to end up with an inevitable draw.
Yeah, I just want to see Somerset take the ball by the horns, really, take it by the scruff of the neck, especially when the new ball's, what, 4, 5 overs old? I think needs some magic. Didn't see Tom Abel bowl in, what, 80 overs? Didn't see Tom Lammonby bowl. I think you don't want to go to them yet with the new ball, but you've got to try something different before Yorkshire get parity. That's another squared up outside edge by Johnny Tattersall. Lewis Goldsworthy's been grazing the deep all game. I can't remember seeing Goldsworthy in the infield much today. I want to see him have a bowl at some point. But Marchant to Langer is having a word with the skipper here. Lewis Gregory's got the ball though.
Yeah, Lewis is getting a nice bit of swing at the moment. Brooksy gets a little bit of shape, but he's you know, a bit of a nip bowler, whereas Lewis really does swing the ball away quite a lot, which brings that sort of wobble seam straight delivery into play. Has a knack of getting clusters of wickets, but 16 overs, 0 for 65 is not the figures you'd expect from Lewis Gregory, so it'd be great if we could see him strike.
That's a full delivery, driven straight at Casey Aldridge. Good stop.
Lewis is a little bit light of wickets this season. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll say that.
I'm not saying that's, you know, necessarily a massive fault of his own. I've seen him bowl a number of occasions here at Taunton where he's just bowled without luck. I suppose it does go that way sometimes.
Yeah, didn't bowl particularly well by his great standards in the T20 Blast this year. That's a very different format.
No, I think the way he was used in that with almost exclusively 2 overs per game suggests that he's ailing with the body more than anything else. Yeah, he's, you know, nine wickets in the 7 games he's played so far. Certainly not the return you're used to seeing from someone of Lewis's quality. I'm sure that will.
Just getting up the stats from the bowlers in the championship after 8 matches played. Looking at the wicket takers. Craig Overton the standout, of course. He's got 26. Matt Renshaw with his 3. Siddle with 24. Brooksy 12. This is coming into this match, before this match.
Yeah, I think either batting or bowling, you know, the way that the championship has gone, I don't think would, you know, a couple of people have stood out. Abe's with the bat in particular, and
yeah,
You know, Siddle's bowled really well. Josh Davey, when fit and available, has bowled very well. Craig Overton is an exceptional performer for Somerset, we know this.
You make a good point there. At this stage of the season, for Gregory to not have hit double figures with wickets in first-class cricket is a surprise.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, he's found a bit of batting form, which has been really good. Yeah, I think that's one of the I suppose head scratchers. You produce a wicket that Lewis is effective on. We don't seem to be able to score the runs.
Yeah.
And then you produce a wicket like this where we score the runs, and then it's, you know, it makes people like, you know, Lewis and your Davies and your seam bowlers less effective. So it's a really hard balance to strike, really.
The other slightly worrying stat, just looking at the detailed analysis of Gregory coming to this game, is bowled 14 no balls before today, which is not quite Shannon Gabriel levels, but
Is he a high-performing no-ball bowler? Is that what you're saying?
Shannon Gabriel, most
Does he bowl
definitely.
a lot
Yeah,
of
a lot of no balls. They bowled 52 no balls in the 52 extras in the first innings. Let me get most of them were no balls. In the first innings, the Somerset innings, when Yorkshire were bowling, yeah, Shannon Gabriel incredibly slow for the overs as well. Doesn't help his cause, but they bowled 26 no balls. Shannon Gabriel had 8, and then obviously they count for 2 runs. So
well,
16.
I saw a way that a coach can stop no balls.
Go on.
So years and years ago, I went to Zimbabwe to play some cricket out there, and we were doing, you know, getting ready for a T20 competition, but also preparing to play 4-day games. And I was playing for the Mashonaland Eagles, based out of the Harare Sports Club. The late great Kevin Curran was the coach there.
Yeah.
And he was fed up with all the bowlers bowling no balls. Kyle Jarvis, who played for Lancs, was there at the time.
Kyle Jarvis,
Ryan
very good bowler.
Tedescarter was playing for us, and myself. Elton Chikinbura. There were a number of other quality players, but there were a lot of no balls being bowled. So Casey came to training one morning, and he had a piece of 2x4 with some nails whacked through them, and he put it a shoe's length over the no ball line and said, if you bowl another no ball, you're gonna find out about it. So this like absolutely medieval looking bit of equipment was just over the line, and we had to bowl our bowl throughs with this staring down at us. And after about 2 or 3 sort of balls, all the bowlers were bowling, you know, nowhere near the pace they'd normally bowl, and I think it was reduced to just the piece of wood without the nails after about 10 minutes. But do you know what? It worked.
Fair enough. Can't argue with that. Now, we meant to have Zimbabwe opening bowler. Do you remember Donald Trapano? No. Used to open the bowling for Zimbabwe in the 2015 World Cup. He was meant to be our overseas for this year. He was all set to come. Here, all set to, can't wait to meet him, bowl us in the nets. And then got called up for a Uganda series in the middle of the summer, so playing with that in overseas this year. And I wasn't best looking forward to facing him in the nets, to be honest with you. Clocked at first, 34 now, but yeah, 15 test matches, 95 in test matches, but he bowled quick. He played for the Mountaineers and the Easterns in Zimbabwe.
It's always a great thing, club cricket, first-class cricket in the UK, welcoming people from all over the world to come and play over here. It's a brilliant part of the English game, that's for sure. Very welcoming.
Good shot that from Johnny Tassell, pulling Jack Brooks for 4. In front of square there is a deep square leg, a deep long leg, but he's hit that quite comfortably in front of square. Jack Brooks not really quick enough to hurry a diminutive figure like Johnny Tassell, who's faced plenty of short balls over the years.
Yeah, a bit of a gamble ball there from Brooksy. Probably willing to take the 4 runs on the chin just to try and push him back. It's not always about trying to hit someone or get them out with that ball, but it's just to let them know that there's a bounce around the corner if I wanted it, just to try and peg the footwork back a little bit and right back onto a length. That's normally the tactic for fast, seam bowlers of Jack Brooks's pace, to chuck the other one in. I think the phrase "just to keep them honest" is used, just to make sure they're not too keen on pushing forward so much.
Fair comment. We got a bit of a shout out to the cameraman, Brad Leeds United fan watching from Yorkshire says, now this is a pro cameraman. Wish we had this up at Headingley. Shout out to Andrew and Henry, our interns, who are on the cameras down below us. Well, they're not eating chocolate cake, that is. So James Ruse keeping the gloves all innings for Somerset, and he's going to have his fellow keeper Tom Banton bring him a drink out now. Not mega hot today, but still worthy of a drink. We could give you some. There's Andrew, the cameraman. Top work he's done on there. He made his debut for Sky Sports the other day. There we go. There's a thumb up. He loved it when the Sky cameras were here for the, I think it was a Derbyshire quarter-final.
What a game that was. It feels like a long, long time ago.
It does, doesn't it? George Scrimshaw bowled superb in that game despite the other 16 overs going the distance. And then he's back here 3 days later playing for the England Lions against South Africa.
He's one of the seriously good players. I mean, I made a comment, maybe I shouldn't have said it, you know, on my social media during that game, you know, when it was obviously a complete massacre, and I made the comment that it's first versus second division on show right here. I think that was my comment, and I think I obviously copped a little bit of stick for saying that, but my point is, I think you look at the teams, you know, Derbyshire in terms of a club, very much a second division team, have been for the best part of 20 years. Very rarely come up into the top division. I think that depth in those teams shows up at times, and it certainly did on that game. And if I would have elaborated on that particular tweet, you know, the facts are that there were Lewis Rees, Wayne Masden and Scrimshaw. 3 of those names you think are, you know, if they have a day out, we're in trouble here.
Yeah.
And then you have a look at Somerset's 11, and there are probably 9 or 10 blokes that, if they have a day out, you're going to win the game.
Glorious,
and that's that was kind of my point. Maybe I didn't articulate it. I didn't have the 140 characters just isn't enough.
Isn't enough for you to get your points across.
But I think that the big, and I think we will see this. Unfortunately, I know we've got passionate cricket fans all over the country that support their respective counties, and I know there are 18 of them. But there are clubs getting bigger and bigger than the others, and it's going to happen even more. And I think games like that, when you just look at, you know, if you put those 2 teams against each other 10 times, Somerset winning 9 of them, in my opinion.
Yeah, fair comment. I don't think Derbyshire would massively argue with that. I mean, they were missing Shah Massoud, which was a massive loss. He was up there with Vince and Rousseau for the top run scorers in the competition as an overseas captain. He's got that class at the top of the order. But the fact that Somerset never played Derbyshire in all the years of T20 Blast is ridiculous, isn't it?
It's great, but that
sad,
goes to show that Derby don't qualify very often as well. So, I mean, it's tough. Like I said, it's probably quite a divisive thing to mention. But when you see a big quarter final, I mean, what was it? How many did Somerset win by?
265, 191 run win.
Yeah, it was ludicrous, wasn't it? I suppose it was just one of those games when nothing kind of went the way. But
which I also think is what Somerset needed to chase that final stay on Saturday, which was bizarre, the exact same figure. £191 run winning margin, yeah, the biggest in Blast history, and 265 just eclipsing that Birmingham Bears game a few weeks before. Yeah, Ben Green coming in at the first 2 balls for 6s. That sort of helped the cause when it was in the balance, as if they were going to get that record. That's a bit of a extra bounce into Donbass.
Nice bit of movement there. Give Lewis some hope. I mean, I've got to say, at the moment, watching the cricket at the moment, watching the days play, watching the body language, you know, playing here for so many years myself, you kind of sense a body language that everyone on the field kind of sees this game meandering a little bit at the moment. You know, day 3, we're not through the first 2 innings yet. I mean, it's certainly looking that way. It's going to take something special, I think, to turn this around.
They've done some magical moments and breakthroughs Somerset have in recent games this year. The Essex game to nearly come back and win with such a low-scoring game, but yeah, you're right. This is asking for quite a lot. 15 away from the follow-on now are Yorkshire, 150 runs.
And if the follow-on total is past, which it almost certainly is, it is going to take something quite miraculous or a humongous collapse for this to to turn out a positive result. And I suppose actually, you know, the third innings is, I think the game at the Oval that Somerset lost, it looked like it was a 400 game, and the third innings Somerset collapsed. I mean, it actually does quite pressurise Somerset's next batting innings in some ways. A real docile pitch, but you know, the Yorkshire bowling attack, they'd have had a lot of time with their feet up, resting and ready for a bit of an onslaught. So unless Somerset can get a couple of wickets soon, they're going to be under a bit of pressure come tomorrow.
Shall I make way and get Sophie Luff back into the attack?
You can, mate. Well, it's you know, you've made a big fuss about me being late this morning, so I better do an extra little shift, shouldn't I? I hope the listeners don't mind. Jack Brooks coming into bowl again, getting a little bit of swing away from Jonathan Tattersall, who's looking very, very organised. Got himself in. As I keep saying, he definitely doesn't give much away. James Rue gloving the ball beautifully today. First time I've seen him keep wicket at this level. Looks like he's doing a fantastic job. Coming off the back of a really good batting performance in his first-class debut. Another cracking young player Somerset producing here. Sophie Luff back in the commentary box next to me after a very long stint this morning. Soph, you must be exhausted.
Yeah, it was a long session actually. Didn't have a breather, but don't mind covering for you, Triggs. Holding the fort.
You know, I'd do the same. Maybe not for like an hour though, 15 minutes or so, but going above and beyond the call of duty as Jack Brooks drops short. Jonathan Tattersall doesn't quite time it, but gets enough of it through straight mid-wicket to the river stand for 4. He moves on to 43. Yorkshire 2, 63 for 6. So, captain's hat on, Soph. You're out there, you're Tom Abel. How are you taking these next 4 wickets? What's your game plan? What's your message to the bowlers?
I think I'd go sort of shorter spells and just keep rotating and try something a little bit different. I mean, they obviously used Renshaw, didn't they?
2s and 3s? 3s and 4s?
Before the new ball. But yeah, maybe sort of like 3 overs from a bowler, and then, you know, if they haven't got me that wicket, then keep chopping and changing. He's got a lot of options out there, as Tom, so...
Obviously, you're Tom Abel. Are you bowling yourself?
I reckon so, actually. Yeah, he's got a knack of picking up wickets when he bowls himself as well, hasn't he?
Certainly has. I think it's one thing that, you know, looking to ever evolve the quality of production here at Somerset County Cricket Club, you know, is there a niggle? Has Tom Abel got a little bit of a niggle? Is that, you know, is that information we need to pass on? Because I'm sure there are a lot of listeners, including ourselves, that are kind of scratching their head thinking, could do with Abe's having a bat here. But right on cue, Tom Lammonby is taking his jumper and hat off, unleashing that wonderful mane of curly blonde hair.
This is proper old
so
school,
yeah,
isn't
so
it?
there's a change in tact straight away. Left arm seam, Tom Lammonby. Really interested to see if he can get this new ball swinging. Good opportunity for him to bowl. Actually, the new ball, you know, the ball's only 9 overs old, so plenty of hardness and shine there for him to work with.
Yeah, I think this is a good ploy by Abel. I am surprised to see Abel not bowl himself, so I reckon he might be carrying a little bit of a niggle or something along those lines, because usually he does back himself, doesn't he? Or he certainly has in the last couple of years with the ball, and he's someone that can swing it as well. But
well, so he should do. I mean, he's got a really good record. I don't know exactly what it is, but he's certainly taken a lot of wickets for Somerset in his career to date, and a pretty good rate of knots, I think. I'm right in saying. I'm not really much for stats, but I know that every time Abe's bowls, you always see 1s, 2s and 3s next to his name. He's pretty consistent. always manages to get breakthroughs.
Yeah, I'm going to just try and... Just hearing that potentially he's got a little bit of a hamstring niggle. Obviously don't want to make that any worse with him bowling. And
yeah, he's such a finely tuned athlete, Apes. You know, he probably finds it very easy to pull hamstrings. But then the older you get, it also becomes pretty easy. I think I pulled my hamstring this morning getting out of bed, rush into my car to make sure I'm not late. That didn't work, did it?
just going to see if I can find out when he actually last bowled in county championship.
Yeah, I know he has
Somerset.
had a history of a couple of hamstrings and the knee that he hurt in Australia, so I'm sure there's a reason behind it. But Lammers, with his change of angle, instantly changing things up, nearly caught the outside edge first ball and squaring Dom Bess up second. So love that bit of point of difference. Really do like seeing left arm bowlers bowl. They always seem to generate opportunities. Hopefully this can be one of those cases. 263 for 6 Yorkshire now. Bess 8 and Jonathan Tattersall 43. 60 overs remaining in the day. Absolutely crucial that we have Somerset batters getting their pads on in the next hour or so. Otherwise this game is going to drift into day 4 and beyond. Much chance of a result unless Somerset can just nip a few out, get a nice lead, be positive for a couple of sessions, and just have a little 2-session go at Yorkshire at some stage. That's the ideal scenario. Looking into my crystal ball, will it happen? It's in the hands of Tom Lammerby at the moment.
Yeah, hopefully Lammers can make something happen here. I think it's a good shout by able to bring him into the attack and just see what he is offering. You know, that's a great shot through wide mid on there, beating the mid wicket fielder. Dom Bess is going to move to 12 with that shot. It's well timed.
Nice bit of shape on that though. If he misses that, that's in trouble. So yeah, that's swung back in. That's sort of an inside half of the bat. So yes, it has gone away for 4, but I don't think Lammers and co will be that disappointed with seeing that bit of shape. So he's beat him on the outside a couple of times and nearly on the inside there. So certainly creating a little bit of movement.
Delanger again working hard on that ball. Somerset will be wanting to try and keep this ball in as good a condition as possible. Keep making things happen, keep that swing going. Bess defends that nicely to mid-on. We'll see Jack Leach doing the fielding. We haven't seen much of Leachy fielding it mid-on at this end. He sort of found himself out on the boundary when they've been bowling from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. But
he likes a little graze, doesn't he? Go down onto the boundary, have a little graze, contemplate life, dreaming of batting at Headingley.
did you see a shot yesterday?
I don't think you could have an internet connection and not see that shot if you're involved in the cricket world. It was spectacular how unorthodox he made it look, and he made an unorthodox shot look even more unorthodox by the way that he did it. But he got a good piece of it, to be fair, didn't he?
He did, yeah, right out the screws.
Nothing Leachy does ever surprises me. He just has that knack of coming up with great bits of cricket. As Delanger's offered his cap to Tom Lungley, the umpire.
Coming into the attack from the river end, number 90.
Nice new ball spell. 10 overs old. Plenty of hardness about it. And get stuck into these Yorkshire middle order batters.
Yeah, hopefully we see some pace here from Delanger. He was getting it to shape a little bit before lunch in his spell there, so hopefully with this new ball as well he can find that again and trouble the Yorkshire batters. Tattersall's looking pretty set though, isn't he, on 43, faced just over 100 balls. Like you said, he's grinding things out there, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is. He's a very organised player, very methodical in how he goes about his business. I was just Looking at your notes there, marvelling in wonder at your notes that you've made on today's game. Very, very professional of you, Soph. You've got your Western Storm diary or whatever it is, your notepad.
My notepad, yeah.
Is that the captain's notes?
No, this is actually just my commentary.
You've got the Western Storm notepad. I mean, look at that. I mean, I went through 5 years at school and never wrote that much. It's fantastic.
Yeah, a bit old school, innit? Pen and paper.
I'll be looking over your shoulder if I get stuck at any stage. Just trying to,
there's nothing really
copy off
untoward in there. There's nothing that the scoreboard doesn't tell you, actually, to be honest, Treeks.
I'd have been drawing pictures and doodling. There'd be nothing
I wondered where you were going
even
with that
remotely interesting. Anything that would have been spray painted on the side of a wall or a train station toilet would probably be what I'd be doodling in my little notepad.
Yeah, I've actually got two. This is just my commentary ones. All the games that I've done so far this year. My captaincy one is in my bag, and that's just so many pictures of field sets and nothing exciting in there. All our plans to opposition, I like to keep a note of.
Very, very thorough. I suppose you've got different characters, don't you? You've got people who... Do you find... does that give you sort of performance comfort to know that you've done that preparation? Is that kind of how you work, your brain works?
Yeah, I do like to sort of write things down and sort of see things on a piece of paper. I think it goes in a lot more for me. You know, you be in a meeting and your opening bowler's saying, right, well, to this batter I think I'm going to have X, Y and Z, but I need to be able to visualise that. Because these days there's so many different plans, different players. There's a lot to remember at times. Oh, that's a good ball. Beats Tattersall on the outside edge there, does DeLanger. Still wicketless in this innings though. Hasn't had much luck.
I think my brain's a little bit more like Homer Simpson's. I've got a little toy monkey beating a set of drums inside my head all the time. Nothing much going on. I must say what you see, react at the moment, kind of. I always found that I would always try. I've done that a number of times. I bought myself a notepad, bought myself a diary, and I get I write my name on it. You know what I mean? Pete Trigo.
Yeah.
Age, address, if found, please return to. And then I reckon I'll probably do some reasonably decent piece of writing in it once. Yeah, and then it's just, and then I'll find it 5 years later. Oh, I've got that. There's a new notepad there. Never used that.
Yeah, I'm very sort of methodical and detailed in how I prepare and how I reflect on things. And yeah, like you say, you need different characters, don't you? So I
think my nan once described as DeLanger does dislodge Jonathan Tattersall, fishes at one outside off stump, nice away swinging delivery, catches the outside edge. Yorkshire 267.7. That's a massive wicket. The guy that literally can bat all day is back to the pavilion, much to the delight of the Somerset team and crowd.
Yeah, great wicket there from DeLanger. He's deserved that as well. He's running hard into his 13th over of this innings. Tattersall looking to almost leave that one,
shot, wasn't it? A bit
yeah,
of a fish.
Didn't leave it, didn't play it really. Just got caught in two minds and yeah, got a little bit of bat on it through to James Rue, who did the rest.
Again, James Rue just pouching it like it was nothing. He's taken to first-class cricket like a duck to water. Brilliant signs there for Somerset. Nice, healthy lead at the moment. 3 wickets left to get. And even though I think there are not many such creatures as tail-enders these days, we are now very much into the bowlers, or the bowling all-rounders as they're probably called now. So certainly an opportunity here for Somerset to grab themselves a nice little sizable lead. Somewhere in the region of 100, I think, would be absolutely fantastic as Casey Aldridge takes his hat off. It looks like the Lammerby experiment has come to an end after 1 over. Bit of a surprise there, but I think Tom Abel sniffing a bit of blood here with that wicket taken. Casey Aldridge has bowled exceptionally well for his 14 overs so far. 1 for 21 he has, and 1 for 33. March and DeLange, both tall, both have pace. Casey has a good knack of swinging the ball as well. So good challenge here for Don Bess. And
Casey Aldridge.
Thompson here.
Yeah, Thompson no mug with the bat, as he's actually in pretty good form after finals day on Saturday, I think it was. I think he got rapid half century. Not many balls at all. Might need to be a little bit more watchful today, though.
Different sport with this red Duke ball, isn't it? Test his technique a little bit. See how we go. Yeah, fascinating stuff. Watching all your notes. Like I said, everyone's a bit different the way they go about their business. I reckon Casey's he's a notebook kind of fella. He looks like he's well schooled, and he's just got a wicket. First ball, Don Bess, a loose cover drive straight to captain Tom Abel. Casey Aldridge has struck with his first delivery. Yorkshire now in a spot of bother. 267 for 8. Don Bess, former Somerset player, wandering back to the pavilion.
Yeah,
an excellent little passage of play.
Lovely spell from Somerset here. That's a real poor shot, poor option from Bess there. Just lost the wicket of Tattersall and going for the big booming drive. First ball of Aldridge's spell this afternoon.
Think about the next batter in. Up in the dressing room, 2 wickets, 2 balls. There are pants
Still
and socks going everywhere
up
at the moment. He's probably got odd shoes on, someone else's glove. Well, might do a Bob Willis and walk out without his bat. No, he's got his bat.
Oh, he's ready to go.
He's actually.
So when did you pad up? Just.
I used to have so 2 wickets out. I just have whites on, whites and spikes.
Okay, so then as soon as you are next in,
then
that's
everything
when
else would go on.
Okay.
So I was occasionally a little bit panicky. I think I went out a couple of times without a thigh pad on. Yes, yeah. I suppose like we were talking about, you've got your preparers, your methodical types, and then you've got plonkers like me. Like I said, my nan once described me as flying by the seat of my pants. I don't quite really understand that phrase, but I get the sentiment. Winging it, I think's one way. Certainly something I'm looking to evolve at the moment. I've actually started sort of talking to a performance sort of coach. There's a couple of psychologists that I've worked with in the past. John Pitts, who was here.
How well do you know Pittsy?
Yeah,
he's
really
just
well.
done some. He's just sort of joining back up with Western Storms to do a little bit of work as well, which is exciting.
I think Pitsy's brilliant. We have the odd message exchange and catch up every now and then for a coffee. Pitsy's brilliant, and a chap from Western-super-Mare, James White, who helps me out with my golf side of things. That ability to look at things in a bit of a more of a positive light. I think a lot of sportsmen have that sort of negative out view of stuff, and sometimes I can get a little bit negative about what I'm trying to do, and he's always on the end of the phone sort of picking me up and making sure I look forward. James White, he runs a sales mentoring business, and I can see how sort of that people with that sort of upbeat outlook can have a real big effect on people in sport and business. I like it. I was never huge with the psychology stuff when I was playing, but as I've got a bit older, I've started to lean on people for, to get me out of my negative, way of thinking that I can get into sometimes.
And do you think that's coincided with a change of sport as well?
Yeah, and certainly the search to be better. I think when you're a fly by the seat of the pants type like I am, you kind of just, you kind of get into battles all the time, and you just play. Whereas when you get a bit older, you're always trying to find and actually, if I'm honest, being more mature, you start to try and find those little percentages. And I've found that talking to people who help me be more positive, you know, something I probably wish I'd have looked into a little bit more. You know, you can, you know, I would say you have runs of bad form sometimes. I think I would have snapped out of them quicker with people's support, rather
Yeah, I
than
think
just
it's
being my, you know, rather than just dwelling on it myself and, oh, I'm in bad form.
yeah, I think it's finding what works for you as an individual, and just making sure that you've got a network of people that, I think trust is the biggest thing, isn't it? With those people, they know you at your best, and they can almost try and bring you back into that zone, which as an individual you get sucked into when things aren't going well, and you sort of escalate it into this, you know, negative cycle. And, you know, having a good group of people around you that know what you look like when you're at your best and remind you of the things that you do really well, it's really important.
No, definitely. I mean,
Is that Bessie
think
just
Bessie's
watching
having
him
a
self-slap
little
it
look
to
at-
cover?
yeah, I'm not sure. You know, if it was an LBW or a contentious nick-off, maybe, but yeah, I'm not sure. You know, a lot of the batters like to review their performances, but I think that will be probably looking back with a bit of disappointment there. Maybe seeing if it just, you know, a puff of dust maybe that will held in the pitch. That would probably be the only reason why a cork cover would be reviewed, but I'm sure.
And were you someone that used analysis quite a lot? Were you someone that wanted to?
Only when I played well. No, one thing that I found interesting, you know, you talk about trust, which is which is absolutely right, because with any relationship you have with someone helping you from a performance mindset point of view, it is about trust. And one thing that I found was with Pitsy, he used to make me talk about when I played well, and make me realise there were certain characteristics of how I prepared and felt in the heat of battle, and just try and remember those states. I won't go into Texas. We actually, even in a 4-day game, have not got that long. But with James at the moment, and this is the great thing about this particular, you know, these conversations I have, is we talk a lot, and I do well, and it's like, well done, mate, you've done well, and all that sort of stuff. But he really steps his game up when I've had a bad day. Do you know what I mean? And that's so as a sportsman, I think when you're having great, you attract, when you're doing well, you attract people into your world, don't you, a little bit, when you fly in. But only certain people stick around when you're not doing so well,
Yeah,
and that for
absolutely.
me builds a great level of trust. And yeah, we'll see how that develops. Oh, as DeLange gets the outside edge of Thompson, Gregory and Rue have left it, and it's gone in between keeper and first slipper. I must say that I think that was a lot closer to Lewis. Neither reacted. Yeah, it looked like that's very close to Lewis there, at maybe a 1.5 slip. He's down on his hands and knees at the moment. I think he knows that he probably should have gone for that.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a
Never like
spectacular
that
catch
1.5
as well,
slip
but
thing. I always used to have a go at Trez when he used to do that. Trez, no, back to 1, and he'd stand there. No, I'm not bowling until you get back to 1.
Oh, he's got him.
But it
Doesn't
has
matter.
cost Somerset just the 4 runs as the next ball is dragged onto middle stump. Yorkshire now 273 for 9. One more wicket to get, as I'm being heckled from behind by Max Waller. The only person that would get away from doing such a thing. Great to see Max in the commentary box, gravitating to the WPA health insurance comms box. He loves it up here. But then again, he is fair-head. He needs to stay out the sun, doesn't he? Soph, what do you make of that great passage of play here?
Yeah, unbelievable.
Somerset.
And Yorkshire still need 1 run to avoid the follow-on. So could it happen here at Taunton? DeLange making things happen.
There's the man. Somerset's all-time leading 2020 wicket taker, Max Waller, in the hutch.
Is he up here to do a stint?
You know, he's coming. You know, Somerset fly in and he just turns up. Do you know what I mean? It's just, you know, he's here when it's all good. If it was like none down for 400, he'd be down the beach somewhere. And he's had a nice new haircut by the looks of it. I can see he's got a bit of a suntan line here, looking fresh. Somerset having a real purple patch here. Really turned the game on its head. I was saying probably an hour ago now that this game was dangerously meandering towards a bit of a nothing fixture, whereas now it is very much game on. Somerset have quite a chunky, near 150 lead at the moment, 1 wicket left to get. If they can wrap this game up pretty quickly, Somerset can bat in a slightly more positive manner. Maybe, just maybe, the latter part of day 4, have a little go at Yorkshire, just see what they can do. But
what do you know about Shannon Gabriel's batting?
Not a great deal. I mean, I've learned.
I'm actually disappointed that Harry's not on at this moment in time, because he might know this. But I don't know. There was that really close game. Was it West Indies against Pakistan?
The big shot.
And it was him, wasn't it? That
Why
went
did
for
you
the
do
big
that?
One.
You know that one. Yes.
I'm sure it was him.
2 balls to survive, to save the match, and he played this enormous, great big slog sweep and top edged it. So he might not be the thinking man's batter. I'll tell you what, if he doesn't fancy it, Marchant DeLange is not the Somerset bowl that he'd want to face. So, come on, big fella. Oh, there's no fast bowlers union anymore. Give him a taste of his own medicine. I'm sure he bowled his fair share of short balls on day 1.
He's got some jazzy pads on as well, hasn't he?
Fast bowler to fast bowler. Yeah, they are a bit
flair.
bit shiny, aren't they? DeLange looking to finish off this Yorkshire first innings. 273 for 9. Slightly wayward down the leg side, but DeLange has come back. His 3 overs in this spell, yielding a couple of wickets. Casey Aldridge with the wicket and Don Best. Somerset really are in the ascendancy at the moment. 273 for 9.
Triggs, I'm going to leave you, and we're going to bring in Max Waller.
Hey.
I'm stitching him up really, to come and have a little chat with you, but I'll be back later on.
Oh, come on, Safe, can't you stay? Got to put up with Waller. Nah, brilliant. Great to have the players, club legends come and join us in here in the comm box. Certainly adds to the prestige of our live stream. Annie Chave recuperating at the moment, sending our love to you. Been under the weather. I hope you're listening and enjoying the show. Get well soon.
Afternoon, Pete.
Good afternoon, Max. How are you? Great to have you in the commentary box. Awkward length shorts as normal, which is brilliant. We won't put those on camera.
Thankfully.
So
yes,
what do you make of that little passage of play, mate? It's really turned the game, hasn't it?
to be honest, as soon as I've turned up, Somerset have got wickets, so it must be a good luck charm. Casey's bowled well this game, I've seen, especially from the figures. It's been tight and attacking, which has been good.
Yeah, do you think I was being harsh saying that the game had a sort of Taunton feel about it an hour ago? It looked like it was meandering, didn't it? That sort of 3-wicket spells kind of changed the complexion of the fixture.
Yeah, they've just gone past the follow-on though, which makes it difficult to get a result. But yeah, it's definitely not out of the question. So yeah, it's good fight back from Somerset here. Bowl them out. Hopefully get a decent lead and can be real positive with the bat and set something for them to chase tomorrow.
Yeah, there isn't a huge amount of time left. You kind of probably want the second innings of the 4 wrapped up sometime early on day 2, I suppose, but certainly has opened a bit of a window of opportunity here. Casey Aldridge looking in really good bowling form, bowling that hard length away swing. Nice sort of natural angled run up.
Bit Harmison-esque actually, isn't it? Wide of the crease, angling in, gets bounce.
Yeah, he's a very talented cricketer. Like I said, it's the challenge of a tall, fast bowler. You know, we had the same things with the Overton lads when they were young. Is getting their bodies robust, and you know, it seems to be hard that the big, tall guys, you know, they get a lot of injuries young in their careers, don't they? I know Casey did struggle with a shin stress fracture, which doesn't sound very nice, as he bowls his fellow fast bowler a nice bumper, so I'm sure he'll be getting a few back later on in the game.
Absolutely. Unlike you, Triggs, never injured, were you, mate? Never injured.
Well, I won't say the John Daly quote, as you know, you can't pull fat or anything like that. But no, I was, just a short guy, quite robust. I bowled a lot of overs as a kid. I know there's that debate at the moment of do bowlers bowl a lot, but I was certainly brought up in an era where, when I was 14, 15, if you came down to a Somerset net, you were bowling for 2 hours, and you would bowl and bowl and bowl, and probably not the perceived safe thing to do at the moment, but it never did me any harm, in fairness.
They played so much cricket back in the day as well, didn't they? So it's not like there's more cricket now. I think there's always been a hectic schedule. Ooh, it's close.
I mean, it depends. I suppose the levels change, but I can't remember too many days throughout a week in the summer where you wouldn't play. I used to play for Uphill, for Western Supermare. I used to play for our ex-president's midweek team. Any game of cricket, you just turn up and play. Junior Somerset games, and pulled from pillar to post. But yeah, it's different these days, isn't it? Bowling loads that are calculated, and you kind of get budgeted the amount of overs you're allowed to bowl per week, and deload days.
What are your thoughts on that?
Like I said, I think I can only speak from my own. I would have hated it because I just want to bowl. What's the point of being on the field as a bowler if you don't want to bowl? I know Trez, the captain I played under probably the most for Somerset, I used to drive him crackers because I was always pulling at his sleeve saying, "Put me on, put me on, put me on." But that was just, that was how I was. So bowling lows don't really make sense to me. It might sound silly, but when I can remember a game in Worcester when Curbs and Alfonso Thomas both got injured in the first innings, and I can remember going, "Oh, awesome! I'm going to bowl loads this game." It's just different. The youngsters are brought up, from the academy upwards now.
Managed, I know what you mean.
3-4 over spells and all that kind of stuff. So, who's to know what's right, what's wrong? At the end of the day, you can only, like I said, it was fine for me. But then, I was 5'11" and 3/4. Not exactly fast, so I was kind of like the Volvo of bowling.
There's a lot more athleticism in the game now than there was back then, but you can see that you had your hands in your pocket on the field, whereas Casey's busy in the game there down at deep fine leg, mate. Especially to Marshall bowling short, all bowled.
Yeah, he's certainly going to be in the game down at fine leg, that's for sure. No, the one thing I've found out though, Max, is I bowled spin on the weekend. That really is easy.
Oh,
that is so easy.
Offies or leggies?
Oh, mate, I bowled offies. I reckon I even during this death-defying heat wave, I could just bowl. I could bowl every over from one end, and I wouldn't even break a sweat. So easy, mate. You had it so easy bowling spin.
Yeah, bowling spin at Taunton in T20 cricket. Yeah, it's the easiest thing ever, isn't it?
I'm not talking about the run. The physically, you just wander up and just lob it down there with a bit of tweak.
Get someone to chuck it out. Row E.
So easy, mate. Yeah, I reckon. My run-up was a whole yard.
I'm not sure. Marchant's bowling looks easy, to be fair, on the body.
No, he's a big old fella, isn't he?
Strong boy.
I reckon he'd have been a pretty decent sort of second row rugby player, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I can't believe he didn't play much rugby. Actually, I don't think growing up. He was born in the bush, as they say, in South Africa, in the middle of nowhere.
Sort of rugby country though? They love their rugby over there, don't they?
I think he grew up with elephants and lions rather than other guys who played rugby. I think there was much sport where he was, to be fair. Lived next to the river. But yeah, I don't really know, to be honest. I'm sure he'd have been a decent rugby player though. There's a lot of big units in South Africa though.
Yeah, I can remember we went to a pre-season camp in Pretoria. We went to the High Performance Centre in Pretoria, and I can remember the South Africa under-21s rugby team was staying there at the same time, and we went down into breakfast before we were training to have our Cocoa Pops or whatever we were eating. And I can remember all of the young lads were sitting there with literally dinner plate sized massive steaks with about 12 eggs on top, and all of them had jaws like Desperate Dan, just absolute monsters. And that's little Weasley, little cricketers, just
Speak for yourself, Chris.
In the muesli. Mate, to be fair, your biceps are coming on, to be fair. They're not quite Will Smead level yet, but you'll get there. Langer a bit wayward here.
Yeah, I quite like him going just normal hard length here rather than short ball plan to the tail. I think bowl the same way as you did to the top order.
Yeah, that was hotly debated during that New Zealand series, wasn't it? When England went to short and then got panned all over the place, and it was good enough for Harry Brook and the like. It's good enough for Jack Shutt and Shannon Gabriel. Hard length, bit of a way swing, attack the stumps. Really brilliant turnaround from Somerset, how they've come out in this second session. We've got a couple of decent wickets. Maybe Bessie's was a little bit of a loose shot. Looked like it might have just held in the pitch from Casey Aldridge a little bit, but you can't deny that Casey Aldridge in particular has bowled really well. 16 overs, 2 for 23 for the young fella. Bowl again. Can he take that third wicket in Yorkshire's 10th and get the batters out there as soon as possible? What have you been doing with yourself then, Max? You went up to the Open, you were watching a bit of golf up there, and then you played club cricket in Cornwall the next day?
Yeah, long drive.
And you drove?
Yeah, long drive up to Scotland and back. I pretty much did John O'Groats to Land's End.
So you're playing St Just, is that
That's right, yeah, down in Cornwall, the weekends, keep things ticking over.
St Andrews to St Just. What's the mileage count on that one? Oh, just sliding down the leg side there, I think.
I think it's going to be close to 500-600 miles. It's a long way. Well, round trip, I actually don't know. Yeah, it's pretty close to 1,000. It's a decent stint.
A few coffees?
Yeah, and around a golf action on the way up. Stopped in Manchester, played at the golf course called the Mere. I think where all the footballers live. I think Jordan Pickford's on the course. It seems to be quite a popular spot for the wealthy people around Manchester. But it was a nice course. And then drove up to the Scottish border. About 3 hours sleep, and then up early next morning to follow Tiger round, which is brilliant.
Oh, straight up in the air, Gabriel. The big hands of DeLange underneath it, and he's taken the catch. Casey Aldridge claims his third wicket, 3 for 23. Gabriel out, saving the game, but as we've seen in the past, Shannon Gabriel's idea of saving a game is slightly different to others. Why did he do that? Yorkshire all out for 276. Great effort from Somerset, some brilliant captaincy from Tom Abel, some field placings, the bowling changes, and the attitude of the Somerset players after lunch has been fantastic. What do you make of that, Max Waller?
Yeah, brilliant, great fight back. It's a good lead to take forward. It's plenty of time to get a result out of this game, actually. There's a lot more overs today left than you think. 53 remaining, which is minus the changeover, 2 for the changeover, so 51 overs remaining is a long time to set a score for Yorkshire. Yeah, uncomfortable chase for Yorkshire tomorrow, definitely.
Yeah, there's certainly the time of the game, 140 overs, so let's get our maths heads on now. We've got a lead of 150, say. Slightly under that, but say 150 for the sake of it. 150, bat for 50 overs. What would you get in 50 overs?
200
maybe
probably.
200. So set 350 in 100.
Yeah, we could.
Is that too tight?
That's too tight. You know about Yorkshire and Somerset and chases here.
Did we chase 486
I think,
a few years
I
ago?
don't know why I brought that up, to be fair, Triggs. I think you got a few.
I think that did happen, didn't it? Someone got a really quick 100.
David Stiff?
So maybe Somerset back for 60 overs, get a nice little 250, set 400, 80, 90 overs.
You'd be uncomfortable with that. Yeah, definitely with the pitch tiring and Jack Leach in the attack. It could be an interesting final day tomorrow, definitely.
Absolutely right, absolutely. And if Renner's got a little bit of turn there, you've got the secret weapon. Matt Renshaw, at any stage you can just bring on.
Yeah, I look at the scorecard. I see Renshaw LBW. Didn't look like getting a wicket. Somerset didn't look like getting a wicket for a while, and then Renshaw gets the main man out.
Well, myself and Sophie were talking at the time about people getting milestones, hundreds in particular, and getting out soon after. And we were talking about that. When you play in the reason you got to 100, you're in your zone, you're in your bubble, and you get to 100, the helmet comes off, you have that moment of celebrating, you come out of your little concentration zone, don't you? So I think that would lead to some 101, 100, 200 dismissals of, close to a milestone. And we were just discussing about it. And then Renshaw came on for that random, it looked like it was going to be a random token over before lunch, and bang, out for 100. It was almost exactly as we discussed. He went back to a full ball, slightly skidded on and turned a fraction, hit him on the back shin, stone dead LBW, and he was playing like God's dad at the time as well. So, it certainly was more of a concentration thing, but that is the test of 4-day cricket, isn't it, Max? At the end of the day, that is why it is called Test cricket or Championship cricket, because it just tests all facets of your game, technically, mentally, your focus, your fatigue, all those things.
Not sure he expected to face Renshaw too much as well that innings. Part-time bowlers always have that effect, don't they? It's a bit uncomfortable, you don't know what's coming.
I didn't expect to see a still of him, and he had no armpit left in his shirt. All his armpit had ripped out of his shirt. It was all quite bizarre, wasn't it, really?
I haven't seen that footage actually, Pete, so I had to...
Well, I'm sure it will be...
what, is a hold there, or stitching in front of that?
It just looked like... Renners, there's every chance that it's a theory of his, and he was just trying to aerate his armpits, possibly. I don't know. You just don't know with him, do you? But yeah, he's... hopefully he's got a new shirt. I know. Lloyd Ali's probably posted one out already, a new cookery shirt.
He's an interesting character, Matt Renshaw. Was he good in the commentary box yesterday? Did you hear much of him, or...?
I wasn't here, no. I would. My guess would be he would be very, very entertaining.
He'd be chatty, that's for sure. Yeah. There wouldn't be much silence going on, that's for sure.
I did actually say that Tom Abel, I think, when he brought him on and got the wicket, would have been buzzing that he got the wicket, because it was a great move and it was a great piece of bowling. But then, oh no, we've got a whole lunch session where he's just going to talk about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we love him, don't we?
Yes, yeah, someone said he's got a list of the players he's got out as well on his phone or something.
Well, it's only 8.
well, I think in Australia he's got a few T20 wickets.
It's not quite Sophie Luff's book of booker notes, you know what I mean? That's not Sophie.
And I was going to say, she's got a list of... Sophie been bowling a bit more than recently, have you, Sophie? No? Okay. So you was bowling the nets, so maybe just helping the batters out.
I did read actually a Western Storm. Lauren Filer's got in the England A side. Western Supermare cricketer and Western Storm ladies cricketer Lauren Filer. Congratulations to her for getting into the England A side. I'm sure the family are very, very proud. She's been bowling quite well for the Storm, hasn't she? Got a few wickets and nice performances. I do keep an eye out. In particular, when I see the tweets of captain of the ship, Sophie Luff, steering the ship home with a not out 100.
Again.
You gotta love that. You gotta love those sort of headlines, haven't you? Luffy doing the work. Yorkshire bowlers out on the field now, having a little warm up. The roller up and down the pitch. Will it be deadening it as it can often do? I think 7 minutes. I think. If the roller is taken, it's rolled up and down for 7 minutes, I believe, in the rules. Not sure what effect that will have on the pitch. Do you know that, Max?
I didn't know 7 minutes, no, but I was just thinking just then, it's got a very similar colour to the old Taunton pitches. And most of them have been pretty green over the last few years. And that's got a real light brown... It looks like a good pitch, you know what I mean? It's got a flat look to it.
There's nothing I've seen, even with Yorkshire being bowled out, that suggests that this is not a very good pitch. I think there was some quite mediocre batting in amongst the dismissals. I think Kola Cadmore showed it for what it was, and Johnny Tattersall at times looked relatively comfortable, but I think it was more loose sort of decision making rather than the ball doing a great deal, to be fair. But we hope that the pitch will deteriorate. There looked like there was offerings of spin. You know, the conditions are pretty arid at the moment, so hopefully it'll break up and Leachy comes into the game, and obviously the #1 spinner Matt Renshaw.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I was just thinking there, someone said won't be too keen to set something up that's in between sort of total. I think they'd they'd like to make sure that it's a safe total if they're going to set a target. This much control on the game. I wouldn't be saying anything that's too potentially reachable.
Do you have the luxury of being safe when you're positioned as we are in the?
I just think
playing devil's advocate. You know, is this an opportunity that you can't really not take?
I don't think, like I say, it depends on what the pitch is doing. Third innings, you get a bit more of a read on what it's going to do. But I think Somerset definitely won't want to position they're in the table. They definitely won't want to lose this game. So to give Yorkshire a sniff and actually a draw, the points you get for a draw this championship season is actually quite high. So I think I've seen that the sides above Somerset actually have potentially not won as many games but drawn a lot more. So a draw is still not a bad result for Somerset where they are in the table.
Because you do realise always, you know, Somerset Yorkshire fixtures, you know, takes serious character and serious players to chase big totals. So certainly
a long time ago.
It's certainly all there for Somerset to try and get a win. They've certainly over the last hour put themselves in a position where that could be possible. I know Maxwell is going to stay for a little bit longer, but I'm going to hand over very shortly to Sophie Luff, who's going to come in and start the Somerset batting innings for you all. The umpires are out in the middle. The wicket is coming to the end of his little 7-minute roll. I hear that there's another Somerset player that's going to join us very shortly. I'm not sure I can completely leave you in the hands of two untrained media experts, as Matthew Renshaw and Tom Lammonby stride to the wicket. Two very elegant left-handers on their days. Tom Lammonby really doing a nice big score here to buffer his season. Matty Renshaw has played pretty well. Got a couple of in and outs, which I think will be disappointed with. So that white wicket, as Maxwell has described so correctly, an opportunity to get a nice big score. As we have Tom Banton in the, well, not that you can't see him on the screen or anything like that. He looks like he's about to either dig a road or come and join us in the commentary. I'm not sure which, but he's more than welcome. Max, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Cheers, Tree Bucks. Good to see you, mate.
I'll just stop in for another few minutes and have a little chat with Tom Banton.
All right, cheers.
As Somerset start their second innings with a nice, healthy lead. Very, very confident position they should be starting from. Trying to set this game up into an exciting day 4, as I have the brightest commentator. I mean, I'm going to have to put my sunglasses on, mate, if you're going to sit with that.
Oh God, it's hot in there, isn't it?
Beauty. Well, you got 3 layers on.
I know,
mate.
I know.
How are you, Bants?
I'm all right. I've just been doing drinks all day, so it's nice to get away from that and come up here for a bit. So
Thompson into bowl to Matt Renshaw, who leaves well alone. Yeah, Tom, you know, fresh from what's been a tough weekend, but back on duty doing the 12th man stuff for the team, looking after the boys in the hot weather. You've probably mixed more drinks than Tom Cruise did in cocktail the last couple of days.
I think Rulla's done a better job than I have, but no, it's been good fun.
I know the sort of drinks Rullo van der Merwe would be mixing.
I know. Definitely was on Saturday night, that's for sure.
Yeah, no wonder the bowlers were bowling so well. Matthew Renshaw gets Somerset's second innings underway. Off the mark, clipped into the leg side for 1, bringing Tom Lammonby back on to strike. So, Vance, it was a tough weekend. Let's have a little reflect on the final. Obviously, it's great. I mean, getting to a finals day is always a brilliant achievement. It was a great series. Yourself, your own personal form looked to be on the ascendancy, but the weekend, as they can often do in finals, didn't quite go to plan. What was your summary on the semi-final itself?
I think we just, I think when I was keeping, I just think the boys looked really tired. I just think reflecting on it, we saw this week Hampshire, the difference is Hampshire had 3 players playing in their white ball team on Saturday to now playing the red ball team, so they've obviously got a big squad and the bowlers are obviously a bit more refreshed. So yeah, I think that's something that I think going forward is something maybe we can look at. But yeah, I can definitely feel when I was yeah, when I was keeping, looking around, boys look pretty tired. So I think obviously with the way the schedule is at the moment, it's pretty much a game where it feels like every day. So
yeah, the 4-day game, I suppose, leading up to the finals weekend, it's Southgate.
Southport.
Southport.
I think,
Sorry,
yeah.
Southport. You know,
I'm not sure if
it
Southgate
was South,
exists.
South something. You know, having to bowl at Keaton Jennings for 300 and odd runs is not what you'd call elite preparation. I suppose it does bring in all of those questions that you read in the media about, you know, counties having 2 squads, white ball, red ball, and the fixture calendar. I mean, having a 4-day game,
finishing on Thursday evening.
Yeah, the day before everyone's got to schlep into Birmingham and play, you know, arguably the domestic, you know,
biggest day of the year, isn't it? Yeah.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Tom. Thank you very much. I nearly didn't get that. It's not ideal preparation, is it, Tom? But is that the beauty of being a county cricketer, or do you think?
I guess so. I feel like the schedule's getting harder and harder though every year. I remember, obviously, I've not played for that long, but I didn't feel there was this much cricket going on a few years ago. But yeah, I guess it's maybe something we can look at as a club moving forward. Obviously, not getting too many players in, otherwise that means we're not going to play. But yeah, I think maybe looking at maybe a bigger squad is something I think the club will definitely look at going forward. So
you've got travel fatigue and mental fatigue, but I think in particular,
it's just wear on your body.
The bowlers that are the ones that really suffer. You know, bowling 25, 30 overs at Southgate, Southport, Southend, or whatever South you played at. I mean, that is, you know, bowl 25, 30 overs expected to be at your best
on finals days
on the Saturday. And I suppose, you know, a lot of people I spoke to as well thought, why is it on a Saturday? Club cricketers love watching 2020 finals day, but you know, so you've got either, you know, you're missing out for your club. You know, I'm sure.
To be fair, the crowd was a full house, but I remember last year, well, a lot of my friends could obviously come and watch, whereas a lot of them this year obviously playing club cricket as it's the middle of the season. So yeah, I mean, to be fair, I actually preferred how it worked out this year, because I remember last year we were playing all red ball cricket, and then suddenly we just had finals day. Had not played white ball cricket. Obviously we had the 100, but yeah, we hadn't properly come together as a team for a few months. So I think it was nicer this year, and I think it probably worked out better. But yeah, obviously it didn't go to plan on Saturday. But yeah, we didn't play anywhere near our best, which was a shame. But I also think, like, obviously we play here 7 games of the year, and obviously the wickets are normally pretty good and the ground's pretty tiny, and obviously we rock up at Edgbaston, the ground's probably twice the size and the wicket's maybe not as good. It's something going forward we probably could look at. I remember we spoke about when we went to Gloucester, when we played them away, that obviously they're going to probably try and produce a bit of a tackier wicket, because obviously we wouldn't be used to that. So something, yeah, we need to look at maybe going forward. Yeah,
I think even, you know, going back 5, 6, 7 years, you used to play at the Rose Bowl, the Swalek Stadium, Sapphire Gardens. What's it called now?
I think it's still that, yeah.
Right, okay.
I think so.
You know the one I mean?
Yeah, the one in Wales.
Bristol.
Yeah.
Somerset were, you know, no doubt about it. I can say this. It's not a partisan comment. It's just a fact. You're a very dominant one-day cricket team, and you would go to those venues, and their strategy was to stretch the pitch as big as they could, massive oval, and produce a pretty average pitch.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
the pitch that Errol Sapphire got 6 for 5 on. I mean, that doesn't sound like a great 20. I think that game we might have defended 98. I mean, it's a very poor pitch, but again, you know, I think the really top teams, you've got to be adaptable, haven't you? And I think that's definitely.
I think
it's challenging, though, isn't it? You play on belters, you know, 7 out of your 14 games, and maybe half of the games you play away are also belters. So you might only come across.
There's definitely Cardiff, like you said, Gloucester. Where else? Lords is not. So obviously they leave a bit of grass on like they always do, so it's not that easy. But yeah, that's maybe. Well, definitely something we should look at, I think, moving into next year. But we're obviously doing the right things. Look, we've made finals day the last 2 years, and when you were playing, we were at finals day then as well. So we're, doing the right things. So hopefully next year it clicks and we go.
So here, right? Okay, I'm gonna go proper interview mode on you, right? Okay, so I read a lot of stuff. I read a lot of the pros and cons of the white ball, the red ball, and the people from my era and before talking about you come across a pitch that's got a bit of grass on it where the white ball might nip around a little bit. Do you think that there is a point of sort of diminishing returns in some ways when you just go white ball, where you actually miss out on learning valuable techniques that would make you better on challenging white ball surfaces? So I know, I'm not saying this in your case because I know you're working really hard on your all-round game across all three formats, so thumbs up to you for doing that. But do you think that if you were just going to be a 2020 player, like say for instance your teammate Smeedy, he's not playing any 4-day cricket, do you think he's going to come across certain challenges in white ball where it might be a nipper, Michael Hogan or a Stephen Finn or a Tamal Mills, where he's nipping it around a little bit, and he's going to be found undone, but come unstuck because he hasn't played against the Duke ball moving around?
I think so. I think, well, that's what I remember Joe Root used to say. He said that's, well, he didn't say this, but that's probably why he's so successful in white ball cricket, because he's got probably one of the most secure techniques in the world. And yeah, definitely for me, I think my technique's slightly changed this year. I've worked on a few things over the winter, just trying to get my back path coming through. But I think, like, white ball bowlers are still allowed to bowl well, especially at the top. They're going to try and bowl, not for that long, but they're going to bowl like a red ball length. Especially here, this year there's been a bit more grass on the wicket, so there's been a bit more there for the new ball. So yeah, look, Smeedy's obviously burst onto the scene. Everything's flying for him.
I wasn't picking on him. I'm just
no.
Just the first thing that popped into my head.
But I know what you mean. But yeah, I think it's definitely key to have a solid technique. Otherwise, eventually you're probably going to end up getting found out, aren't you?
So I know one of the concerns for a lot of our listeners and a lot of cricket fans, especially county cricket fans, championship cricket fans, there's always this doom and gloom and concern for the future of the 4-day game. You're probably you're perceived as one of the modern day great white ball 2020 specialists, if you like. Are you a big advocate for young cricketers learning about the nuance of technique and playing the swinging ball and all those things? Do you think that's really important for your development and the next generation, your James Roos and all these lads?
I think definitely. I think obviously just playing white ball cricket now is, I know there's so many positives to it, but I guess if you're not a big white ball player who's secured all over the world, then it's a risky kind of, not business, but a route to take, I guess, because it takes 1 or 2 bad leagues and you're at the bottom of the list, and like the Will Smeeds come onto the ranks now and then everyone wants him and then you quickly get forgotten about. So I definitely think I think it's a huge thing. Like, as an example, I speak to Smeedy and we joke about it, but I still like to say to him, try and make sure that's a priority of yours, to make sure you groove your technique, and you do play red ball. Whether you're good enough at it or not, no one will know, because he's not played too much, and neither have I, to be honest. But I think it's key for sure.
I always think I try and put myself into those positions. I've obviously played the 3 formats and a lot of those 3 formats, and I always thought that if I was facing like a Sean Tate in a 20 over game, how am I expected to hook his bouncer for 4 or 6 if I've not been, subject to a sustained short pitch bowling attack from someone of that pace? How can you suddenly go from surviving it to whacking it for 4 without practicing it?
Or you back away normally.
Yeah, exactly. Why are you backing away, Trees? I'm creating room for my hands and all that kind of stuff. But I grew up in an era where a lot of fast bowlers about, and you would play 4-day cricket against him and you'd get peppered because you were the new kid on the block. But then it kind of gave you an understanding of how to play and the positions you need to get in to survive against short pitch bowling in the shorter format, where you are then under pressure to actually hit it for runs, not just duck and sway.
Yeah.
Always just slightly worried me that fast bowlers were going to start to have a massive head start or an advantage against young batters who don't play much 4-day cricket. It's only just my
I do think eventually, within the next 10 years, there will be a lot of players who come on and just play white ball cricket with the amount of opportunities there are around the world. I just think, especially with the schedule and the amount of white ball cricket you can play around the world, there's literally a league every month, maybe apart from the summer. Well, like these months at the moment, but there's so many opportunities for guys to. Yeah, I mean, people see it differently. People can make their own choices, and they're obviously going to get judged for doing that. But I mean, you get judged for doing everything. So.
Yeah, well, just imagine being a live golfer at the moment.
Exactly. I mean,
I suppose it is the crazy thing. I mean, it is hotly debated, and I don't really have a feeling either way, because, at the end of the day, at the end of your career, no one's picking up your mortgage bill or anything like that. So you've got to support yourself and make a living, and professional sports people are exactly that. And I always say that if you work for Bakery A on one side of the street and Bakery B offered you half the hours for double the money, there's not a person in this country that isn't going to go for Bakery B.
Yeah, 100%.
And it is a fascinating story. I mean, from my perspective, I look at my first class record, and it's probably arguably what I look at in the proudest way. But then I
think the game's changing.
Great times playing in different T20 competitions, not to the levels that you've played it, but going away to New Zealand and Zimbabwe and all over the world, it does create so many brilliant,
memories,
life
opportunities. Yeah, you get to meet,
and you get paid well.
Yeah. At the end of the day, that's a big thing. But you get to meet. You've got obviously big head coaches, you've got big other overseas players, so to mix with those guys is obviously awesome for your own game as well. So
yeah, sorry, I don't mean to. I'm fascinated by it, because I'm especially with it being hot in the press at the moment about the PGA Tour.
Yeah, I'm not a big golf follower, but I have.
You must have.
No, I've obviously seen it. Yeah.
And actually,
how's that gone down in the golf world?
Well, people are making references like they are saying about the first. Before the IPL, there was the ICL, which was the non-ICC sanction. Loads of players went and ended up getting banned for playing, and it's a similar sort of thing. And the start of the IPL, when people went to the IPL from England, so they missed the first month of the county season, they were lambasted by their fans, because how dare you go away and play cricket for money?
I remember when I went to IPL, John Cleese tweeted me, and he really wasn't happy. But at the time, I thought, you can't turn down the opportunity of going to probably the best league in the world. So yeah, that was funny looking back on it.
Basil Fawlty having a crack at you. I mean, for a man who's watched a lot of TV in that,
I know,
from that era, it's hilarious. But yeah, you've got people who have so passionate about 4-day cricket. But again, I've got two sons. One of my sons wants to play both formats. One of my sons has no interest in playing multi-day cricket.
Yeah,
he just wants to play
white ball. Well, they grow up as kids watching the likes of Gale, Butler, and they see the ball getting whacked out of the park. That's what they want to do, isn't it? They don't want to. Well, there's a small percentage of people who want to sit there and be grinders, basically.
Get hit in the head.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? But yeah, I mean the game is moving on quicker. But I think especially recently how the England test team have played. Well, for example, like my friends don't even enjoy cricket, and they're like, we've been watching all the test matches and stuff. So obviously, like, they're doing the right things. Look, I don't know how sustainable it is going in this Bazball McCullum mode, but it's definitely very exciting. So.
Yeah, well, when you come up against someone like Mitchell Stark, I think Bazball might have to take a Baz back seat a little bit. But Shannon Gabriel getting the ball to talk it, but again, he's having these problems with no balls. That was an absolute beauty. Nearly got the outside edge of Matt Renshaw, who's on 13, Somerset 17 for none.
It's a big session,
a frustrating thing for a captain, having a bowler that is bowling a lot of no balls, needless runs, and again, just imagine if he'd have caught the edge then and it was a no ball. It looks to me like he's not really taking off of a set mark either. There's a mark. He's got a white mark down.
Yeah, but it changes every single time, doesn't it?
And he's running in from nowhere near it, so I'm pretty sure that might be an issue. I'm sure one of the coaching staff, Otis Gibson, fantastic bowler, fantastic seam bowler for Durham back in the day. Get him in the nets and sort that out. He's got a white mark down, but where he takes off is miles away from it. If we can catch that on the camera, just to give the viewers an idea of what I'm talking about.
There we
There
go.
we go. There's the white mark, and look where he takes off from. Not convinced that white mark's.
He's taken off from it there.
Yeah, but it's like it's a good 10 foot away from him, isn't it? So another no ball. Get near the white mark, lad. So frustrating for a captain, that. But no, fascinating, brilliant conversation we've just had there, Bance. Appreciate your honesty. Like I said, it's not from my perspective. It's certainly not a witch hunt. It's just I find it really interesting. I don't have a view on it. You know how much I support you as a mate and a player. And exactly the same with Joss Butler. I can remember saying to Joss, hey, sort out your technique against a red swinging ball when you've got £5 million in the bank, mate.
Yeah.
Go and do the IPL and enjoy, the white ball stuff. And it's so hard at the moment to schedule yourself. I can imagine. You must have offers of, I don't know what would be coming up. You've got 100 ball and CPL that springs to mind. BPL, PSL, Big Bash. I mean, you're right.
There's so many opportunities
never
now.
Getting a rest as well.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, it is tough. I mean, I've pulled out the Big Bash twice now just to stay at home. Basically, I don't want to be playing cricket 12 months of the year. So.
Do you think that opportunity will come again?
I hope so. Look, I mean, you've got to do well, haven't you? If you do well, then you're going to get picked up. You've been there and you've done it. So fingers crossed, I can put a few more performances in the in the 100. Sorry, and then we'll have to wait and see. So.
I actually think for someone who's got a very good technique like you, it's a confidence game, isn't it? I think.
As soon as you start, I was
scoring runs
this.
in anything, you'd score runs in all formats.
I think as soon as you start doubting yourself, then you get scared of getting out. I think especially for me, when you go through a few bad games, you then start to obviously doubt yourself. Then it does become quite tricky. So.
Yeah, fascinating thoughts on what it is to be a
It's going to be an interesting rest of the day. Hopefully we can go at 3-4 and over, and then, we had a little chat in the change room. I reckon we might. I think we'll bat the rest of the day, and then what do you reckon? Half an hour in the morning?
Well, I think
you've got to have a minimum of.
About it. I mean, there's 150 on. 140 overs left in the game. I mean, I think you've got to look at. You've got a realistic amount of time to bowl them out. You've probably got to have at least a minimum 75 overs.
I think minimum of 90, because then you get the second new ball, don't you, for 10 overs that we did speak about briefly. But yeah, I mean, the wicket it's not one of those wickets where you can go bang bang bang. It's kind of like the long kind of game. So
but we did in this middle session.
It was obviously the latter of the order, but I do think if we can get a few wickets early on them, then we can go through them. So
I think the new ball is an important period. If you get through that, start the runs flow in. Yorkshire will become increasingly more under pressure. They'll probably have to start losing slips at some stage. I mean, if you can it's just about the run rate, isn't it? If you get the run rate up to sort of 3 and over, 3, 4 and over, and then have a little bit of a mad period tomorrow morning. It's a tough one at Taunton on a pitch that looks like that, because you're never really secure in, what is because you don't want to. Do you want to give a chaseable total? Do you want a?
I think at the position we're in at the moment in the table, I don't think we can afford to lose. And if we bat well, which I know we can do, which we have done recently, I don't see us doing that. The only way we lose in this game if we get bowled out by the end of tonight. But yeah, I think the plan is probably bat just normally for the rest of the day, and then hopefully go crazy for half an hour in the morning, and then see if Leachy can work his magic tomorrow. So.
Well, he's certainly got a lot of magic to twist. And not forgetting our strike spinner now, Matt Renshaw.
Yeah,
what was he like at lunch after the wicket? Give us a bit of insight.
To be fair, I ran out of drink after he got the wicket, and he wasn't as excited as I thought he would be. But you know what Reynolds is like. He's an absolute hero, brings loads of energy.
Oh, lovely swivel pull shot there.
So 6.
Tom Lammonby all the way for 6. That gives a nice little boost to the Somerset total. 25 for no wicket in the 5th over Somerset, going along nicely. They've had the lion's share of today's play. I'm joined here by Tom Banton, talking about the fascinating life of a professional cricketer these days. Certainly was a lot different 20 odd years ago, but we're enjoying a great day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset in control at the moment against Yorkshire. Thompson to bowl to Lamberby, plays a beautiful straight drive, back-to-back boundaries for the Somerset man. Lamberby moving on to a dozen. Fantastic, beautiful shot, very reminiscent of the 2020 Bob Willis Trophy Lamberby that scored so many runs that year. Looks to be moving really, really nicely.
Yeah, I think just back to what I was saying, obviously the Champo this year hasn't gone how we would have liked. We're obviously towards the bottom of the table, and I don't think we can probably afford to lose too many games, so hopefully we can either get a draw out of this or take it obviously down to the wire tomorrow. So yeah.
Well, it certainly looks like we're in a pretty commanding position. I suppose that's the first and foremost, is you want to make the game unlosable, don't you?
Yeah,
really?
for sure.
And then you have a 70-80 over old dip at the opposition, where, you know, if you get a cluster of wickets, you know, it's quite obvious there's three very key wickets. There's Lyth, Kohler, Cadmore, Brook. You know, I know they're all very good players, but in particular, if you took those 3 wickets at relatively a cheap number of runs, you'd really feel like you'd have a good chance of bowling Yorkshire out. There's a bit of inexperience in that lineup.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously Bessie will be coming in at 8, and he'll be doing his best to not get out, as he tells us. But
he likes to play his shots, doesn't he, to be fair?
Yeah, I think he's changed his technique, actually, he keeps telling me. He obviously works so hard on his cricket, which is good. So yeah.
Matthew Waite coming into the attack from the Marcus Druscothic pavilion end that we're sat in at the moment. Swings the ball around a little bit. Played a couple of games against him as a knack of getting a decent amount of swing, but on a pitch like this, if you get yourself in, the runs can certainly flow. Goes for a big searchy in-swinger first up into the block hole. Renshaw blocks back down the ground. Going to take a little break for now, and either Harry or Sophie are going to come in to join Tom Banton for the next few minutes. Thanks for being honest about your path and your thoughts. It's fascinating, it's hotly debated. It's nice to actually talk to the people that are really involved instead of people speculating all the time. So well done for that, Bance. Fair play, and always welcome up here in
It's quite hot up here, isn't it, though?
It is a little bit warm, mate. You know, we're grafters as well. Yeah. No, we like to, you know, look down on the pitch and think, you know what, we feel their pain too. But great to have you up here, mate, and you look very nice in yellow. Brings out the red in your eyes.
Thank you very much, Treeks.
Well, what's happening then, Tom Banton? What's going on? Bit of Matthew Waite?
Yeah, a little bit. He's obviously trying to get it to swing back in, I think. That's what he tends to do normally. But yeah, he's a very good bowler, very consistent. We'll always test out both sides of the bat. But yeah, solid start here from the Somerset boys, so hopefully we can carry on this. And then set up obviously a bit of a platform, maybe for this evening, depending how well this goes, and then obviously tomorrow morning as well. So
yeah, a bit gutted to not quite get him to be able to follow on. Do you think that could have been quite?
No, I don't think we were ever going to bowl again.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously we've bowled a lot recently in Lancashire.
Too much hard work.
Yeah, well, no, not that. I think just give the bowlers a rest and give them the best chance of being ready for tomorrow to try and bowl them out again. I think it would have been a huge task for us to come back out now and possibly bowl another 100 overs. So I think this is definitely the right decision. Hopefully we can. Well, we're going up basically 5, 6 and over at the moment, so hopefully we can carry on doing that. And yeah, we'll see where we are in a few hours.
No real talk about a target, just bat and
No, I mean, no. I think just bat normally. Obviously the wicket's good. those boys are going to be tired as well. They've probably bowled quite a lot recently as well. So take them into their second, third spell, and then really hit them when they're.
Got to ask you then, how's Don Best going to come into play then? I had a look at the pitch at lunch. I saw you were out there with some of the Yorkshire lads. Do you think it's going to take turn? Is he going to be difficult to play on here?
I honestly don't know, because I don't. He got a little bit of spin actually on day one, to be honest. I didn't really see if Leachy got too much. But yeah, I mean, I think we obviously when Leachy came onto bowl, they really tried to attack him, Harry Brook and obviously Tom Kohler-Cadmore. So it'll be interesting to see if he does come on, how we do play him. I think we'll probably try to be a bit more aggressive towards him instead of just letting him sit and bowl. Something I'd definitely look to try and do, but yeah.
Fair enough. Do you find it easy to judge pitches? I might seem a daft question, but when you look down, can you tell straight away how much turn it's going to get? Or
obviously with the footholes and stuff, you definitely can, and obviously if there's grass on the wicket, then there tends to be a bit there for the bowlers. So I think this might. I don't know if it's going to start going up and down. Hopefully it does tomorrow, which will be good for us. But yeah, fingers crossed. We can carry on as we are.
Yeah, fair enough. So Jordan Thompson continuing from the river, and that's a lovely flip. I love the way Matt Renshaw just.
That's like a prime. When did he come over last? 2018.
Oh yeah, I did. When he scored that ridiculous 100
in
against Yorkshire.
the first session.
6 off the mark, 6 to 50, 6 to 100.
Yeah, that was crazy, wasn't it?
Let me get you the exact year. I got a feeling you could be right.
That literally was prime.
Yeah, 2018, 112 off 99 balls.
Yeah, that looked like prime Matt Renshaw 2018.
That was such a knock. Yeah, I was up here watching that and just couldn't believe it really, because we thought he was a product, defensive, opening bat.
To be fair, I think when he first started playing he was, and then I remember chatting to him about that innings, and he said the wicket had so much grass on, there was so much there for the bowlers. He thought, right, I'm going to take my chance here, and luckily it came off. So he's been awesome for us this year. He absolutely loves playing here. Whenever I see him, he's just raving on about how much he wants to come back. And yeah, he's got us off to a good start. And most times he's open, I think looking back, that's where we've really struggled. I mean, I used to open and that was absolute chaos at the top. We'd be 0 for 1, 0 for 2 every single game. So yeah, it's nice to have someone at the top who's obviously done it at the international level and has been very successful doing it. So you
had a few games in pre-season, didn't you? Sort of batted around the place in different numbers. If you're going to play red ball, where would you want to bat?
Oh well, I've batted 4 this year, and I mean 4, 5. I mean I'm very happy, just as long as it's not 1, 2.
That opening experiment wasn't that? That wasn't.
Yeah, I mean it's not. I mean, I wasn't really in a good place anyway with my cricket, so let alone having to go and open. But no, look, it's all learning, and you can look back and say that you've given it a good go, and it was something to laugh about, I guess. That's how I look at it. So.
No, fair enough. I've never seen someone sprint up here so quickly, excitedly. As soon as that last wicket fell, you knew you didn't have to run any drinks on. You were straight up.
I told Ruller and I said, look, I'm going up. And to be fair, Ruller's amazing, so he loves doing it.
He's not been up here at all.
No, I'm not sure this is kind of his vibe, to be honest. No. To be fair, we were both falling asleep earlier and we didn't take a wicket for ages. So.
You're not going to get onto Sudoku or a crossword book?
No, I'm not kind of.
Style, is it?
No, I'm not really into that type of stuff.
What other games going on in the dugout? Anything else? Just general?
No, just general terrible kind of chat from everyone, I think. These days get longer. You feel like, honestly, you've been here for hours. So there's still, 45 overs left today. So
yesterday after tea we had 47.
Yeah, don't.
That was ridiculous. Northants Lancs had 112 overs they're trying to get in today. 104 here today was ambitious, but 112 is the highest I've ever had.
Yeah.
Attending a day's play. So then, finals day, going back to that on Saturday, I always want to know, do you sit and watch the other games, or do you just...
well, I was at home back in... My family only live about half an hour away. So I got the train in, actually, and then I just I got an Uber from the train station into the ground, so I didn't really watch too much of the first game. I mean, I don't enjoy watching it at the best of times, so... To be fair, I remember last year, the day was so long, I was like, I need to get a good night's sleep in the night before. So I tried to sleep for as long as possible, because you potentially could go to the final and you don't finish till 11, so you play 2 games in a day.
Yeah.
So it takes its toll on you. So yeah, I didn't get there too early. I think a few of the boys did, but yeah, that's what a lot of the boys seem to do.
So you wouldn't have seen any of Jordan Thompson whacking
No,
around?
to be fair, I did see him right at the end. I got there probably with, I got 10 overs to go maybe.
Cool.
So
like you say, there's a few different players from different formats. Don Best, a good bit of fielding, extra cover. He's always been pretty lively and good in the fielding, Don Best.
He's got a lot of energy.
Him and Renshaw, could they have an energy off? Who's the bigger Duracell?
No, Renshaw would beat anyone I've ever met, so.
Max, he was telling me about your golf. He was saying that you like a casual round of golf. I feel like today.
Hey, Max Waller.
Yeah, been more golf chat than cricket chat today on comms.
Yeah, I'm not a huge. To be fair, a few years ago I kind of did get into it. And we were playing like twice a week. Me, George Bartlett, Ben Green, Ollie Sale. But it was more of just having a laugh.
Yeah.
Then having a few beers after. But yeah, I've not really played too much recently. So I just can't deal with you hit a few good shots and then you just scuff one like into the bushes. So
is that the same as cricket? You nail
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's probably why I don't want to play golf as well. So the roller coasters and the waves of emotion is pretty up and down. So I
suppose when you're playing COD, you can just respawn and crack on,
yeah.
Can't you?
Well, I love how you've got the phrases right there already. So well bowled.
Only a tiny bit more knowledge than Sam yesterday. That's a beauty for Matthew Waite. Lots of Matthews and Toms in this game. Must be a bit daft, isn't it? When you're 11 when you got Evan Shat and Tom, was it?
Yeah.
Nicknames only, please. Surnames only. Matthew Thomas Renshaw, the little player miss, but that's a beauty for Matthew Waite. We'll forgive him that one. Waite with his all arms swinging around as he's coming in, and Renshaw's big bat. Always feel like he's got a massive bat, do you know what I mean?
I think he does use like long handles or something, so they probably do look longer than normal. But he's obviously a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah. You know, club cricket, you just pick up other people's bat and give them a go. Have you done that? Have you tried his bat?
No, I only use my bats that I have. Right. Yeah, I'm very superstitious with stuff like that. I couldn't take someone else's bat out.
You wouldn't give anyone else's go in for a net? You'd very much stick to yours?
Maybe for a net, but even small things like gloves, they're all numbered up and stuff. And yeah,
really?
I have certain like technique routines or whatever you'd like to call them that I have to do. Otherwise, I don't feel like I can face up to a bowler. I know it's weird, but yeah, I've done that.
Go on, give us a few. As we see Renshaw edging before.
So you won't see this, but I put my left pad on first always, and then when I'm facing seam, I have to like hit the wicket 6 times. And then when I face spin, I have to hit 3. So next time I bat, you might look out for that.
Oh, well, actually. Yeah, well, then what happens if it's kind of you can't decide the ball in spin or seam?
No, well, you would obviously know that. So I've not, but sometimes, like, I'd obviously do 6 for the seamer, and then they take forever.
Yeah.
And I'm stood there waiting, and I'm like, do I pull out, and then do I have to go back in and do it again? So yeah.
You didn't watch tennis, do you? You didn't watch Rafa Nadal?
No, I did. I really got into Wimbledon. I actually wanted to play tennis a lot after watching that. But yeah, I saw he's got a few like weird superstitions, hasn't he?
It's a squash, and it's the yellow-orange squash, and it has to be at the perfect angle.
Does it?
And then it's the water bottle. He has to have a drink of the water, then the squash. It has to be in the perfect position, and then.
But even when I'm in between each ball, he's like touching his face and like his legs and stuff.
Is it 8 touches? I think Steve Smith did it for a while, didn't he? He shoves one pad down, shoves the other pad down, puts his box in place.
Yeah, there's a lot of. It's weird how the brain works and how we work as humans. But yeah, I feel like I can't face up to a bowler if I've not done those certain things. So.
No, it's funny how you do this. I suppose there's probably things I didn't realise I was doing. I like that conscious idea. Did you do that as a kid?
No, I've only started doing it probably the last 4 years. So yeah, well, Tom Lammonby used to be. Look at him now; he's touching his pads and his side pad, and his box. He's a very big one for it as well. He said to me, "Stop doing them," but I don't believe that.
No, of what we've just seen then, he's done it right on cue. So inside edge on an on drive towards Shannon Gabriel. Shannon Gabriel, the kind of fielder you think, surely we can run.
Yeah, sneak a little one there.
Yeah.
But you don't know; he could suddenly just turn into pick it up and throw down the stump. So you do have to be careful.
When you're playing club cricket, if you don't know the fielders as well, you would have to learn throughout your innings who you can run to, who you can't run to. A game like this, you know most of the players. Are you saying in the pre-match chat, we run to this guy, we don't take on his arm?
To be fair, like obviously we play these guys a lot. Shot, Lammers.
It's a great shot. Takes the gap between long leg and deep square leg.
To be fair, obviously we're playing these guys week in, week out, or obviously we play them 2-3 times a year. So the analysis meetings have kind of died down with obviously the schedule being pretty busy. They've been really good with obviously giving us days off. So obviously we had finals day on Saturday, then we start on Tuesday. So we didn't have any training Sunday or Monday. They just told us rock up on Tuesday and we'll have a bit of a longer team time in the morning, which was nice. So.
Yeah, cool. I suppose you do so much together as a squad. You've got to get on. You've got to be pretty close and spend most of your hours in the summer as a pretty tight-knit squad. Do you find that you miss the lads a bit in the winter, especially if you're in different countries?
A little bit, but I do still kind of see them. But it's nice because obviously in the summer we literally are with each other 14, 15 hours a day. It's not a bad thing, but obviously it's nice to get that time away and then obviously look forward to seeing everyone when we get back. So.
And you and George last night will talk through the day's play, will you?
Well, sometimes we have other conversations. There's a few things going on at the moment, so we talk about that.
Talk about Love Island as well.
Yeah, Love Island obviously is a hot topic. But we don't chat too much about cricket. We get the odd FaceTime call from Dom Bess, and he talks through his new batting technique he's got, which is funny. So
didn't see much of that today.
Yeah, no, he has definitely changed. He's got a new trigger, and I think he's been trying to. Well, he's kind of mentioned to me he's been working quite closely with Harry Brook, who's obviously had an awesome summer. So yeah.
Yeah, that must be pretty cool to just tap in on someone else who's scored a lot of runs and just get some advice. They just do throwdowns together, would they?
I think so. Yeah, I've not really asked too much, but he said he's kind of worked quite closely with him. So which is always nice to see.
You been doing that, helping any of the youngsters? Or?
No, I mean I need the help, but no, not really. I don't. I'm very very quiet. But if someone, does ask, then I'll obviously try my best to help. So.
Little bro didn't ask you too much to help?
Not really. He's very quiet. Bless him. He's quite shy with things like that. So he doesn't talk about a lot to me, let alone batting. So.
Fair enough. Wait on, we can hear through the mics as Renshaw was promising to us yesterday that he doesn't do the Labashini.
I did hear him yesterday doing it, or not yesterday, the day before.
I think he said someone said something to him and it sort of slightly wound him up, but made him think, I'll start doing it now. So we see Matthew Waite's going to continue from the Gothic Pavilion end. He's been getting a bit of nibble each way. Ball you've probably not seen very much of, Tom, but...
Oh, no, I've played against him quite a bit. He's obviously been around for not that long, but I played a lot of second team cricket when I was younger against him. But he's got a bit of a slingy, it's not slingy action, but there's enough kind of a bit of a round arm action. And yeah, he just is testing, like I said, both sides of the bat. I think he kind of just drops it on the length on the seam, and hopefully it goes either way. So he's definitely a very good bowler, one to watch. So.
See Lambie just. Would you say guiding it down to third man?
That's what I tell everyone. But yeah, look, obviously Abel, was it yesterday? I can't even remember. Got a brilliant 100, and then obviously got him
2 days ago. Yeah.
Did he get 2 days? Yeah, and then he got him trapped on the crease. So he's definitely can do it for a long period of time, and he's always testing you.
Yeah, Tom Abel winning the toss and electing to bat in this fixture. Somerset racking up 400 on day 1 and into the start of day 2.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see when they bring Dom Bess into the attack, obviously with 2 left-handers, and he did get a little bit of turn yesterday. I do think he's probably going to come on within the next 5 overs. So it'll be interesting to see how we do play him. I think obviously on day 1 we kind of probably didn't put him under enough pressure, and he kind of just got into his rhythm and didn't really expect too much from us, but hopefully we can kind of be a bit more proactive this year. And there goes a quick cheeky single out to the offside, I think.
Well,
Didn't see
two
that.
coming back, bit of a misfield, was it?
Yeah, I think either of them have run to it and then kind of left it for each other.
Over it -2. Yorkshire struggle with their over it. I think we've got to blame Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, I mean, his long run up and how long he takes between each ball, I don't think's helping that.
You were doing 18 taps when he's bowling, weren't you?
Yeah, I know, I don't.
In again to Renshaw. He's almost a crab-like defensive shot. How you describe the way?
Yeah, it is different, isn't it? It's kind of like he breaks his hands on it and just literally lets the ball hit the bat. His hands don't go out in front of him, which has obviously worked for him. So his technique has definitely changed from when he was last over. He used to kind of, don't want to be hypercritical, obviously, but he used to plant his front foot a little bit and then like flick everything. But now he looks so solid. So.
Do you think that's a deliberate poise, soft hands, he can get ones either side of the wicket then? Letting the ball hit the bat? Is that what
Reynolds isn't a quick runner, so probably not. But yeah, that's obviously something he's... Oh, that's 6.
Whacked it over long on, down into the Marcus Gothic Pavilion stand down below us, and out of nowhere, you talk about his flick. What's
just
that?
Whacked one over mid. Yeah, no, off, well, looks like it was outside off somebody. Smacks it over mid on. We need him in that T20 team. Yeah,
I was surprised. So many people were, it's nowhere near leg stump. It's well outside off. You could have watched the replay that to work out quite why he decided to whack that for 6, but a bit of positive intent. And so many people have asking me, why is Renshaw not in the T20 team? Why is Renshaw not in the T20 team? I said,
well, we've got Riley Rousseau. I think that's the answer for you. So
Riley Rousseau, and then need another bowler. I mean, it'd be pretty cool if he could play more than 2 overseas, but wouldn't be so great for the homegrown talent, would it?
Yeah.
No, I'd like to see Renshaw and Riley going together at some point. Would be pretty cool, though. The double R's.
What's being said on the live stream? Have we got anything exciting happening today?
Lovely shot, Ren, says Mountain Goat. There's been some
Mountain Goat's always on it, isn't he? He is, isn't he?
You said you'd never look at this.
No, I didn't, but something like he's been...
Look at the swing on that. It's a comeback ball after Renshaw's hit you for 6. Gets him going. Yeah, a lot of random chats, to be honest. Nothing major. Where's Gabriel gone? He's back on the field now. He just had a little break. He comes back.
Someone's watching from Bangladesh.
Yes. We've got 2,600 watching. Don Bess is going to return. Back at Taunton. Back with ball in hand.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how we play this. I think Lammers is very good on the sweep, reverse sweep against spinner. So I think he's going to probably try and bring out like a little sweep dab down short fine leg, and hopefully he can get a few runs from doing that.
This is a bit of a Devon private school battle, extra school versus Blundell's here, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of rivalry between these two. They still see each other quite a lot, don't they?
Yeah, we all see Bessie loads. I mean, it's his birthday soon, and we're going out tomorrow to celebrate. So yeah, look, we're still best mates, and we talk to him literally every single day. So yeah, we only want the best for Bessie.
Well, celebrating a cat championship draw, it won't matter, will it? The night out celebrations won't.
No, I don't think whatever the result is, that's not going to affect, I think, what we do as a group. So.
So go on then. You've kept quite a few times in all formats, of course. You'd have kept to Bessie over the years. What's he like to keep to?
I've not actually kept him that much, but he varies his pace quite well. He gets obviously a lot of spin. There's that dab that I was talking about.
Does he play that on line there?
I think it's premeditated. He plays it as he's probably at the top of his mark, and he's going to be like, right, I'm going to play this straight away. But
wherever he bowls it.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, I mean, I've never asked him, but back to Bessie's bowling. Yeah, I think obviously he mixes his pace up quite well, so you do have to be ready for the skidder, the quicker ball that he bowls through. But yeah, I used to do a lot of short leg to him back in 2019, and yeah, we did get a few wickets and catches there, which was nice. Except from the odd drag down that he'd bowl and he'd get whacked straight into me. So.
How about your mate George being him today?
I know, to be honest, he dealt with that quite nicely. He literally got straight back up and went again. I think that if that was me, I would have been off. So good on him.
I thought Kerry Cadmore as well. He's going to be making mates with his new employee. He's whacking 2 sweep shots straight at him. So that's a 2 to Tom Lammerby, as Bess has got 2 left-handers in his sights. Yeah, Lammers is 22, Donbass 24, so a couple of years out, but they've still played so much cricket with and against each other over the years. It's an interesting battle. Somerset's gone quite quickly here, 57 after 10.5. Bessie's first innings figures were 29 overs, 4 for 68, including 6 maidens. There were a couple of wickets at the end with sort of aggressive tail end shots to try and get the run rate going after the 400 had already been scored, and there were no bowling, well, batting or bowling bonus points up for grabs. So someone like Jack Leach, is he easier to keep to because he bowls a similar line and length? Bessie changed it
well,
up a bit
obviously there tends to be a lot more right-handers, so obviously the ball's turning away from the bat, and obviously you can watch that, whereas Bessie obviously is turning the ball back into the bat, so he can beat them on the outside edge, and then obviously go through the gate or obviously down the leg side. So yeah, to be honest, I've not really kept too much to either of them in a game, so I've kind of always been with my short leg pads on round the bat. So
that is going to be T, 57 for none, with Renshaw 29 not out, Lammonby 24 not out, 11 overs gone. A few more comments in the YouTube. Excited to have first Pete Trigo and Max Waller. Now Tom Banton, fresh from carrying the drinks out to the players. Can we win this match? Pretty straight to the line question.
I think so, yeah, I reckon. I think obviously we've got such a solid start here. What do we lead by now? Probably close to 200, I reckon.
205, yeah.
350 to 400. You obviously don't want to be in a position where you can lose it, because it's obviously a quick scoring ground, and get a partnership together, it's very hard to break. But I think if we bowl 90 overs at them tomorrow with 10 overs at the end of the day with a new ball, then we give ourselves a good chance. So.
Always look on the bright side of life, straight to the point. I guess he's talking about the Don Bess here. He says Mambo's question mark. Jerry Slade. Great to hear from Max and Tom. Makes a nice change from treats. Anyone else sick of Surrey dominating the county champ? Yeah, do you find that? Is that a bit of chat on just between the Somerset Surrey rivalries over the years, of course?
Not too much, to be honest. I mean, no, I don't. Small things like that I don't really read too much into. So.
Surrey seem hungry for it, willing to be flexible when chasing. Steve Gummsall says they deserve it. They're playing with great spirit. I guess that's a good point. You see that Scarborough game when Surrey chased down Yorkshire total, Jamie Overton batting at 4. Do you think there'll be much flexibility in the Somerset lineup this season, Camp Championship, for chasers?
I mean, look, we're probably realistically not chasing the title, are we? We're not. I think obviously we'd be fine. We won't go down, but it's just more of giving guys the experience of going into next year to try and really push to get back towards the top of the table. So I can't see much flexibility happening. I don't think we really need to be honest. So.
Sir Ank says, which team do you like beating the most?
I do enjoy Hampshire and Gloucester quite a bit, because whenever they've beaten us in the past, they seem to give it massive ones to us. So yeah, that is always nice to do that.
How did you find Saturday night then with the Hampshire
No,
players?
to be honest, I know a lot of them quite well, so I didn't mind, to be honest. It was a long day, so there was no real emotion there.
I suppose do you see it as a West Country rivalry with Gloucester?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, over the years, it's like the be-all and end-all when they beat us. So yeah. It's nice this year that we've beat them a few times. So yeah, it's been good beating them.
Gordon Avery says, "What's your football team?"
Liverpool.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Self and Ben will be happy with that one. Then there's most of us up here in Liverpool, so that's happy. Did you get to go to Anfield very much?
I've never been.
Never?
No, well, I've never been able to get tickets. Obviously, Liverpool are always at the top of the table, and like tickets are so hard to come by.
Yeah.
So no, I've not had the chance to go, but I'll be trying this year for sure.
There you go. As a plea to YouTube comments, can you try and get me, myself, Ben Warren, Tom Banton, all the Liverpool fans in the Somerset stream, get us some Anfield tickets somehow. I'm sure someone can work some magic. Just a couple more questions, then we'll have a little break for tea. Have you got other jobs you've got to go and do at tea time?
No. I'm just drinks boy for the next day and a quarter.
Mountain Goat said, TKC looks a quality batter, a replacement for Hildy, surely?
I think so. Look, I don't get too much involved with those sides of things, but I think Hildy's obviously had a fantastic career, but I think all good things must come to an end. So I think, yeah, he's moving on probably at the end of the year, and then hopefully, yeah, Pepsi can take over and hopefully do what he did for us. So.
Yeah, pretty cool to watch. Did you enjoy watching that knock as much?
Yeah, it was good. I've known Pepsi for ages now. I've done a few overseas leagues with him, and I know how good he is. So hopefully he can do this for us next year, and yeah, he's going to add a huge amount to us as a team.
Right, should we give Tom a little bit of a break? We can have a little 5-10 minutes off if you like, or you just keep on talking throughout the tin full. Totally up to you.
Oh, it's quite hot up here, to be honest.
We have got an aircon behind. We could turn the aircon on for you. We could treat you. Sophie Laffer's been in charge.
Are we allowed to get it on?
Just an on button, isn't it?
Do we get told off for turning the aircon on?
No, I don't think unless Gordon Hollins has told you he's got to save his budget for an overseas player next year. I suppose Riley might be a bit more expensive next year. No. We've also got someone else saying, thought you were a Chelsea fan. So you always put your stories
who said
at the
that?
bridge.
Is that?
Gree Youth. Do you know who that is? Gary, YouTube names are never quite what they are.
No, I thought that would be one of my friends. To be honest, one of my best friends from school is a Chelsea fan, so we always go to Stamford Bridge, and I do actually enjoy watching football there. So that's kind of like my second club at the moment. So yeah, I'm excited to get back to the Bridge. I think on the 14th of August, I think I'm going to go to the, I think it's Tottenham game.
Are you allowed to have a second club in the same league?
Yeah.
So you've been to more Chelsea games than Liverpool
Yeah,
games?
I know, it's sad, isn't it?
It is, a little bit, but too far I feel. When I was at uni in Huddersfield and commentated for them in the Premier League a bit, so I went to more Huddersfield games. I've been to Anfield, so just got to watch Liverpool away game.
Yeah, I know.
Do you support a rugby team? So it's not
No, not a huge rugby fan at all, to be honest. I don't. I used to follow Leicester Tigers when I was younger, but yeah, kind of rugby was a big thing when I was at school. But ever since I've left, I've never really followed it or played it. So.
Was Leicester just because mates were supporting them?
No, it was just our closest like Premiership rugby
Yeah.
team, I think. So at the time, it was. I used to actually go and watch quite a bit, but yeah, I've not followed rugby in years. So.
And what about looking now down? We can see the ground staff on the stream. We can see them having a bit of a work on the square. Do you have much contact with them, much communication with them about what wickets you want?
Not me personally, but I think obviously Abel, Will, and Jason Kerr and Andy Hurry. Yeah, I mean, I don't get involved with stuff like that. So, yeah, I think obviously the guys higher up try and speak to Scott and kind of ask him what wicket they'd like him to prepare. So.
Yeah, it was interesting. He was saying about 100 for 2 is quite good to have, as he was saying after first morning session yesterday, 2 hours, 100 for 2 shows a good pitch to get the batters and the bowlers involved and make it equal for both. But I guess you'd be biased as a batter. You want to be as flat as possible, don't you?
Yeah, well, then you have to field for long, so I actually don't mind. As long as there's enough in it for both, then I'm kind of happy. So, yeah, I don't mind. I'm very easy. As long as there's not too much grass on it like there was at the start of the year.
Is that just because it's harder for you to play, just the ball's doing
Well, it was. I remember Hampshire. It was like I remember facing a bass, and it was like quick leg spin. You could not hit it, and then obviously you get slated for it, and then it's like it's so hard. But yeah.
Is that the best bit of bowling you've probably ever faced?
Definitely. Well, yeah, without doubt. I remember Abbott was one end, Barker, a bass. It was just it literally never stopped. But it was a good challenge. It was good to look back on. So.
Fair enough. We've got another comment saying, do you miss hockey?
I do miss hockey a lot, actually. I do try and play in the winter when I can. But obviously the schedule now is so much cricket going on, I haven't really had time to do it. But yeah, the last time I played was at school, and yeah, it was good fun. I used to love playing it.
You've not played a single match in school?
No, well, the cricket's just too much, and with injuries, the risk of injuries in hockey is obviously so high. I've not played any hockey.
Yeah, you'd be slated if you couldn't go to the Abu Dhabi 10 League or the Big Bash because you got a hockey injury in club hockey in Birmingham, I suppose, wouldn't you? Is that where you got the reverse sweep from, though?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've played hockey since I was probably about 4, and I've played for probably 14, 15 years. So, yeah, I'd like to think that's kind of where it's come from. So.
Why did you get into hockey from 4 then?
Just my dad, basically. I just basically followed him through cricket as well. I just remember he gave me a hockey stick, and I'd be watching him, and yeah. I used to absolutely love playing hockey, so.
Oh, great stuff. That links into Sarank's next question, actually. This has got to be related to your reverse sweeps in hockey. Who would get more runs, you batting left-handed or Lammers batting right-handed?
Probably, obviously, Lammers batting left-handed, but
no, he's batting right-handed.
Oh,
so you're both batting with your weak hand, basically.
Oh,
so.
I don't know actually. Lammers can reverse sweep very well, though, so it'd be very tight. I haven't got an answer for that. Sorry, buddy.
Is that his hockey background as well? I suppose you've spent enough practicing. There's plenty of chat about football teams on here, and we've done the rugby teams.
What's that say? Bants? Do you remember?
Where are you looking now?
Go down. Good out.
That's it. That's the most recent ones. We've had a few further up here. Talking about Surrey and rugby, and feel free to ask any more questions to Tom Banton while he tries to stay. Yeah, there's been a few of them. I was ignoring certain questions I've ignored. I thought you didn't fancy answering.
No, I mean I don't mind answering anything. It's pretty easy. But I've been hearing that for the last 6 weeks. So, but yeah, don't worry. There's only one club I'll be at next year, and that's So don't worry.
I've had so.
Yeah.
I've had people texting me or tweets.
No, honestly, I've been signing stuff in the crowd and I've heard all sorts. But yeah, I mean,
you're going to Warwickshire, you're going to Surrey, you're going to Yorkshire.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to Australia.
Counties.
I'm going to play cricket in Singapore. No, I'm only ever going to be at one club. So. Okay, sorry, Ben.
I was not asking you, but we'll move on swiftly.
No, but it's. I think it had to be addressed because it was getting, everywhere I went, it was getting asked. But yeah, don't worry.
Tom Banton here in the commentary box with us, talking through the tea interval. Do ask any questions. There's going to be. Oh, here's another one here. How noisy was it playing from the playing field? People in the Holly stand were saying it's pretty loud compared to your previous finals days experiences, your England experiences. How's the noise compare?
The Hollies is always epic, to be honest. I mean, last year we got to the final, so the guys had been drinking and had been there for like 12 hours. Good on them, to be fair. I mean, I could never do that. But yeah, the crowd obviously throughout the day obviously gets better and better. So no, it was epic. So yeah, unfortunately we didn't get there this year, but hopefully we can get back there next year.
Lots of positive, great news, Tom comments. Gordon Avery wants to know your favourite group or artist. This feels like top chunks we're playing here.
I do enjoy. I've been with George Bartlett to 2 concerts, see Drake and Dave the rapper.
Okay.
And I did enjoy them. And then I've been to one festival and I've seen. Who did I see? Disclosure.
Okay.
They were good at Boardmasters in Cornwall, Newquay.
Yeah, how did you do Boardmasters in the cricket season? That was young when you were younger, was
That's
it?
Sneaky, actually. I probably shouldn't tell anyone this, but I remember I was doing fielding practice here and I broke my finger.
Tactical break.
Not broke my finger, I dislocated it, and I obviously couldn't do anything for a few weeks. And it was a Wednesday, and Boardmasters started on that Wednesday. So a few of my mates, we were like, oh, let's try and go. So I was like, I literally texted them, I was like, I've literally dislocated my finger. Booked a ticket within the next hour, and then I drove down and we stayed there till Sunday.
That's the thing, isn't it? Anyone in Devon and Somerset schools, you've got to go to Boardmasters.
Yeah, it was a huge thing at school. Now, to be fair, everyone was like, oh, it's such like a young festival and stuff, but I absolutely loved it. So
there you go. So there's some positive to just getting your finger. Have a look at any of these questions you want to answer from. Any tips for younger batters trying to improve?
Just try and enjoy it. I know that's so nichey and
that's a cop-out answer.
Yeah, I guess it is. But for me, obviously, you've had so many like highs and lows, and at the end of the day, you're always going to get out. So just being happy to accept that. And for me, I think any tips. Technically, I think for me, it's obviously different for other people. But I like to get a nice early trigger in. Well, when I'm not playing well, I don't seem to even have a trigger. But when I've looked back and being at my best, that's when I feel like I've done well, when I've got an early trigger in. If you look at Harry Brook, he does it so well, he moves so early and he's so still on when the bowler releases a ball. I think that's, I know obviously if you're quite young that's probably too much to take in.
No, go on, explain a bit more about the trigger then, because you want to be still but you're also saying trigger, which is kind of moving.
Yeah, well it's getting the balance of making sure you get it in time. Well, you look at Joe Root, I don't know, what do you say? His trigger's not late. It's very rhythmical. He like kind of goes back and then he like comes back into the ball as the bowler releases it. Whereas I'd like to try and go back and be still. And well, I'm obviously not that balanced because I get out. But if you look at Harry Brook, I think that's why he's been so successful this year, because he's had such an early trigger and his head is like very still. I've spoken to him actually quite a lot the last few days about it. But yeah, for me, I think that's when I'm playing at my best, is when I get my trigger in nice and early.
So what, in the lunch and tea breaks, you're just going out, oi, Harry Brook, talk
No,
trigger,
like Brookie is like one of my best mates. So I went out for dinner with him last night, and we chat about all sorts of stuff. I've known him for years now, so yeah, we have a laugh.
Is that trigger movement then? Why don't all batters have the same trigger movement?
Well, it's why doesn't all bowlers not have the same bowling,
Yeah,
the kind of action, I guess. So
You'd have thought if there'd be a perfect way to help them play, wouldn't it make it easier from a coaching
obviously
point
everyone's
of view?
different, aren't they? And I think that's why the game's so wonderful. Is the word to use. Yeah, look, I'm different. Well, everyone's different. There's not many people who are the same. So
Okay, great. We've got a few people saying great to have Joss back, and then we could have you, Joss, Speed.
yeah, I don't know
Riley.
what Joss is doing. I mean, I think he's pretty stuck in London at the moment. I think he's pretty happy living the London lifestyle. So, I mean, I don't even talk to him about stuff like that. So I don't know.
Do you speak to him much?
I do talk to him a little bit. Obviously, his schedule's so busy, and
Yeah.
not being in and around the England teams, I've kind of not really mentioned, like, spoke to him as much as I used to. But yeah, he's it was weird because obviously I used to grow up watching him, and then I played with him for a bit, and I was like, wow, this is crazy. So to have him as like a friend, and he used to be kind of part of our huge Xbox crew in like the England bubbles, and he used to love it. So
Has he had
there
time
was
for
like
that with his
probably
families?
12
Yeah.
of us with those Xbox suitcases. So yeah, we had a good laugh back then.
Loads more questions coming in now. Who's your favourite country to play cricket against or in?
Oh,
Favourite away trip, I suppose.
I think to play against Pakistan, looking back, that's probably when I've been at my most successful. I think a few years ago against Pakistan in a T20 series, I was leading run score, and that was good. But I think obviously the Barbados trip we went on in February was just the Barmy Army. Like, everyone there was English fans. That was awesome to be a part of. But I've not really toured. Well, Cape Town's obviously up there. Played South Africa a few times. Toured there twice. So yeah, there's been some pretty cool tours in the last few years.
And going back to this, you talked about your gloves. I want to know how your numbered gloves work then. Do you have loads of pairs that you number in
Yeah,
order?
well, I've only got 6 pairs,
Okay.
and obviously I just number them 1 to 6. But yeah, my number 1 and number 2s have seemed to kind of, not that I've batted loads, but they're like, the sweat on these gloves, they don't take it that well. I sweat really like quite a lot in them, to be honest. So the last few games I've been using brand new gloves, and I've just felt like a different player. So yeah.
They're all the same.
Yeah. It's just Kookaburra, like the Kahuna, the green ones.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
You would see everywhere.
Sponsors will give you as many pairs as you want, and you just choose.
Yeah, well, hopefully, yeah.
Favourite,
Which
yeah.
is that is a nice thing about it. So, oh yeah, I've started to try and wear as new gloves as possible now. So
We'll have to get you to bring a pair up here, and you can show us your numbered order. What else have we got? Serious question: are you married, Tom?
I'm not married. No, I have a girlfriend, but I'm not married.
You might have a
I'm way
proposal,
too young
YouTube
for that.
comment. Yeah. Who's the best at darts in the changing room?
Oh,
We almost had
not
this
me.
with
I
that
don't
yesterday.
enjoy darts at all. But Riley
Okay.
Rousseau was up there. Max Waller,
Oh,
he's not in here, but yeah, he's normally right up there. So yeah, it's unfortunately not me.
And do you like the horses, like the Overton twins?
I'm not as invested as those boys, but yeah, I don't mind going to watch the horse racing and stuff.
And Mark Pittman says, sorry, you're getting some daft questions here. Jam or cream first on a scone?
I don't like scones, so neither.
There you go, fine, that's done with. And what was the best school cricket team you played against?
Malvern. Honestly, when I was young, I used to play against Tom Kohler Cadmore. I was in year 9, and he was in upper 6th, and he used to open the bowl against me and bump me. It was funny. So honestly, I've known him for like 10 years now. So
why doesn't he bowl anymore? He could bump you.
he's now a keeper. So yeah, I don't know, with injuries, etc. He's probably stopped doing it.
There you go. So you reckon we might see Tom Kohler Cadmore having a little bowl when he's not keeping Somerset next year?
I don't think so. No. No, I don't think hopefully we don't need him.
Who's the fastest bowler you faced then? Not Tom Kohler Cadmore.
No, Shaheen Afridi from Pakistan, the left armour. He's got me out quite a lot, and we've had a few good tussles in the past. So
Middlesex, I suppose other franchise comps around the world as well.
Well, he didn't play for Middlesex when we played them, but yeah, when I went to PSL, when I was quite young the first year, I went over. I remember facing him when he got me out. I think, yeah, he got me out a few times, so no, it was good fun.
Another back on your trigger movement. Someone says, is a natural wide base? Is that natural for you?
Oh, well, I think I'm quite tall, so it'd be a bit weird if I was like so stood
Yeah.
upright. I'd probably just
It's
fall
a
over.
balance thing, right?
Yeah, so for me, yeah, that's one of my main things. But should I leave you to it? Because I probably need to go back and do drinks, and I'll get.
Well, don't get in trouble. You can stay as long as you want.
No. I'm not here all day. This is for you.
Depends how many drinks is Roller going to carry out. He's
Yeah,
going to
I
get his
know.
cordial balance right. Have you got to mix the orange squash or the?
No, but I should go and help him, and I'll let you guys take over. But thank you for having me.
That's right.
and
Bring us some
I'll,
drinks next time.
I
can
will
you?
do. I'll leave you guys to it. Enjoy.
Cheers. Thank you. That's Tom Banton here, loving life in the com box last couple of days, desperate to get off drinks. We've got Pete Trigger, we've got Andy Caddick, we've got Sophie Laff. Not quite sure who's coming on next. I think it's going to be Sophie. As Jack Schutt's got the ball from the Triscothic Pavilion end. Over 8 still, -3. You've got a bit of catching up to do. Sophie's just struggling with the headphones. Tom's head's a bit bigger than Sophie's. Can't fit the headphones on. Just bear with us while Sophie tries to get the headphones around her. And there's a couple of runs behind square. The left-handers Renshaw and Lammerby ticking things over.
You said that very politely then, Harry.
I didn't want to upset either of you,
with
really.
the
With the small head or the big head, I'm not sure.
Say that Bance had a big.
I'm not sure which is more of an insult, big head or little head. Jack Schutt with this weird, really off-spin action. The way he sort of jumps and skips, I like it. Sort of, is it a skip? Is it a hop and a skip and a jump and a not really triple jump bowling action, but
that'd be impressive, wouldn't it? Triple jump bowling action. Love to see that.
Still getting loads of questions on the YouTube stream for Tom Banton, so if you might have to answer some of them.
Yeah, I'll make up some answers, it's fine. I could answer that one. What's it like batting with Baba? I suppose it's pretty good fun, that.
Yeah. How's your rate, Sonny Baker? He'll be back on tomorrow as soon as he's bored tomorrow afternoon. Loads more questions. We'll have him answering later on. But there's one slip for Jack Schutt into Tom Lammerby. Let's just try and gesticulate about a field change. That's lovely soft hands from Lammerby. That shouldn't go for 4, really. Is it quick enough down? No, it's going to be reined in for 2. Soft hands, back foot punch for 2 behind square.
These two been playing well. I've had to take a phone call, so I've missed quite a lot of the Renshaw Lammerby partnership so far. But good to see that we haven't lost a wicket, and they seem to be on top out there.
Good to see Jack Schutt having a bowl, really, because he didn't bowl much in the first innings. He completes his first over just for 3 runs this time. There's a lot of chat about Sophie's Nova, but I'm all for it. I'm a pencil and paper kind of guy. I've got my pencil and paper, I've got my pencil scorecard. It's just professional, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like it makes us look. It's all for show, really, isn't it?
Your handwriting's a little bit neat.
It's not actually any use in it. Just looks professional. You're more of a laptop kind of guy, though, aren't you?
Well,
when we're talking about someone, so Jack Schutt, for instance, like if you wanted to know how old he was and when he made his debut and all of that sort of stuff, you just go a couple of clicks, a couple of types away, and you've got all that information in front of you.
Well, I'm a bit odd. See, Sam would always have it on the computer. I've got some on a Word document, some on my email stats,
and you're
some
a
written down.
pencil kind of guy
yeah,
as well.
I've got pages of stats here as well. I try and use sometimes, but I sometimes can't read my own handwriting. Is the only worry. At least on the internet, you can read typed figures a bit more comfortably.
Quick single there by Renshaw, just playing that off the back foot into the cover region. Got the 2 Yorkshire spinners into the attack then. Here to start the evening session.
A bit of technology. We might have a tweet on the screen, apparently. Plenty of questions coming. We can't keep up with them all. Tom, you've got to come back tomorrow afternoon. You've got about 30 more questions you're not answering. They're all coming in late.
Yeah, fascinating interview with Tom Banton on the live stream. Tony Hardwick has tweeted in.
There you go, Tom. You're going down very well. Your interview was much appreciated, apparently, so thank you for that.
Lammerby punches that to mid-on, sneaks a single.
Corn Avery reckons crack on, and we could be in a position to declare tonight. That must be a
crack on. That's a great little saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Crack on, boys.
Crack on.
Oh, that's a close shout, but not out. Let's see if we can have a look at this one again. I think it's Hassan Adnan that kept his finger down there. 1 ball to go then in this Don Bess over. Renshaw tucks that behind square. Shannon Gabriel does the fielding. Lammonby, loud call of no. It's just going to be the 2 runs off that Bess over. Somerset move on to 64 for no loss, leading by 212.
I've just had a message in from Graham White, Exeter Cricket Club, who I played Devon Dumplings with, and he said...
Devon Dumplings?
Yeah, Devon Dumplings. Other than the Somerset Stragglers, Devon Dumplings, I do end up playing for both, which I get a bit of stick for. And he's saying that Lammers and Bessie played together for Devon Dumplings at Sidmouth. Tom making his debut at 13 years old, getting 70 odd. It's like an invitational Devon League team, and there's an invitational Somerset League team.
Lovely
Dumplings and Stragglers.
straight drive from Lammonby there.
Stragglers used to play on the wicket here, actually.
Oh wow.
Back in the 90s, I think, or last century anyway, they used to play on the county ground. They're in the museum. I had a signed bat given to me by one of our opposition teams from a game I played the other day, and they asked me, Harry, please can you put that in the museum? So
Dumplings, though, is unfortunate.
wow.
Team name that, surely. Oh, Renshaw's gone big. Where's that gone?
In between the 2 fielders, just going to go for 4.
It's going to go for 4. Who's that out there that's live and...
Revis? Big figure.
Yeah, it
yes,
is. It's
Matt
Revis. Yeah, there's a little bit of a lack of communication as to who was sort of going for that, and neither of them managed to do anything with it in the end.
Matt Revis charging round.
So Renshaw looking to be positive against Schutt here. Jordan Thompson in at mid-wicket there, busy doing the fielding. Renshaw just defends that into the offside, it's not going to be a run there.
God, the YouTube chat's kicking off. Can't keep up with everything now. So many questions for Bants. Chat for us as well about drinks. It's not. The thing is, when they're bowling spin, there's not much time to answer all the questions. Especially there's a wicket. Reverse sweep. Matt Renshaw does not look impressed. He's gone for the reverse sweep. Catch above his head at slip.
I think he might get in trouble for that as well.
He stood there for a long time.
Standing there and questioning the umpire. I think he might be...
He does not look happy, Matt Renshaw. He's got to go. The finger's gone up. Jack Schutt celebrating. He's fist bumping like Alan Shearer, but Matt Renshaw is traipsing off far, far slower than who we were talking about earlier. With Matthew Waite, he was sprinting off.
Yeah, we were having a discussion, weren't we? Whether you're a slow walker off or whether you're a stomper.
We're giving that out from the back of the box? No.
I don't think that's out. And Renshaw didn't think it was out either. But he's got to go though. He's played nicely. 35 to his name. Somerset 69 for 1.
So he's gone for the reverse sweep. He's got the big bat. We know Renshaw can play the reverse sweep. He doesn't play it as often as Lammonby or Banton with us now, but it's the way he looked. Just surprise shot. The umpire's now having a chat. It's Tom Lungley who gave it. Hassan Adnan on the square leg. We will show you replay when we get a chance, but Tom Abel is going to have to come out as skipper and join Tom Lammonby. 2 more Toms together. And Somerset lead by 217, 65 for 1. There are 38 overs remaining in the day, so plenty of time for Somerset to rack up a big old lead and have a good go at bowling out Yorkshire tomorrow. People saying that a draw written over it, I don't think it is necessarily got a draw written over it. Weather looks good for tomorrow. Should get 104 overs in tomorrow as well if needed. So I think we're on for a positive result here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Do come on down. It's cheaper after tea today, or come on down tomorrow. You can buy tickets on the gate.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how Somerset play it and how positive they want to be in terms of a potential declaration. Obviously leading by 217 at the minute as Abel faces his first ball and defends that with the full face of the bat.
So Matt Renshaw has got 2 good starts. He's looked good, hasn't he? He's looked solid, he's looked positive. Maybe unfortunate, frustrated with the last dismissal, but he was able to wait. Genuine dismissal, yes, he's got 35 today, 43 on day 1. didn't get any runs at Southport last week, so fair play, he's positive spirits. Didn't look down, but he'll be desperate to get some runs at Essex next week.
I think the Somerset changing room might be more disappointed with his dismissal than he would be, because now they've got to put up with him for the rest of the session in the changing room.
That's why Tom's not actually going back when he said he was going back. He's not actually going to go back.
Don Bess again then from the River End, and Lammonby is playing positively, and that has gone all the way into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
Straight out of the Exeter School versus Blundells, the Devon Dumplings, the Exeter CC versus Sidmouth, and now it's Somerset versus Yorkshire. Tom Lammonby on Don Bess.
Oh, that's a lovely shot there, isn't it? Great footwork down the wicket, advancing down the wicket. Slower and wider outside the off stump there from Bess, trying to tempt Lammonby again. Lammonby leaves that one alone.
There's no urgent rush here for Somerset. They're just going to keep playing positive cricket shots, I think. And Lammonby's doing well at these straightish balls. He's just nudging politely, beautifully between slip and point, isn't he? The amount of runs we've seen in the gully, third, fourth slip region is ridiculous this match. I can't remember ever seeing a Jampo match with this many runs passed around the offside. Convincing. I don't think it's a false stroke there.
No, I think he's in control of that. He's just almost guiding it down, isn't he?
If you can hit a 6 and then guide a straightish ball for 2, then that's happy days. 8 off 2 balls, no worries. Yes, Renshaw against Essex, then there's the break for the Royal London Cup, and then Imam ul Haq, the left-handed opener from Pakistan, is due to come to Somerset for September when there's games against Gloucestershire and Kent and Northamptonshire. It's another left-handed opener. Tom Lammonby will have another different opener. He's opening with his mate Ben Green from Exeter, he's opening with Matt Renshaw, he's opening with Imam ul Haq in September.
So it's next week, Essex away.
Yep.
And then we're into the
Royal London
London.
Cup.
Okay, what's the date of our first game in that one? Do you know that?
So, off the top of my head, no, but I'll look at my diary.
You're a fountain of all knowledge.
14th of August and there's 19th of August.
Lammonby defends that one.
We play away at Gloucester on the 7th. I'm actually commentating for Gloucestershire, Somerset. Well, it's kind of for both. Kind of for both. I just checked my diary.
Going to the dark side then.
Well, no, I've been asked to do a few games in the season, but so many of them clashed. I couldn't do both of them. Somerset Knots.
I can picture the guys that do their live stream.
Yes.
But I can't think of their names.
Old chap, Ian Randall, old chap.
Ian Randall,
His,
yes.
Guy I garden for, guy in my village I garden for.
I shouldn't say this, but he just looks like an absolute beauty, doesn't he?
He's a great chap, honestly. It's bizarre, small world that he, guy I garden for is his best mate from school.
Ah.
So, yeah, good friends with Ian Randall. So, yes, 4th of August, Thursday against Somerset Knots. The only issue is that Devon Dumplings are on tour that week. So I meant to on tour the Dumplings Tuesday to Thursday.
That name is cracking me up. Getting me every time.
There's the Gloucestershire Gypsies. You've not heard of them
either? Do you like
either?
roll into the ground?
No. Devon Dumplings, Somerset Stragglers, Gloucestershire Gypsies.
Gloucestershire Gypsies, right?
I don't think there's
a... what are the other ones then?
I don't think there's a Cornish one.
Dorset something and...
Worcestershire have got a name that isn't alliterative, which really annoys me. People will chirp up on the stream in a minute. I was playing for them against the Free Foresters the other day, and they were telling me about all these other teams they play against. The MCC will play against these kind of teams. Dumplings have loads of fixtures. We've got 4 in a week in a couple of weeks. They play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
And you play against the other respective teams
and touring teams. A lot of teams from London, Kent, Sussex, Surrey. Play against some club teams.
And how do you qualify to be a Devon Dumpling?
You kind of get asked from the Devon League matches, I guess. Depends how short they are.
Cut away by Lammonby. Evades Revis again on the boundary out there. He's not having a very good time of it. He's trying his hardest to get round to that ball, but just couldn't quite get there. And another boundary to Lammonby. Great footwork there off the back foot. He's played that beautifully.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Tom Lammonby really going to overdrive here with some glorious cricket shots.
Oh, Lammonby is teeing off now. It's a lovely shot over long on.
mud splatter down below. He's left a divot. He has to replace his divots there, Tom Lammerby. There's 6 over long on. And poor old Jack Schutz had a tricky week, hasn't he? 2.5 overs, 1 for 19. Tom Abel slog swept him on day 1. Tom Lammerby's taken to the cleaners a bit here. And the second choice off spinner after Don Bess is being targeted. But as soon as I say that, a soft dismissal for Tom Lammerby. He's tried to go again, and it's an outside edge, leading edge really, drive to short extra cover, and he's fallen for 46. And you know what? George Bartlett was out for 46. Matt Renshaw was out for 43 in the first innings. Renshaw was out for 35. Tom Lammerby will not be massively worried because it's a bit of a tricky situation trying to score runs quickly for a declaration, but a little bit gutted to miss out on a 54 runs away. But he will walk off with his head high enough. Somerset 88 for 2, and it's tricky to know exactly what Tom Abel wants here, but they probably want at least 300 lead, won't they?
Yeah, just disappointing from Lammerby there. Just looked to get carried away in that over, to be honest. He's cut for 4 and whacked it down the ground for 6 and then just chip into cover. And yeah, I'll be really disappointed with that dismissal. Got George Bartlett coming to the wicket now. Just had a message actually. I'm sure you've probably played against this gentleman, Zach Bess.
Oh yes, played.
Was he ever a Devon dumpling? He's from that part of the world.
Years ago, yeah. What's he said?
He's just messaged me saying, Luffy, loving you on the comms.
Yeah, I played against, is it his brother, his cousin? We played against Sidmouth the other Saturday on the day of the Derbyshire quarter-final. Played at Sidmouth, Luke Bess. I'm not sure if it's Zach.
Is there a Josh as well?
Zach, Josh, Dom and Luke. I get confused which are brothers and which are cousins.
Zach and Dom are cousins, I believe.
Oh, so Zach and Josh are brothers.
Zach's got 2 brothers. He'll probably be messaging me now saying his
Zach,
family history.
Zach and Josh and Luke
brothers.
are brothers.
Yeah.
So Luke's the captain of Sidmouth.
Yeah.
So he's old school, bats with the cap. Everyone else wears a helmet. Okay. Even against our opening bowlers, he still bats with the cap, which I thought fair enough. Yeah, I was feeling at mid-on to Luke Bess the Saturday. And yeah, they bowled us out for 115. And although I was annoyed to have lost because we were at the top of the league and chasing the title and should be beating Sidmouth really, I got up here 1 minute before Bants and Smeed were facing George Scrimshaw for the first ball of the final. So the quarter-final, sorry. So no, yeah, he's a good player, Zach and Josh. They do miss him down at Sidmouth. Not playing very often these days.
Yeah, Zach, I think, doing a little bit of work at Notts.
S&C.
Yeah, he worked with Western Storm in one of the years of the KSL. The year we won it, actually, in 2017. Bessie was a part of it.
So you can tribute your biceps to him then, can you? That's give him the credit.
Yeah, I get a lot of stick for doing a few curls in the gym, actually.
I did see your Instagram the other day having a bit of a curl session.
Yeah, I was getting the young girls involved. So we got Neve and Soph Smell, who both 17, and yeah, I was just giving them an education into the world of doing a few extras in the gym, doing a few curls. Soph calls her arms like noodles, so it's like Operation Noodles at the minute. Yeah, so apparently they're like rice noodles at the minute. But we want to get them to like egg noodles.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, she tried to convince herself that she was curling a 9, but it was definitely a 6 kilo dumbbell.
Oh, was it? Okay. Just read it the wrong way around. I like that. No, I don't really gym in the summer, to be honest with you. I spend so much time playing cricket and golf and tennis and other sports that you just want to be outside in the sunshine. Don't want to be in the gym. But maybe I need to have a Sophie Luff noodle off, and you can teach me how to turn my noodles into egg noodles. Sounds a bit wrong. Really bad, doesn't it?
Abel just works that into the leg side.
So after a week, are you gymming at the moment then?
Probably not as much as I'd like to, just given our schedule. So yeah, probably try and get in your 1 decent strength session a week, and then a power session, and then if I'm playing on a Saturday, which we are at the minute, trying to do a primer, little sort of power shorter session the day before a game, just to get myself ready. Feel like I'm ticking over.
That's a technical term, is it? A primer?
Primer, yeah.
I like that. I've not heard that before.
Yeah. Prime the body.
Zach's taught you that word, has he? We're multitasking on conversations here. We're going to have to go off on tangent after tangent before we lose these comments. It's the Warwickshire Imps, the Yorkshire Yankees, the Gents of Worcestershire,
Hampshire
the Hampshire Hogs.
That's great, that
like
is.
That.
Hampshire Hogs.
I prefer the alliterative. Can you say that word?
Yeah, alliterative. No, I can't.
No.
I can say alliteration.
Yeah. I prefer the names that have alliteration, really.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go, isn't it?
So you could say Somerset 230, well, 243 for 2, I guess, would be the easy maths to look at it like. I just asked Banton before he left. You know, he said he left comms 45 minutes ago. He's just been sat at the back of the box having a chat. He reckons they want 350, 400, but that's not an official Tom Abel chat. Gordon Abel's asking what we want. I'd say, yeah, you want at least 300. Bance reckons 350, 400, but it's whether you're going to have 10 overs of them tonight, you'd have thought. I'd say there's 34 overs remaining. Try and bat for 15 overs now. Beware, you may lose a couple for bad luck at the end of the day, you never know. So maybe insert Yorkshire for a couple of tricky overs before the close of play. Adam Live and George Hill, neither surpassed 20, well, neither top 3. Sorry, no. Gonna come on back 3, scored 100, of course.
Yeah.
13 and 19 for Live and Hill, so they're under a bit of pressure tonight. What did they opt for a night watchman? I do not know. Don Best has done the night watch. Well, the night, what did they call it the other day? The night hawk, wasn't it? The new term. Stuart Broad doesn't want to use the term night watchman anymore. The night hawk.
Okay. Well, obviously there was the women's test match here as well,
yes.
and there was a conversation around the terminology in
Night
terms
watch
of night
woman?
watchman, and they
Yeah.
went with night watcher in the end.
Okay. Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
What would
I
be
didn't-
your term
I
of
didn't mind
choice?
it, to be honest. Yeah, night watcher. Yeah.
Night watcher, yeah.
And the night watcher for South Africa.
yes, was very good. I can't pronounce
very
her
nicely,
name though.
actually.
Can you pronounce her name?
No, I won't even try.
I tried a few times last week, yeah. And then she batted
Sekakune or
Sekakune.
something
I
like
went.
that.
I went for Sekakune, as Abel thinks about a single was sent back by mate George Bartlett. He apologised to the skipper. Wants to keep on Tom Abel's good books. Yeah, Sekakune I went for, but I'm not sure if that's fluent South African. She batted well, didn't she? In both innings,
Did,
actually.
yeah.
Really dug in.
She certainly did a job for her team, that's for sure. They've not fared too well in the ODIs. It's the first T20 tonight, though. I think that one's at Chelmsford.
Will you be going straight home to watch that this evening?
I will be going home to watch that, yeah. Just can't get away from cricket these days. There's
No.
so much cricket on,
I
isn't
know,
it? It's so hard to, it's so hard to follow it all.
I was saying yesterday, people keep going on about this Freddie Flintoff documentary, and I say, well, why are you putting it on when there's all this live cricket on? I've got no time to watch it because there's live cricket on every day, every night, and trying to play. And
So you haven't watched it?
no,
Yeah.
I'm hoping
it's
iPlayer
brilliant.
have it on for a long time. It's got to be beyond that 28 days because if it was in the winter, it'd be great. But in the summer, there's so much else to watch. It's been blast every night for the last few weeks. Now that's finished, but then there's internationals and here till 7:30. Trying to get 104 overs in. There's just no time.
Tratter on screen
He hasn't
there.
had many siders on him this week. Maybe he's on a diet. Not
What's
quite
he
as much a
practicing
wide
there?
load. He's practicing his cover
Practicing-
drive, isn't he?
Yeah.
I wonder if
Just
he's
with the
got
bottom hand, though.
He's from up your way, isn't he? Sure, I did look on his website. I'm sure he's from
I
up.
don't know. I don't know that much about him. I've never met
Do you
him
not?
either.
You've never looked at
No.
the Tractor Driver website?
He's got his own website.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how much I know.
IT. He's an expert in IT.
Okay.
You do have to put Tractor Driver Somerset or Tractor Driver Cricket. You can't just put... When I put in Tractor Driver, I get John Deere and Massey Ferguson. Yeah, tractordriver.co.uk. He's a roving reporter. He's gone a bit...
Okay.
He's gone a bit part-time lately. Most
You
of his
can't, you
reports...
can't just say tractor normally, can you? Well, I
No, you
tend
can't.
to not.
Tractor or
You-
driver
yeah,
with the R's. It just...
you know, you accentuate the West Country accent there.
It says 2003 to 2022 driver in enterprises, but he's not done a report since 2007.
Right.
But he's a busy man. He does photos, he's been all over the world.
Does he go to away games as well? Or
Yes,
is
but
he
not as many as he
Okay.
used to.
slower by best there?
Now as a kid growing up, he used to love Triggs, didn't he? Always Jamal Hussain and Triggs were his two favourite bowlers. Come on Triggs, come on G, come on Triggs, come on G. Or Brooksy he quite likes now. Come on Brooksy.
Craigo, I think.
Craigo,
right?
yeah. that's the
Craigo.
one. And he used to be Jamie, I missed that one as well. Oh, come on, Bessie lad. He might be accidentally cheering for the wrong side here. Come on, Bessie lad, he used to shout.
Oh, he's got a friend now.
Yeah. Oh, he normally has people flocking over to chat to him. I think he was a bit gutted when the Gimlets Hill area was out of order, when they were making the accessibility improvements and changes. He lost his usual spot.
Yes, it's a favourite spot over there, isn't it? I've never actually watched cricket from that.
Have you
part of
not?
the ground. No, never
That was
experienced
as a
it before.
teenager growing up. That was my favourite viewing spot, Gimlets Hill on the benches down there.
Last ball with Bess's over here. Bartlett just knocks that back to him.
And we're going to see a little replay here. Bit of controversy. Oh, we need a slow-mo. Can we get Andrew or Henry to give us a different angle? Can we rock and roll that, please, Bruce? Here we go. Has he went into the ground? Is that what he's annoyed about? Is that a bump ball? Has he hit it into the ground and then back up? Or does it come off the top edge of the bat? Really
I think
hard
it's
to
come
tell.
off. I don't think he's hit it into the ground.
No, Figo's given it out. Luffer's given it
I
out.
think that is
Bantam
out.
said not out straight away. So he's allowed to be biased for his teammate. Yeah, I was going to sit on the fence very unprofessionally. But so rank, there's a lovely anecdote. Apparently, tractor drivers, big old floppy hat, flew into Gimlet's Hill during the improvements being done, and they were reconstructing it versus the Surrey game last week. Apparently he looked gutted, but surely they'd have given it back to him. It's only a bit of scaffolding, the wind taking it into the
I love how
scaffold off
someone
area.
said, "Leave Tractor alone. He's a lovely bloke."
We were complimenting
Yeah.
him. We were saying how much we love him.
Look, he's still practicing his cover drives down there.
His one-handed cover drive, you mean? But I've had coaches tell me to practice with just the bottom hand. Normally it's a top hand drill, but I don't quite understand why. But just to get the shape right, have you done that with coaching?
Yeah, I've done. Actually, focused a lot on some one-handed drills this winter. I actually thought the coach was mad when he put the bowling machine on 60 miles an hour and said, "You're going to play it with just your top hand," and then 5 minutes later said you're going to play it with just your bottom hand. And actually, it worked a treat.
So surely this forearm muscle, you're not curling that in the gym, are you? Surely that's
No.
knackered after just a top hand drill facing 60 miles
But
an hour.
it's all around sort of like your body position and where you're making contact with the ball.
Okay.
So if you can like let the ball come into you and you lead with that sort of front shoulder, then you can create power with just your top hand.
You're going to have to get him in the neck, so if you're going to have to sort
So it's
me out.
almost like you're trying to angle your body away from the...
George Bartlett has whacked a 6 just over Matt Revis's head into the family stand. We're literally talking a foot above the jumping Matt Revis. Close to being out, but this is clearly a plan. Somerset are going to attack all the way through here. Very good T20 side. Yes, they slipped at the same hurdle Yorkshire slipped at on Saturday, but all of the players are aggressive. George Bartlett, I watched score that magnificent. You here as well, weren't you, Sophie? That's Sri Lanka T20?
No, I wasn't. No,
Oh,
no, I missed that one.
George Bartlett batted beautifully that day. It was before the T20 blast. Max Waller, I was talking to earlier about it. He surpassed Alfonso Thomas and became the official leading T20 wicket taker. There was a bit of confusion as to whether that match would count or not. But anyway, he was given it, and George Bartlett batted beautifully in that game, attacking the spin, using his feet just like he did there. Slightly short of boundary, but made the most of it.
So yeah, I reckon that's your winter training this year, Harry. Some
Okay.
Top hand drills against a machine. 60
I'll start
miles
today,
an
I'm
hour.
ready.
We'll give it a go.
So many other talented cricketers in the box. I feel under a lot of pressure to improve and perform. And Max Waller combing through my play cricket stats earlier. I felt a bit under pressure.
Oh, really? Do they not tell the whole picture?
Well, some of them are all right. Oh, Fluffy, there's a comment on the YouTube which makes a reference. Did you hear about this scam from the IPL people? Did you hear about they faked an IPL game and got a load of money for it?
No, I didn't hear about that.
So no, this is a legit county championship game between Somerset and Yorkshire because, yeah, it was a big news story about it. People faked an IPL game, got loads and loads of money from it, televised. It got people to put money on it as the lengths people will go to with cricket and the love for the IPL particularly. Some niche references on the YouTube comments today.
Yeah, I was just reading a few actually. Yeah. Who's your team in the IPL, Harry? Who do you like?
Rajasthan Royals I used to love when
yeah.
Ajinkya Rahane and Rahul Dravid were opening together years ago.
Okay.
Not just the latest with...
All right, inside edge there from Abel. Don't think it's going to go all the way. It's going to pick up a couple.
We've seen so many inside edges this match. We've We'll have to ask our technical team next door if they can get us a wagon wheel graphic. I don't know if that's within the bounds of possibilities, but I'd love to see a wagon wheel from some of the innings to see quite how many have been between the third man, final leg region. Not easily, they say. But, take our word for it. Dunbar's continuing to with a lovely drive. That's the area that has a potential for 2. As Harry Brook lets it go past his left hand to deep cover.
I'm just having a look on MV Play actually, just to see if I can get the.
Sophie, sorry, we're not using MV Play. We got Pete Trigo. We got graphic designer Pete Trigo in the box. You wait till we see this ball from Donbass. End of the over is a slapped cover drive from George Bartlett, and
I'm not sure.
We'll put comms cam on. Here we go. This is the wagon wheel, courtesy of our very own Pete Trigo. This is why he was an hour late today. He spent this morning working on this artistic masterpiece. It's basically the same, isn't it?
That's Somerset's first innings there.
I thought you were signing it.
Yellow is not the best colour.
Well, we better bring Pete Trigo in after that, wouldn't we? I'll
Looks
let
like
you speak
6
to the artist.
boundaries behind square in this inning so far from Somerset.
I'll let you come and talk to the artist himself, Sophie.
6 out of the 11 Somerset boundaries behind square. Bartlett defending that one. Again, Bartlett in behind that one.
Afternoon, Sophie.
Afternoon, Triggs.
You've adjusted your headset after Tom Banton's great big melon head's been inside them.
Yeah, I didn't like to say that, but you took the words out of my mouth. Actually, did have to adjust it.
Boys are ticking along nicely here. Nice aggressive style of batting. I do think it's a bit optimistic to think that Somerset will bowl tonight, as Harry suggested, but they certainly put themselves in with an opportunity of getting plenty of overs at them tomorrow morning.
Yeah, what do you think they'll be looking at here, Triggs? If you were
What's the equation at the moment, Soph?
In the dressing room.
Maths isn't, I can deal in 4s and 6s, but the numbers are.
So we're leading by 261, sorry, at the minute. We've got 30 overs left in today's play.
Well, I've got to be honest. I think going by past history and the ground, I think they will want in excess of 375. Wouldn't surprise me if they want something starting with a 4.
Yep.
And I think they will want maybe a little 5 over bish bash bosh in the morning and an awkward sort of change, amount of time for the Yorkshire openers to pad up and prepare. That'd be my gut feeling. I think it would be verging on reckless if they bowled tonight. I think it would just be a nice 3.5 and over chase, whereas let's face it, 3 of the 11 batters get in the Yorkshire lineup and they'll chase it. That's the reality of batting at Taunton. It's not like any other ground in the country when it comes to chasing scores. So that's my prediction.
Yeah, I like your thinking there in terms of getting Yorkshire back out into the field tomorrow morning for a period of time, and then their opening batter's not really sure when Somerset are going to declare. You know it's coming, but
I'll throw one other thing is the bowlers still had a decent spell each today.
Yeah.
And a night's sleep, all the ice baths and the massage and a night's sleep, and get the bowlers freshening up as Bessie catches the gloves of Tom Abel. Great mates, as they've interviewed and talked about, but he's got one to spin sharply and bounce back into the gloves of Tom Abel, and he's popped up a catch. Very simple catch to first slip. Somerset 114 for 2, losing the captain Tom Abel for 10. But got to be honest, great signs in terms of the game from a Somerset perspective. Maybe a 350. That sort of dismissal might change Tom's opinion completely. Seeing one spit back at him like that, all of a sudden 350 would look a mammoth total to chase. So I hope I'm proven wrong, even though my gut feeling is that I think if you're going to bowl a side out in the 4th innings, I think 80 overs is probably enough if you're going to do it.
It's going to be Lewis Goldsworthy then. He's just walking to the crease.
It'd be interesting to see a replay of that actually, just to see how much that did do, or did Tom go back to a ball that wasn't quite.
No, I think it did spin from what we saw.
Can sometimes be a bit deceiving until you see a slow motion, but like I said, if there is a bit of an offering there, that certainly changes things, especially, you know, one in particular of their key batters is left-handed. You know, Adam Lyth, I would suggest that he'll have quite a tough time facing Leachy over the wicket, bowling into quite dark footholes now that are opening up.
Yeah, you mentioned Leachy there, but I reckon Renshaw's in the changing room's licking his lips saying, "Get me on, boys."
Yeah, in my head, I reckon he's in the change room now, pestering all the batters to play changing room cricket against him, and I'm going to bowl some demon off spin. He needs to work on that sling faster ball one, but yeah, fair play to him. I'm sure he'll come into it, definitely.
Yeah, well, Somerset will have sort of 3 spinners at their disposal. We obviously didn't see Goldsworthy in Yorkshire's first innings, but he's a more than capable left-arm spinner. But he's got a job to do with the bat here at the minute. 2 slips into him. He's defending that down past those slips. Shannon Gabriel does the fielding, comes around from backward point. Goldsworthy off the mark.
So 262 runs in the lead, Somerset at the moment. 350, another 100 runs. It's trying to work at 100 runs. 20 overs of good batting. I think 350 that'd be a brave declaration, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
A 350 chase. That would give Somerset a little 5, 6, 7 over spell tonight. I think my gut feeling is that in the precarious position Somerset are, I think that might be a little bit too bold, but depends how the next few overs go. If they can maybe accelerate the scoring rate a little bit, but I think time, normally when you talk about a declaration, by definition you're in control of the game, and I think it's more the question is, how many overs do you think we need to bowl a side out? I think that's the real question.
Last ball of this best over. Bartlett just defends that one.
We have a replay of last dismissal from Don Bess. Have a look if it spun as sharply as it looked. Yes, it certainly did. Spun from outside off stump. Not only spun, bounced as well. Tom Abel set to cut that, so it's obviously outside off stump and a bit short, and it's spun sharply back at him and hit him on the glove, as we see the other angle, which will probably tell more of a story. Oh, Renners, get loose, Renners. Opportunities there for sure, but Don Bess, quality performer we've seen many times in a Somerset shirt, doing the business for his new county, Yorkshire. Spin to win. Goldsworthy, great bit of footwork there, moving back and across, cutting through square point, pushing shut through that area, picking up a couple of runs. Every run's going to be valuable here. Important that the Somerset batters stay nice and busy, put the bowlers under pressure, don't allow them to bowl, show that you're going to attack them as well as defend them. Goldsworthy batting a long way across the stumps, trying to take LBW out of the equation, getting outside the line as he tucks that ball into the leg side for another single. So that's for the listeners that, or viewers that, follow cricket, and I think it's hotly debated. It's, standing in certain positions. You see George Bartlett, you can see middle and off stump there. He's not as worried, and he's used his feet to good effect there, and he's pumped that down the ground for a maximum. Excellent bit of batting there by George Bartlett, sweet striker of the ball. You can see George is happy to leave the stumps open, whereas Goldsworthy's technique or his thought process against spin is to get right across to off stump to make sure that if it does hit the pad, he's outside the line. Bartlett's positioning suggests that he's much more comfortable playing through the offside as well as the leg side.
Yeah, he's played with some real intent, Bartlett, ever since he comes to the wicket. 23 off just 28 balls, just not letting shot settle here.
Excellent batting there by George Bartlett. See a slight difference in game plan now. Goldsworthy was batting right over to off stump, negating the spin or making it harder for the off spinner to get an LBW decision. As you see on camera from the straight on angle, that you probably won't see much of the stumps at all from where the bowler is. Yeah, he's probably a good 8 inches across the stumps, allowing much easier access into the leg side. The old-fashioned village boot used there at square leg by Matthew Waite. As long as it stopped, that's the main thing, I suppose, Soph?
Yeah, absolutely. You a Neil Diamond fan, Pete? Because next week,
do you know
28th of July, he's here for one night, a magical concert tribute celebrating the fabulous music of Neil Diamond, and we've got an exclusive offer as commentators, would you believe it? So with our discount code NEILCOM, NEILCOMM, all in capitals, gives you 10% off until close of play tomorrow using that exclusive code. 1 week to go, so get your tickets for that Neil Diamond concert.
Well, I hadn't thought about it going to watch Neil Diamond, but you've sold that so well, Soph. I'm thinking about it. I would have to have a guarantee from. I wonder if the Neil Diamond tribute is. I wonder if he's actually called Neil. What his name actually is. But I would want a guarantee that he wouldn't do Sweet Caroline, because I have had it up to my eyeballs with that song. I'm not going to lie. It might be an unpopular view, but I'm done with Sweet Caroline.
I feel like they might do that one though, Dree, because I don't think you're getting away with that.
It sounds like it is the West End stars doing the show. I'm sure it'd be absolutely fantastic. So NEILCOM is the code. Get on the website, book your tickets. Will be a great night. You'll sing Sweet Caroline at least 3 times, I reckon. What do you reckon? 3?
Yeah, maybe at the start, middle,
start,
and end.
middle, and end.
Yeah.
Like any good book. Get your tickets at events.county, Somerset County Cricket. Whatever it was.
Events.countygroundtaunton.co.uk.
There we go.
It is.
Was it cricket that really sort of got the whole Sweet Caroline thing going, and it's just been adopted by every sport in every part of the world now, isn't it?
Yeah, so I saw obviously England women in the Euros last night, and pretty sure they were singing it at the end of the game. Caught on, hasn't it?
Was the striker called Caroline, or? No, it's a great crowd pleaser, isn't it? I mean, it used to be sort of "We Are the Champions" by Queen or something like that, but Sweet Caroline is the way. This gets the crowd going. But I think finals day it must have been played a dozen times.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's where it's sort of like really at its best, isn't it? But they do it pretty well here, to be fair. Was it Bumble that used to get them going at finals day doing that?
I think it's the volume Like, you see what I mean? It's how many times a day it's played. I think that's probably what's got me going. But or maybe I'm just being grumpy.
25 overs gone here then in Somerset's second innings. 126 for 3. Bartlett there on 25. Goldsworthy just 4 to his name. Still 26 overs remaining in the day's play today.
Both playing with a high level of intent, I have to say. Really looking to get Somerset into a position to have a good attack at this Yorkshire lineup, which is going to be exciting. You know, 2 or 3 hours ago, we were discussing, you know, what's going to have to happen. You know, I think I asked you the question as a captain yourself: what would you do to try and spark this game? 3 hours ago, it looked like it was just going to meander into a nothing, you know, final day. Whereas now that little cluster of wickets bowling Yorkshire out for 2-7-6 has just lit the game up, and all of a sudden, you know, Adam Lai is very animated there at mid-on, you know, controlling the troops, the changes of bowlers. You sense that they feel like they're in a bit of a sticky situation there. So Somerset have really worked hard over the first 2 3/4 days and are in a brilliant position now to try and force a victory that, like I said, 3 hours ago looked pretty unlikely.
Yeah, and looks like Matthew Waite back into the attack here, opts in for seam from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Now Yorkshire trying to find another wicket. Shot was quite expensive, 7 overs, picked up a couple of wickets but gone for 41, so just under 6 is his economy rate. Bess and Tattersall in conversation there as Bess is working hard on the ball. Waits in again then. Goldsworthy drives that beautiful shot, but only as far as cover.
Big stride forward there from Lewis Goldsworthy.
Trigo's trying to wind me up by sending me messages on his phone about things I should be saying and not saying.
I've absolutely wound you up there, to be fair. So, you know, it's a little win within a win. I get the feeling that this sort of pitch would be Waite's worst nightmare to bowl on. You know, he's not a particularly tall fella, not a great deal of pace, looks to, you know, swing the ball around, looks like he probably wants a bit of live grass to offer a little bit of nip.
Yeah, he did bowl well in the...
I know that when he plays in up in the northern grounds, he has a lot of success bowling that full length, just nipping the ball around, but these sort of pitches, dry in nature, I think he will find a bit trickier.
Yeah, he bowled well in the first innings. 3 for 64 was his return.
Yeah, he certainly bowls his overs. Bustles in. It's a little bit straight to Lewis Goldsworthy. Works it off his pads down to fine leg. End of the 26th over. Somerset 128 for 6. In a great position, Somerset.
For 6?
6? What did I say 6 for?
I don't know. Well, yeah.
For 3?
It's not even, yeah. It's not even 126. I don't know where you've got
26 overs, that's it. That's what's done.
Just got maximums on your mind, Triggs.
Always thinking about 6s.
So say you were still playing now in this Somerset lineup, and what's your approach in the second innings when you have got that lead? Does it give you that element of freedom to go out and, particularly for you, the way that you played, I'm sure it really helped you. Sort of what was your mindset, or what would it be if you were out there now?
I have to say that there weren't too many occasions where I would be confident saying this, but I felt like this was I've said it a number of times in a few interviews I did. Justin Langer wrote me an email before he became captain, and he said that he felt like I was the X factor in the lineup batting wise, and he wanted me to play with that freedom, and I always felt like this just had my name written all over it, this scenario. You know, not saying that I, you know, came up with great scores every single time, but driving it into a team that were a bit down was kind of, I think it was my niche for a while. I would come in, and you got to remember, it wasn't just me. It was Ian Blackwell, Craig Keysvetter, Josh Butler, Xander De Brain. You know, we used to call it the engine room. You know, we had a phenomenal, powerful lineup where if we got ourselves in this situation, I can remember, you know, playing games with Ian Blackwell in this exact situation where we'd get together and we would just say, race to 50 for a pint, and we would literally race each other to try and be the most destructive on the day, and race each other to see who could get the fastest 50. And it was, you know, that was, you know, great times, a very confident side playing. But yeah, I think I would just be on the edge of my seat waiting to go in, because it felt like a free roll. You know, my captain empowered me to go and take the team down. I'd be like Lewis Goldsworthy is. I'd be moving down the feet. I'd be trying to take a few tiles out of the Lord Ian Botham stand without a shadow of a doubt. Especially against Yorkshire. Not very many times. There were, you know, in my era of playing, Yorkshire, Lancashire in particular, and Nottinghamshire. I think they were the three teams during the peak years of my career where you very rarely got a sniff to turn them over, and when you did, you know you had to take it. Not many times you'd beat a Yorkshire team or a Notts at Trent Bridge. You know, we did that a couple of times, and they always felt like the most rewarding wins, because they are teams that don't give a lot away. Everything about Yorkshire cricket, you know, just it's always been attritional. You know, they don't give opportunities for you to beat them very often. So Somerset have one today.
Where was the hardest place to play away on the county circuit? Where did you think it was hardest to play? Obviously, you spoke about teams in terms of Yorkshire, Lancashire, Notts. Like,
I think the best games of cricket we ever played. There was one game in particular I thought was a phenomenal game of cricket. It was around the 2000, just after the 2005 Ashes, and Freddie was still bowling very quick. James Anderson was playing. And we played Lancashire at Old Trafford. It was a fiercely contested game. They went really hard at Justin Langer. You know, I think he came off. I think he led in an ice bath at lunchtime. He had about 5 or 6 really bad bruises in his rib cage. That was a very fierce game of cricket. It was actually when JL said that he felt the first division against certain teams was on par with Test cricket. Lancashire. The other game that in that era that was always an absolute humdinger was Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Unbelievable bowling attack.
who would they have had in that period of time?
Side bottom.
Okay, yeah.
Andre Adams, who was just unbelievably high skilled bowler. They had Darren Pattinson, the Australian, who played that random one test for England.
Okay, yeah.
They just had obviously Chris Reed, Stephen Fleming, captain. Trying to think of Michael Lum. They just had, it was just a proper team. I think they were county champions that year.
Defended by Bartlett there. Somerset 134 for 3.
Yeah, it goes in waves. So Headingley, you very rarely get any change out of a game up there. A lot of draws at the Oval. I think that's why, I think that's why the fans and the players, they have a real yearning and passion for 4-day cricket, because the feeling you get when you win a 4-day game is when you're on the conveyor belt of playing a lot of 2020 cricket. You win a game, you have a, you might have a beer together, and you sing your team song, and great, and you move on to the next one, and the next one. when you've worked your fingers to the bone in a 4-day game and get across the line in the last session of the last day, that is a feeling that you don't get in cricket in any other format. And I get the razzmatazz and the music, and I like I said, I totally get it. But the sense of achievement when you win a 4-day game against a top team, there's not many better feelings, because you celebrate with your team and you're all knackered, and it's quite a unique thing.
Yeah, I can imagine that it's a great feeling. You know, so many sessions throughout the course of the 4 days, the ups and downs. You know, just you've physically drained, mentally drained to get over the line. Yeah, I can imagine that
it's made me
a
go a
great
little
feeling.
bit goosebumpy thinking about a couple of them. I will talk, very briefly, not about the personal part of the game, but when we chased that record score against Yorkshire, day 3, Yorkshire declared, and we needed 480 something, and they were being Yorkshire. Hoggard was there, big, being brash and cocky. They thought they had us, and they was going to batter us the following day. By 5:30 that evening, this ground was absolutely, it was electric, and the celebrations we had, and there won't be many celebrations tonight. Shannon Gabriel is struggling to stop the ball in the field at the moment.
It's one of those, isn't it, when you're not having a good time
it's
with it
chasing
follows
him
you
around
around.
a bit, isn't it?
He misfielded off, I think it was the previous over at backward point. He finds himself at mid-off and can't stop that one either. Just looking at his hands, as he's got a hole in them. Long way down for the big man, isn't it? Bess is continuing then into it. This will be his 10th over. 1 for 32 so far. The wicket of one of his good mates, Tom Abel. One that gripped and bounced. I'm sure Jack Leach will be looking forward to having another bowl on this wicket. It's good cricket there by the Somerset batters. Goldsworthy just nudges that into the offside. Real soft hands, and they sneak one. Both been really busy at the crease. Bartlett in particular has looked to go downtown a little bit more and played with some real intent. A couple of maximums to his name. Straighter from Bess this time, and Bartlett just nudges that into the onside. Only to mid-wicket though, so there's no run.
Just have a look at that scorecard from all those years ago. So Yorkshire first innings, 438, serious toil.
Yeah, who got runs in that innings for them?
Jack Rudolph got
Jack
191,
Rudolph.
Anthony McGrath 40, Johnny Bairstow 39.
Oh,
Matthew
how old was
Hoggard,
Bairstow
26.
then?
Yeah, he would have been a young
he'd
pup.
have been very young, yeah.
Andy Caddick 20 overs, 0 for 94, very rare. Alfonso got 3 for. All the bowlers bowled, over 20 overs or best part of.
Yeah.
And Somerset replied with 326, Trez 146, James Hildreth 51, Xander de Brain 31, and then Yorkshire's second innings, Joe Sayers got 152, Jack Rudolph backed up his 191 with 0. As you do. Adam Lyth was playing 71. Johnny Bairstow 66 not out. 363 for 5 declared. Setting Somerset 476. And we chased it with about 7 minutes left. As we were walking off.
Is this where I meant to say, and who got runs
no, that's not.
In the 4th innings?
As we were walking off, you're talking about, I'm just talking about like this hard. So all that fielding, all those runs scored by so many different players. As we walked off, Xander de Brain hit the winning runs. It would start to rain, and rained hard enough that the game would have been cancelled. It's almost the last ball.
Okay.
I mean, it's just.
And what year was that, Triggs?
2009. You just don't get that in any other format. That's why county championship cricket is so special. That's kind of my point.
2009, so I think Bairstow would have been 19 in that game.
And a very good player. He's taken his game to a whole new level this year. George Bartlett's moved on to 32. Somerset won 40 for 3. Looking to do a reverse, set Yorkshire an impossible total and have a good go at them tomorrow. Put them under pressure. See if they've got the backbone. Somerset bowlers will be up there now with the medical staff, massaging, ice bathing, resting their sore bodies. Jason Sarge will be in there. Come on, lads, this is our chance.
Would they have like a masseuse, or would just Jamie, the physio, just do all that sort of soft tissue stuff?
I think they do have a number of people outside of the club that come in at certain occasions, but Jamie would do the majority of that sort of body management. But today would be a great day to bring in a masseuse or whoever, just to make sure the bowlers are well looked after. I think this time of the year the body's pretty hardened to the bowling. It's more the time off the feet. Get your feet up, have a little sleep or something. Just relax yourself.
Just reminded me of a question that has come to mind. What about the food you eat and how many calories you'd be looking to eat on, say, like a bowling day, if you were a fast bowler and bowled 20 overs in a day, for instance?
George Bartlett cuts one down too. Third man picks up another boundary, moves on to 36. George Bartlett playing really, really nicely. He's returned to the championship side. Yeah, interesting that. I think it was probably before, when I used to road cycle, I used to really look into the calorie side of things, because if you run out of your own fuel, you don't move very far. So I think when you start looking into what you need to fuel a day's play, you'd probably eat quite a lot. But I used to find it really difficult to eat on a bowling day. I'd probably have a banana and a yogurt for lunch, and I used to kind of look into it's just because you don't want those volumes of food. On a day like today where it's quite hot, you bowl 25 overs. You don't want a roast beef lunch sat in your tummy while you're running into bowl God knows how many times a day. So,
but for instance, tonight, the Somerset bowler's been out on the field all day,
solid
most of the day, and then they know they're preempting that they're going to be bowling again tomorrow. What would tonight look like?
Well, I'm gonna throw out a stat here. I've no backup of this stat. But I reckon that English county cricketers, in particular bowlers, made Nando's what they are today in terms of profits for the first 10 years. Because chicken, high protein, because you're going to be bowling 20-25 overs, throw a couple of portions of chips on top as well. You spend at least probably 25-30 odd quid on a Nando's or something like that. It's just, I think the high protein quality sort of meal would be what you're looking for. But yeah, I think bowling days was almost a license to eat what you like. Just if you follow the other endurance athletes, the day before it's carb load time. It's just get as much food inside you as you can, and then on the bowling day it's probably topping up with snacks. And I think now the modern way would be, instead of having bananas and the energy drinks, now it's more the protein bars and the gels. A lot of the players use the gels that are actually designed for cycling, actually, and endurance running. But I think they're really useful. Like a high glucose content stuff that give you sort of. I think they're designed to give you about 45 minutes worth of energy, so you can chug along on those, have one of those every session.
Yeah, I just find it interesting because, again, like those endurance events, like they know, again, what you're getting yourself in for in terms of how many kilometres you're covering, etc., etc. With cricket, it's slightly different, isn't it? You don't want to like load up too heavy and then actually you don't use what you've put in either.
Well, I know that at the top level now, a lot of the players wear GPS devices. And if I think I'm right in saying that if you are a bowler in a 4-day match, you field for a day, and you bowl 25 overs, which is quite normal, you'll run about between 15 and 20 kilometres.
Okay, yeah.
That's a lot of running, and especially you know, most fast bowlers will have a 30-metre run-up.
Yeah, at an intensity as well within
and at
that.
sprint
yeah.
intensity. So, you know, I don't know for sure, but I would suggest that you're probably burning 3,000 to 5,000 calories in a day. So that's, you probably, from a food perspective, you probably have to eat 3 times the amount that you'd normally eat, but you don't get the opportunity to eat. So that's where all the supplements come in, and this, that and the other. As George Bartlett moves on to 36, facing former teammate, former flatmate. They used to live together in the club flats when they were youngsters, these two. I'm sure there's plenty of chat going on between them. Donbass has had a pretty decent game with the ball so far. He's going to have to do some batting at some stage tomorrow, I would imagine, as well. So interesting to see how the rest of the day goes. It looks like things are calming down a little bit. The field's been set by the Yorkshire team, led by Adam Lythe, a little bit more defensive now. Still got a couple of catches in, but you've got the 2 scouts out stopping the aggressive shots. Yorkshire will probably feel like they really desperately need a couple of wickets here to stop the inevitable. Somerset in control here at the moment. Yeah, I suppose you can get overly scientific about these things. So I think kind of always live by the philosophy of eat when you're hungry and don't when you're not, and things will be okay. Do you know what I mean? I think water's crucial, or whatever, you know, the hydration side of it is absolutely crucial. I mean, if you delve into the stats of what dehydration does to you, that's really not a good thing, especially this week with warnings of death and destruction, God knows what else. That really did make me grumpy the other morning, as you see a highlight of George Bartlett playing very late, very Joe Root-esque, that shot there, just laying that off down to 3rd man for 4. Goldsworthy 10, George Bartlett 36. A nice little partnership here on its way towards 50. Both of them playing very nicely. Looks like Yorkshire are starting to go to a slightly different tactic at the moment. That similar to how Somerset went in the middle period. You know, that bowl straight, only 1 slip, catches in front now, hoping for, you know, a little bit of difference in pace and bounce off of the pitch. Not quite the Cornish cricket umbrella field yet, but it's starting to look a little bit more like it. Difficult sometimes psychologically for a bowler to bowl this type of field, because this when you don't see your 3 slips, in your head as a seam bowler is saying, I'm on a flat pitch here. I think it's a challenge upstairs as it is technically at this stage for the Yorkshire bowlers.
Yeah, it's sort of a split field as well, isn't it? So I guess Waite is probably just going to be trying to bowl at the stumps here. Maybe just that side off stump, but yeah, like you say, just the 1 slip in. Been impressed with Bartlett in this innings. He's looked pretty tidy. I missed his batting on day 1. Wasn't here for day 1, but yeah, he's come out with real intent, and I've enjoyed some of his boundaries so far.
He's always looked the part as Bart. Nice technique. I think he had troubles throughout the first part of his career with being sort of lined up as an LBW candidate. A bit of overzealous wicket keeping. Captain Adam Lythe not overly impressed with that as Somerset run a buzzer.
Everyone loves a overthrow, don't they?
Everyone loves
a buzzer.
Crowd's
favourite.
Absolutely, absolutely. A free run there for Lewis Goldsworthy. Sorry, George Bartlett. It's a little bonus run.
Concentrating hard at the back of the box.
I'm starting to feel like I'm missing a trick here of, you know, my My lack of research and notes and presentation, or should
No,
I just do
it's
me?
all for show, Triggs. It's all for show. Although Harry is the whiz kid on the laptop. I feel very amateur at this stage. He looks very professional, doesn't he?
Old school with the old pen and paper.
Old school, yeah. It's nothing.
Mind you, do you not
Interesting,
concerned about the environmental impact of how many notepads you're going to chew through in the coming seasons?
I reckon I've got a few seasons left in me.
To be seen, to be seen.
Oh, change of field here. Looks like third man's going down.
Well, they've lost the catcher on the mid-wicket. They put him on the leg side boundary. 3 men out, a third man. Almost impossible to bowl a dot ball with this field, I would have said. As he tucks one away off of his hip down to Shannon Gabriel at fine leg. To complete the 32nd over. 149 for 3, not 6. Somerset in control and coasting.
Looks like Bance is back in the
back in his happy place.
I reckon you rate those shoes, don't you, Triggs, that he's got on?
Oh,
I'm not sure they're. I'm not sure I'd be wearing them to run drinks.
No, they're not.
Don't really go with his whites.
They're flair, though, aren't they? Banton's all about the flair. They are Air Jordan Chicago Bulls edition. I don't think you could get a cooler train, especially as a massive 90s sports fan. You know, you must have watched The Last Dance, the Michael Jordan.
No, I haven't actually.
You know, if you're into your sports psychology,
yeah,
that's
I know.
the Michael Jordan
That
Last
was what
Dance.
everyone was watching in lockdown, wasn't it? Yeah, I haven't watched that yet.
How have you not watched that?
I know.
Steve? Come on. Beautiful cover drive from George Bartlett, over pitched by Don Bess. George Bartlett says, thank you very much. He's not worried about that spin. Gets right on top of that. Plays a beautiful shot there. Really confident flow of the bat from George Bartlett.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Bartlett. Just talking about how assured he's been at the crease, how impressed I've been with him in this innings, and yeah, that was a beautiful shot there to take him to 41. Goes again. It's only going to get a single this time though.
Slightly squarer this time, and the field was set slightly straighter. So only one similar shot. I think that's going to be. This could be actually quite a, defining little innings here for George Bartlett. You know, back in the team, in and out the squad. I mean, at the end of the day, there comes a time in a player's career and in a squad's development where people have to nail down their place. And it's times like this when you're on a decent pitch, day 3, you got to rubber stamp your position. You know, if George can really graft out 100 here, let's be perfectly brutally honest, there's probably only one player in that top 7 who's nailed his position. Maybe Matt Renshaw as well. Abel, Renshaw. Yeah. Everyone else, you're not going to have a long first-class career averaging low 20s. These are the sort of knocks that the quality top players like your Abels, he's going to get yourself a nice 100 here. The opportunities here. How much do you want it? This for me could be a really important day for your Goldsworthys and your Bartletts. No better times about here at Taunton than on a day 3 setting up a game.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Goldsworthy took his opportunity last week at Southport, and yeah, like you say, Bartlett's got a great start here as well, and that's what you want. You want your players to be hungry to go on and get those big scores. He's got a great opportunity to do that here, and driven beautifully by Goldsworthy there. Bess has conceded a couple of boundaries in what was his 12th over.
That's a really difficult shot to play, off spin, around the wicket, to be able to create that angle to get that through the covers. That's a really fine piece of timing there by Lewis Goldsworthy. But I think, we're up here, it's about being objective. We love Somerset, we love the club, there's no doubt about that. Got great mates out there still playing now. But it is really important, I think, it's gone through a period of, not going so well from a 4-day perspective. You really need You know, all these lads, oh, he's young, he's a young player, he's a young player. You know, these guys have played 30, 40, 50 first-class matches now. It's about time you nail down your spot. Hello, Redders. Here he is, the spin demon. I got criticised for calling your spin part-time, but, mate, I'll tell you what. If it wasn't for that fast, slidey, slingy ball you bowled, mate, you looked like Nathan Lyon with hair. It was unbelievable.
He's been sent away from the changing rooms.
He has. He's
already.
Been talking about his wicket.
Yeah.
He's on the naughty step, isn't he? I think our commentary box is the naughty step for anyone who's talking about their wickets too much.
Yeah, we'll get runners on at the end of this
magnificent.
over.
It was the catalyst for the position the team are in now.
You can deal with him talking about his wicket
Not
trades.
a problem. I can deal with that lad. But what do you think about it? I'm passionate about it. Do you agree with what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
think we've got
completely
a lot
agree.
of we've got a lot of names here. We've seen a lot of.
Yeah.
Not many of them have done a Tom Abel,
Yeah.
nailed down their position, and that's what we need them to do.
As much as they might be young, like you say, they've played quite a few games. They've had good opportunity, and they haven't been able to nail it.
That's my argument. What's young now?
Yeah, exactly.
25,
and how long
24,
do you say?
That's not young anymore.
How long do you say? Oh, they're a young player? Because again, the way that the game's developing, these guys are going to come in earlier in their careers now because they've got the pathways to accentuate their development earlier. So they are going to be ready for first-class cricket earlier, you'd hope. And I think we're seeing it in the women's game as well. We've got some young pros at Western Storm, 19, 20, and I talk as captain about them. Like we're really young, but these girls have played a lot of cricket as well, and it's now their job to score runs, take wickets, and at some point you need them to grab it and own it.
Well, I think that is kind of ultimately the point, isn't it? Is ultimately it's your job. It's your job to score runs.
Yeah.
It's not to look like you've got a bit of talent. It's about getting runs on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, to coin my old coach from years ago, Pete Robinson, he used to look at me if I'd have got a 30 up into he used to look at me and he used to say, "End columns, lad." That's all he'd say to me, and that used to make me it was worse than getting a roast in. End columns, because you ultimately, as a cricket, you're judged by how many wickets and runs you get.
Absolutely, and I think there's a lot of talk these days about the word potential is used so often, isn't it? And all these guys, they've got potential, but at what point do you say actually that potential, we need to be seeing results?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you anymore. Yeah, George into his 25th year now, 41 first-class matches.
What's he averaging?
26, but he's got 500s under his belt. The lad can play. There's no doubt about it. The lad can play. But if you finish your first-class career averaging 26, is he going to be satisfied with that? I would suggest probably not. Like I said, it's there's a coming-of-age moment, and knocks like this against top teams. These are the moments you want to step up.
End of the Thompson over there, and I think Mr. Renshaw is ready to go again.
Here's a man who knows how to score a big 100.
Talking you through that wicket, Trig, so I'll leave you to endure that one.
We've got a number of things to talk actually, Soph. We've got to talk about the wicket, but really we've got to talk about the shirt as well, haven't we?
Oh yeah, the
with
shirt.
The exposed armpit.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. He's open
right,
to all things, is the main man. Don Bass just preparing his field, slightly adapting it from ball to ball, changing his angles over round the wicket. Radders, welcome back, and perfect timing really. You're looking at an international off spinner at one end, trying to work out, is he over, is he round, the tactics. You now being a premier frontline off spin bowler,
international,
international of course. What do you think's going through Don Bess's mind at the moment?
I think it looks like there's a bit of rough out there for the right-hander. So I like the way we've showed a bit of intent to him this innings, especially George Bartlett. I think he's come out showed a lot of intent, and it feels like he's playing a lot more flowy and freely than the first innings.
He's playing really nicely, George. Been very, very impressed. Goldsworthy as well started brightly. 45 and 18 respectively. Nice little partnership growing here. Now the dismissal of Tom Abel spun outside of the off stump. I'm sure you've had discussions regarding how the team would like to set up the next sort of day and a half a session. Do dismissals like that slightly alter the plans, make you want to think about pulling out, I'm sure a 400 or a 375 has been spoken about, but does that slightly adjust as unfortunately we lose Lewis Goldsworthy trying to get a sweep over square leg, doesn't quite get hold of it, caught that square leg. That might just stem the flow of runs for a moment. Somerset now 162 full.
I think he got caught in two minds there. It looked like he wanted to try and hit him back over his head, and probably length wasn't quite there, and he just pulled it. And fortunately, there was a fielder in a very strange position just in front of square, which you wouldn't really set a field for.
Looked like he might have tried to get it, like scoop sweep it over. Because I don't think there's a 45, was there? It was a bit of a peculiar shot. More accustomed to seeing those sort of shots in white ball where there wouldn't be a fielder there. You're exactly right. As young James Rue is walking, I've never seen him walk out to the wicket, so it's kind of fantastic. My son has played a bit with Rui, both the Rue boys actually. Really nice to see a young local lad making his way in the game. He had a fantastic start to his first class innings against Lancashire, 70 and a 20 odd. Played maturely, it looked in his second innings. Chewed up a lot of balls, batting out for that draw, so shows some good character. Runners, bit of insight actually. The young lad Rue. What sort of a young man is he? Is he chirpy? Is he a classic keeper that you can't shut up?
He's very excited. I think he's very competitive, and he's very excited about whether he's playing. I think I was talking on the stream yesterday whether we're playing darts or cards or we're playing a game out in the middle to get the time to go past. But he's very competitive, and when he wins, he loves it. He's always up and about. There's been a few times where I've sort of had to pull my fist back and try not to punch him in the face.
Even you've had to pull him?
I've had to pull him back, yeah. He's like getting in people's face.
So he's a classic wicket keeper?
Yeah, he's a classic wicket keeper.
Excellent. I love to hear that.
Yeah. But yeah, I love watching him bat. The second innings in Southport was an innings beyond his years so far. Left arm off into the rough outside off, and I don't know how many balls he faced. I haven't seen the scorecard, but looked like he was doing it with as comfortable as ease as most people I've seen in that situation. But he just chose a way that he wanted to do it and played that way.
Yeah, absolutely good to hear. Yeah, so as we were discussing, I'm sure you have an idea of is it a number you want, or is it how many overs you want to, you think you can bowl them out? What's your way of thinking from an Australian born and bred mentality? Is it how many runs you want to set them that they can't win, or do you think what's the least amount of overs we need to bowl them out?
I think it's a bit of both. You want to be able to bowl with a field that you can attack and not worry about runs. If you take a few wickets early, then they sort of shut up shop, and then you go. But the pitch it's still doing a fair bit. Even with the new ball, today it was seaming around a bit. It was just going down the slope. I don't know what's going on with the stream.
Yeah, you were running in horizontally then for a minute, but hopefully we're going to get some footage of your...
I think it was out either way.
Your 8th first-class wicket. It was absolutely ninth, sorry, first-class wicket.
Please be correct. If you're going to try and quote my statistics to me about my bowling. You can say whatever you want about my batting. I've got no idea.
4 in a week. Four wickets.
Yeah,
in a week.
so I'm 4 for 31 off 8 overs. My last 8 overs.
Solid.
So
that's
probably should have come on earlier in Southport, and probably should have come on earlier today. No, but I just love my bowling. It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of pastime. But what I really enjoyed as Jordan Thompson comes in, is the way that Jack Leach is around the group at the moment, especially around me. Talking to him a little bit about his experiences with the England side at the moment is just talking about trying to get as much confidence with the bowlers as possible. So that's why you'll see me at mid-off running and talking to Jack, showing him a lot of energy, and he was doing the exact same thing to me, and he made me feel like the best bowler in the world when I was bowling, and I got a wicket second ball, and I was like, what do I do? And Leachy was just so excited.
He is one of those guys, though, isn't he? He does, I think, whether it's on the field or off the field, being around a Jack Leach just makes you feel like a better human, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then he does stuff, and you just like his switch hit yesterday was the best thing I've ever seen on a cricket field. It was so amazing to watch. He was just played the shot that I've never seen in practice. And you could just see how happy it made him, and that's why we play cricket, is to see our mates do awesome things.
Yeah, it certainly is. There aren't many better blokes out there than Jack Leach, that's for sure. So is there going to be a point with your bowling where it might turn into something that you're going to practice a lot harder? I'm sure you practice, don't get me wrong, but so you're going to really try and add that, that old cliche, isn't it, of strings to the bow. Is that something you're going to really work on from now, these little bursts of wickets you got? Is that going to inspire you to get practicing?
Yeah, I definitely take it quite seriously. It's one of those things that it gets your fielding time to go by quicker. So you just think about bowling, and it's probably sometimes I come on and bowl, and I've got 3 overs, and in the past I haven't got a wicket, whereas the last 2 games I've just come on and got a wicket straight away, and that sort of makes it more interesting for you. It makes the captain feel like he can rely on you a bit more. But I bowled a fair bit when we were in Sri Lanka, and that was enjoyable, bowling on wickets over there, thinking about bowling differently and thinking about bowling from a bowling point of view rather than batting.
Well, you certainly changed the complexion of the game today. 3-4 hours ago I was kind of feeling this had a very dull 4th day potential, walk off at 5 with a draw, but now that wicket was the catalyst of a great session for the team, and now we're in a position where we can really drive it home and get Yorkshire into a sticky spot sometime early tomorrow morning, I would imagine. As George Barton looks to belt Thompson back over his head. George looking like he's moving really, really well, as we're going to have a little breakdown of the wicket that changed the game today. Renshaw to Kola Cadmore. Spun. I would, if I had to guess, that looked like it clipped seam and shiny, so it spun and skidded a little bit. But
yeah, so that's
one thing I did say that was going to be an attribute for you on that wicket is your height.
Yes.
You're naturally always going to get bounced, and that did the opposite. So.
Yeah, so what I like to do when I come on to bowl for those young spinners coming on, is I always try and spin one really early. So the first ball to Tattersall didn't spin, and he just hit it out for a single. So Kola Cadmore at the non-strikers end obviously saw that not spin, and probably see me bowl in white ball cricket with a brand new white ball. It doesn't really spin as much. So I tried to spin one there, and unfortunately it spun off the straight, which not many spinners have done this game. And yeah, just cannon into middle stump, and just doing the job for the team, obviously.
You certainly did that. I reckon someone might have left a loose stud on the pitch or something like that, just clipped it and made the ball deviate. Or was it actually?
Was that what you used to do when you bowled as well?
Was that the revs you put on?
I think it's the revs. Some of us can get stuff out of the pitch, unlike you. So your off spin / medium pace, or
I bowled a lot of very juicy off this ground. To be fair, you'd have loved to have faced me.
Yeah, no, unfortunately I never got to face you. You packed it in before then.
Yeah, there were a few Aussie left-handers that got taken down, mate. So I'm sure I'd have added you to the list. Maybe we'll have to adjust the competition between us to the golf course at some stage. Now that is the question on everyone's lips. Who's the better bowler? Marnus Labuschagne or Matthew Renshaw?
I think
I
if
think
you look
Marn's
at
got that, hasn't he, at the moment?
if you
just
look
for
at
now?
statistics, Marnus is a better bowler. We've both got each other out. I've got him out more recently, and since he's got a Test 100, so he got me out in school cricket when I was 15. So I think there's the answer of who's the better bowler to each other. But yeah, I think what he's added to his game has been amazing. You saw him come into the Test side in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and that was when he first got picked. Was his bowling was one of the reasons why as well. So I think he's a very good bowler. I enjoy facing him at times. There's been a few times in club cricket when I've faced him that I've enjoyed facing him.
And club cricket, by that you grade cricket back home?
Yeah, in grade
Do you
cricket
play
back home.
for opposite teams, do you, in the same state?
Yeah, so he plays out at Redlands in Brisbane. I play for Toombul. So occasionally we play, and sometimes we manage to play against each other. It's over 2 weekends club cricket, so the day that I was thinking of, we were playing each other. Whoever won the toss, they were going to bat because none of us were available the second week. So fortunately, we won the toss and batted, and Marnus had to field the whole day, which was very enjoyable for me to see.
Did he salt the wound by getting any runs?
Yeah, I managed to get him for a couple of runs. I remember towing him for 6, and he was spraying me for the fact that it shouldn't be for 6. So I tried to hit him for an even bigger 6 and connected the next ball, and as it was in the air, I screamed at him, "That's 6, mate." So yeah, but no, he's a very good bowler, and we're fortunate to have him in Australia as a batter and a bowler.
So looking forward to tomorrow. You know, you've obviously batted a while on this pitch now. Where do you think are the threats from a Somerset perspective in terms of how are we going to take these 10 Yorkshire wickets when the time comes? Is it going to be spin, or are you hoping a mixture of the spin and seam?
I think a mixture. I think the way we bowled in the first innings, we were very patient. I think they came out pretty hard yesterday. They put Jack Leach under a lot of pressure, Cole Cadmore in particular. And then this morning we sort of came out, we shut the scoreboard down, and we're just patient, and we got a couple of opportunities. Couple of catches yesterday that were sort of those half chances that you need to take on these wickets, and then today just a lot of patience and just making them feel frustrated about the score rate.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? It is a fine balance when you set up a declaration. You want to keep the opposition interested, don't you, so they can, remain positive and give yourself opportunities. It's quite clear to see, Kola Cadmore, Lythe, Brook, probably Tattersall. They're four key wickets. You get a couple of those cheap and open an end up. There's a fair bit of inexperience in that lineup. So all to play for here, thanks to your wicket, Kola Cadmore, which genuinely was the catalyst. It's lovely. It's lovely when also from a captaincy point of view as well. It's a massive feather in the cap for Tom Abel to have that faith, to bring you on, for it to yield a wicket. It's all very important for the group, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Abe's is getting there with his captaincy in terms of trying a little bit. I think he's very straight down the line, as you know. And there's a few times in particular this season where I think a bit differently outside the box and try and suggest some things, and sometimes it's no, Matt.
So were you part of the umbrella field, the 3 catches?
No, my highlight of the season was the Sam Hain caught leg gully against Warwickshire.
Okay.
That was I was just standing at second slip going, I feel like that's a alright position, and happened second ball.
He's a bit Jonathan Trott. He's
of that blind spot down there. So just trying to add my 2 cents worth as the overseas and just suggest things. I did like the umbrella field. I do like a funky field as a fielder, just to see something different and try and get in the batter's head, because I know that batters' heads are a lot of confusion throughout. So
lot of Martians and spaceships flying around.
Yes.
In the old brain, isn't there?
A lot of fairy dust in the brain. How was your golf tournament, by the way? I haven't seen any Instagram uploads or anything, so I can't.
Which one?
The one you've been playing over day 1 and 2?
Unfortunately, we'll do that off mic, so I've already been through this. And
oh, okay. Apologies to the viewers.
We'll probably turn off.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can mull that over another stage. Do not dirty my trainers. See, a little bit of insight into the listeners. Matthew's there, so he's spotted that I have some new trainers on. He's trying to dirty them because he's a little pest, aren't you? But a great off spinner, an even better batter. Brilliant.
I'm not
do you know what I really liked yesterday? Watching the old Twitter feed and seeing you and Bance come up here and doing the live stream. I think you enjoy it, don't you? You enjoy the commentary side.
Yeah, well, today I just came up because I left my coffee cup up here yesterday, so I had to come and get that. And I saw you were on mic today. I saw Bance had been in there a few times, just literally trying to get out of 12th man. So I feel like I'm a better bloke doing it because
I was a bit confused with, with Tom messaging me first thing this morning, talking about when he can and will and wants to come up. I was like, there seems to be. Is there a motive? Where is this? I didn't realise that he's obviously trying to get out of his 12th man.
Yeah, I think there's
very clever.
Out of 12th man, out of his gym session. Rule of van der Merwe is doing 12th man beautifully all game, and Bartlett hits it to mid off Dom Bess. Yeah, so yeah, he's literally just doing it because he wants to try and get out of 12th man, and I'm just doing it because I forgot my coffee cup today. And then I saw you in here and thought I'd try and...
a magnetic character that you just attracted to.
Yeah.
Well, George Bartlett on 47 now. And James Rue looking really, really solid. Only got a couple of runs to his name, but looking to build himself into his innings. Somerset 166 for 4, amassing a quite substantial lead here, giving themselves a great opportunity to have a good run at Yorkshire day 4. Try and force what you'd say at the start of today was maybe an unlikely victory, but you never know in this beautiful, crazy game we play. A couple of wickets from Matt Renshaw would certainly be a bonus tomorrow. James Rue just looking to nestle in a little bit here. 13 overs to go tonight. I think Somerset will be looking for somewhere in the region of 350. I think that will put the game pretty safe, don't you, Renners?
I hope so. Yeah, even for the pace bowlers, there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce, a little bit of seam movement with that new ball. So it's going to be about that risk reward of trying for them to try and chase the target, but they probably won't want to try and lose as well. So it'll be that'll be the challenge for them, and then for us.
Judging by your attire, it doesn't look like there's a today declaration, even though Somerset are 314 runs ahead. On other pitches and other parts of the country, you might think that 350, 340 would be enough, but Taunton is a very unique place. A couple of guys get in, 3, 4 and over is just a walk in the park. So
yeah, well, I haven't been in the dressing room for about 25 overs, so they could have changed their mind by now, and you might see me running off.
Well, we don't want Jason Sarge coming over here telling us all off, so you better shoot back to the dressing room and Sophie can come on. And
yeah, that's not to say that we know what's happening, because I have as much clue as you as what's going on with this.
Do you know what I am excited for? I'm here all day tomorrow, and I'm not going to lie, I'm a bit tired.
Oh no.
I'm a bit down at the moment.
Okay.
But watching you bowl tomorrow is my motivation to be here bright and early. I cannot wait. I would love to interview you post-game with a couple more wickets under your belt, because you know what, Renners? I think I did describe, I said, part-time bowler, but that delivery, mate.
I feel like you've given me a fair amount of love this stream, and I don't know if I deserve it.
No, I think you do, though, because I think part of the world, everyone's quite negative and looks at, and I sometimes do that, but I was thinking part-time bowler, looked up your stats, they only got 7 or 8 wickets. Part-time bowler seems fair, but actually looking at that ball, turned off the straight, had good pace on it, you got that height. If you've been off that sort of, I'm not sure about that slingy slingy fastball you bowl. I think that you look like you got a classic, nice little loop to your bowling. I think there's a lot of potential there, especially with your height. I do think you need to bin that shirt though.
No, so that's the
I think
shirt.
you need to sign it. What you need to do is you need to sign it, and we'll auction it off for charity.
Okay.
It's now a famous shirt, the armpitless shirt.
Is it famous? Is it?
I'm going to make it famous.
Okay.
Because I've got a couple of charities that I've got a few events to go to. So a little Renshaw signed shirt would go down an absolute storm.
So the story of that, so day one, it was obviously the sun was out and everyone in England was becoming crazy about how hot it was.
I'd love your perspective. That's just a rego day in most parts of the world, isn't it?
It was hot, but like, yeah, you just don't have air conditioning in England, so you couldn't sit in the aircon, which was what we would do. And my shirt was very tight around my armpits, and it's been really annoying me. And so I was just batting. It was quite hot and uncomfortable. And I've just gone to the umpire. Can you cut the sleeve? And he's probably cut it a lot more than I was hoping for. So he's cut it, and I've gone, yeah, that's okay. Can you do the other side? And he's cut the other side, and I didn't realise how big it was.
Do we have does our tech team have a still of the Renshaw action with the?
I don't think anyone wants to see my armpits.
Well, you would actually. I'm trying to make this. I want to make this an attractive prospect for a sports memorabilia collector. You know, because a local charity could do with an extra couple of quid into the coffers, mate. You know,
well, Steve Davies did message me a photo of the armpit with a circle and going like, "What's this?" I was going to just message him back, "Yeah, it's my armpit." But
good news for the manufacturers that supply the kit. It wasn't a failure. It was a purposeful.
Yeah, it was purposeful.
Armpit aircon.
Nature's aircon.
Alteration. Thompson Bolster. James Rue still looking very circumspect and steady at the moment. George Bartlett adding the firepower to the inning so far. 48. George Bartlett's moved on to Somerset 167.
That is an awful photo.
So, yeah, it's a little bit short in the body.
It's a short shirt, and my action's obviously a bit all over the shop.
I think it's just a bad angle, mate.
Yeah, it's not a great angle, but if you look at the fingers on the ball, look how the ball's gripped there. I've got the rough slide on there, so the ball will drift a bit more.
The only thing I will say is
front arm's obviously nice and high.
The way that you gurn when you bowl, which is you make a funny expression with your mouth, looks like you should be smoking a pipe. Looks like someone's superimposed it away.
Yeah, well, that was like the photo of my catch yesterday, whereas I kept seeing the still shots of it, and my facial expressions are terrible. So I might have to work on my facial expressions while I'm sprinting and trying to take a catch. But
you just need to watch Zoolander,
yeah,
Magnum or something like that. Don Bessin's bowl now to George Bartlett. Getting to that stage of the day where you don't really want to chew up too many balls. You still need to score, but you also kind of want to set tomorrow up. So interesting to see if George Bartlett continues with his attacking style. Don't want too many maiden overs being bowled at this stage of the game. As he dabs into the offside.
Even just that shot, like the intent to block the ball into the gap at cover. There's been a few that have turned, but the way he just moved there, that felt like it was a different George Bartlett to what I've seen in the past. I remember he scored 100 at Old Trafford a few years ago and against Lancashire, and they had a fairly decent team turnout. I think there was a guy called James Anderson bowling for them, but it was
quite good, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he was all right, but he was similar then. He showed a lot more intent, and I think it's hard as well as a guy who's coming back. He's playing his first game in a while. It's hard to have that confidence, but I think that us batters, we always need that confidence.
So I put Tom Banter on the spot and asked him a few questions. I don't mind doing the same for you. I know your answer, honestly. So you were at the back of the commentary box when I was having this conversation with Sophie about the plight of Somerset, where they are as a team, the ages of the players. George Bartlett, pivotal moments within your career. Do you agree with what I'm saying? Are you know, being the overseas player, there's that added pressure that you're an example. You've got to set an example, show the boys, you know, what it takes to get to that next level. You know, I think the one criticism, dare I say the word criticism, of the team is there are a number of batters, bar Tom Abel and yourself. There are spots there to be nailed down. Is that something that's that's spoken about as a senior batter to the others. You know, even these opportunities, because at the end of the day, professional sport, you've got to play under pressure. Do you think Bart realises this is a massive moment for him potentially to nail that position down?
I think so, but I don't think you can think that as a batter.
Why not?
I think for me personally, I bat my best when I'm not thinking about results, where I am in the team, how I'm going, playing at a higher level. I think I'm just batting best when I'm watching the ball. I'm enjoying myself, I'm having a laugh, and I'm just watching the ball. I think a lot of guys get ahead of themselves. They go, I need to score runs here. And saying you need to score runs is something that you can never do.
Oh.
Yeah, see, look at my facial expressions there. Sorry to cut out of a serious
Do you know what that looks like? That looks like someone that's saying to themselves, I need to take this catch.
Yeah, I had about 8 thoughts run through my head in that when that ball went up. First up, it was, oh, this is going to be a catch. And then, no, I'm not going to get there. Oh, I'm going to catch this. No, I'm not going to get there. I'm going to catch this. Better not drop it. And then, fortunately, I just slid and dived and caught it. So,
Looked like a great catch.
oh, thank you.
I think they should maybe put an emoji over your face. Though.
Yeah, like guess the
Like the smiley one.
Yeah, that was another good photo where.
That is your go-to strain face, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you're putting any effort in, that is.
Yeah, I was. To be fair, I was in the car park trying to throw it as far as I could, because one of the people watching was taking 5 years to try and find that creep ball.
So as a professional batter, you don't think it's okay to know when you need to come of age?
I think naturally it'll happen if you're good enough and you relax enough. I think there's times where you go, I need to score runs, otherwise I'm going to get dropped. And at the end of the day, the worst thing that can happen is you get dropped. Like, it's not like it is bad, but if you think about it that way, that the worst thing can happen, you're going to get.
I think this is the one interesting thing where the people who love the sport and follow the sport don't really understand when being a professional sportsman after you've done 2 or 3 years, the honeymoon period's off and it's your job. So yeah, you can get dropped. It's not like getting dropped for Western or Clevedon or Taunton St Andrews. You get dropped, you lose your job ultimately. So for me, it is different. I think because that's, yes, there's a talent requirement to play at the top level. There's also a character requirement. There's a lot of talented players that never make it because they haven't got it upstairs. For me, there does come a time where you need to step up, and I think this group as a 4-day team need a number of players to do what Tom Abel has done the last couple of years and nail down their position. I don't think you can survive as a first-class cricketer averaging 25.
No, I agree with you in that sense, but so for me, if I go through a couple of games where I'm not scoring runs, I'll just think, if I look back at my career, generally I'm going to score runs again. So the first couple of games I came over here, I got a couple of 40s, and I felt really close. Like, I felt like I was batting well. I felt like there was just needed a little bit of luck, and then we played that game against Warwickshire. I got 100 there, and I was like, okay, well, I felt close, and then I managed to go out there, and cricket's so much about luck as well. So you manage to get a few off the mark early. If you get dropped, like Tom Abel got dropped on naught yesterday, like on day one. Like, it's one of those games, it's fine margins. You talk about how
Bartlett tucks into the offside, moves from 49 to 50. And is this the day where he does stamp his authority down on that number 4 batting position? Fantastically talented, scores some great runs. Just got himself to a really important 50 in the context of this game, and maybe even the season. Well done, George Bartlett, backing up his first innings 46 with another 50 runs. Can he go on? Make it 100.
Yeah, like I was saying, like you have some luck, and then that changes as well. But cricket's such an arbitrary, results-based game that you can feel as good as you can ever feel, but you might just get a good one early and get a golden duck, and that's just cricket. But then, as long as you're in your mind going, no, it's all good, like, it'll all change, I'll get some runs soon, then I think that's the way I know personally that's how I need to think about it.
Yeah,
It's like with your golf, for instance. Like, if you go out there going, I need to score, I need to shoot under today to make some money. Whereas if you go out there and go, I'm going to enjoy myself, you're generally going to play better than in that sort of.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the moment. You know, it's not. I'm not saying I need. You know, that George should be thinking I need to score runs while he's actually batting. But I'm talking as an entity, as a morning, noon, and night with your practice. You know, your lifestyle, the way that you think. So everything about what you're doing is coming of an age and giving yourself the best opportunity to score the runs. I think there's more to it than just the actual time you're out there batting in terms of being a top performer, in my opinion. And I think it's okay. I think it's a necessity to be able to play under pressure, because ultimately the game will dictate to you pressure situations, with it run chases or someone bowling really well at you. That's pressure in itself. I think giving yourself little boosts of pressure, I think it can bring out the best in you and helps you mature.
Yeah, and it depends how you look at pressure. If you look at it as an exciting opportunity, so
that's exactly
you're facing Jimmy Anderson on a green seam, and you're going, I'm going to enjoy this opportunity to
get my shin blown off.
Well, that might have been you. I was more thinking trying to score runs off him, but yeah, so seeing different opportunities is different experiences, and we've got so many different experiences in cricket. You can, especially over here, you've got so many games, so you can always think, oh, there's always another game. But if you stay in the moment and worry about that, then it's going to be more enjoyable. So first innings, for an example, that was one of my most enjoyable innings, because I was just in the moment, I was having a laugh with everyone. I was just watching the ball, I was hitting the ball, and I was just enjoying it.
Yeah, enjoyment is certainly a key. James Rue looking to enjoy himself here, playing a couple of little reverse sweeps, maybe just looking to unlock a few scoring opportunities. Someone I think has taken to the pressures of first-class cricket beautifully as he steps away and cuts one through. Cover point for 4. Maybe a result of the reverse sweep that he showed. Bessie just bowling a slower hold back kind of delivery. Really smart piece of batting there by James Rue. Moves on to 8. George Bartlett 51. Somerset 176 for 4 towards the end of the third day now. 8 overs remaining. Somerset looking to set up some sort of declaration and a bowl at the Yorkshire batters. An uncalled for drink coming out from Tom Banton. I would suggest that it's not just a drink he's delivering. It would also be a message from the skipper. Maybe just press it on a little bit more. Renners, it's been a delight to have you back up here. Extraordinary bit of seamstress work by the umpires to give you those air-conned armpits. Fantastic wicket. I hope you get another couple more tomorrow. Let's get you into double figures. Excellent. Thanks for having us, mate. And Sophie's going to come and join me for the next few overs.
Beautiful.
Good luck tomorrow, my friend.
Thank you very much, Pete. You too.
Renshaw there, the turning point certainly of the day's play, getting out Tom Kohler Cadmore. Always brings a little bit of entertainment to the comms box, certainly does to the cricket field as well. Sophie Luff joins me back in the comms box. Always a bit of a what's he going to say moment when you get Renners in the box, isn't it?
Yeah, can confirm he's got a smaller head than Banton.
That's
He
not
didn't
hard.
have to adjust the headset.
As George Bartlett plays a beautiful lofted drive, hitting Thompson back over his head. What a brilliant shot that is.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. Nice to be greeted with that one as I return to the commentary box. What have we got left, Pete? We've got 8 overs remaining in the day's play. Bartlett's looked in fine touch, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's looked in great nick. I mean, that is an imperious shot there. Jordan Thompson bowling a pretty good area, and Bart just lofted him over. And something tells me that that drink that Tom Banton ran on also had a message from the skipper of get on with it. As he uses a nice bit of touch there to slice that away through point into the offside. Interesting to see. I do get what Renders is saying there about being relaxed and enjoying your cricket, but I think there is a time in every career where you've got to be really hungry to put in those performances. Hopefully this is a catalyst for George Bartlett. He's got all the talent in the world. Can he convert that into some consistent runs of scores? He's certainly backing up his first innings, 46. Currently 56 not out. And James Rue on 8 at the other end, looking technically excellent. And another sign there that with that glass of squash might have come a little bit of a message to let it rip.
Do you think it'd be a message to them both to go, or would one of them want to take on a little bit more responsibility?
Yeah, I would like to think that the more senior player in George would take on that role, but I don't know the exact words, but I think it would just be positive or something like that, or look for opportunities, as James Rue does take that aggressive option and slightly top edges a pull shot down to Shannon Gabriel, and that's one of the balls that did manage to stick in his hands today. He's misfielded a number of times, but took a very comfortable catch there down at fine leg. Looked a little bit surprised at one stage.
Yeah, he nearly fumbled that, didn't he? It didn't look that comfortable, but he has hung on there as Gabriel.
That's a shame that. I kind of get where you were going with the question. It was like, do you want to give someone playing their second game that responsibility to tee off and, ultimately, risk your wicket or give your wicket away so early in his career? But I think the game's moved on from being so stat-based, hasn't it, really? It's about people doing the right thing for the team at the right times, and young Rui's certainly looks like a guy who does what the team requires. Like I said, a great knock in the first innings last week, backed up by a very mature knock in the second to save the game for the club. So certainly has a game that can go up and down the gears as Lewis Gregory strides to the wicket in a great run of batting form himself. Lewis, as we spoke about earlier, has been a bit shy on the wicket so far this season, but he's really starting to perform nicely with the bat.
Yeah, played really nicely
runs
in the
already
first
this
innings.
season, looking to make the most of that. This is a brilliant scenario for Lewis Gregory. He plays all the shots, hits the ball powerfully. He's got a bit of a license to thrill here. Probably 8 overs tonight, 5 in the morning, so he's got a nice little 13, 15 overs to bat. What can he do? Can he push Somerset quickly up into that 400 mark? Well, I think Tom Abel will feel quite comfortable in the declaration.
Yeah, I just saw Abel and Jason Kerr down in the dugout. So that message that Banton ran on with, definitely coming from the two of them. They would have been in conversation pitch side.
Do you reckon crayon on a post-it note, or I don't know.
Yeah, Jason's probably got a notebook, hasn't he?
I think they'd be a little bit worried about the Chinese whispers if they tell Tom Banton something, tell him to get on with it, and then Bance gets out there, block it. Anything could happen with Tom.
Yeah, messages are always a funny one, aren't they?
Well, it's your perception. Where I was going to go was, with what you asked me earlier was, I would imagine you can't say, "Come on, lads, tee off," because I just don't think that's a language necessarily used. It would be positive or keep the scoreboard ticking over. But to someone that might be tee off time.
Yeah.
So another person might just be look for a couple of extra singles. So the words do resonate in different ways to the player.
Yeah, everyone's got their individual method. Everyone will have different preference in where they like to score their runs. They might look to take on a different bowler. We see best bowling now, someone might favour taking on spin and taking a few more risks against spin, whereas other players might prefer a little bit more pace on the ball.
Yeah, I know what be positive or tick the scoreboard over would have meant to me. The old cow corner.
6 or 8.
The old cow corner shot would be coming out within the next 3 balls, 100%. Bessie comes in and
That's a
bowls
great
the
shot.
bar, hits inside out over extra cover. Another sign of the quality the man possesses. Moves on to 60. Very few players can hit off spinners over extra cover with ease. George Bartlett has just done that. A fantastic shot.
I was just going to say, probably one of the hardest shots in the book, into out over extra, and even more so against an off spinner when the ball's turning into you.
Certainly, as he's played that
against the
brilliant.
spin there.
Where's he going to go now? It looks like he's decided now is the time as he goes for a reverse lap. Very smart piece of batting. Another 4 runs to the Somerset total, to the George Bartlett total. Come on, Bart. 46 first innings, 64 now. Nail down that position.
And again, that message, you know, be positive or whatever it was, that connotation, you know, he's chosen a really good option going into out over extra cover, and then he's backing himself with those more funkier options as well at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I just hope he doesn't go every ball, because I think, you know, a 1 now is absolutely fine. Got 9 off the over. Yeah, excellent. That's brilliant. I was hoping that would be the case. Don't want to be reckless, because like I said, he has got a real opportunity, massive in the context of Somerset's season, to get someone into that top 4 that's feeding off a bit of confidence. Unless they're looking to declare tonight, then I suppose that's a different thing. But I would suggest that it will be an early tomorrow morning when the declaration will finally come from Tom Abel. George Bartlett moving to 65, playing magnificently as Lewis Gregory looks to face up to former teammate Don Bass for the first time today.
Bass into his 18th over. 1 ball to come in this over. Gregory's faced just the 1 ball at the moment. Lewis just works that off his hip, but straight to the man just behind square. Somerset leading by 338 here then. Just 6 overs remaining in today's play. Take a look at the scorecard there. Lammonby with a pretty quick fire, 46, just the 47 balls faced, and as you can see there, the man of the moment out there, George Bartlett, 65 not out, 7 4s, 2 6s to his name. He's played really nicely. Change of bowler at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. It's going to be Matt Revis into the attack. Have we seen him yet this innings, Treeks? I
don't think we have.
No,
no,
I don't think we have either. But just going to double check that. No, we haven't. It'll be his first ball.
I've seen him bowl a couple of times in the T20 matches he's played in. Looks to run in pretty hard from what I saw. Bowls with a reasonable amount of pace. Slightly nullified by the Taunton pitch as it is at the moment. But yeah, it's a pretty good length first up. That sort of 80, 85 mile an hour range, I would have said. So we've got a bit of pace. Nice tall lad. So have been absolutely fantastic all through today. The attitude in the field looked like it was going a little bit quiet at one stage. The Renshaw wicket led to a nice cluster of wickets by the Somerset bowlers. Marshall Delanger picking up a couple. Casey Aldridge picking up a couple. Finishing off the Yorkshire innings for 276. Giving Somerset a real good opportunity to force a victory on day 4. The lead is 339 as it stands. Where is Tom Abel comfortable declaring? Do we think 350, 375? It's got to be somewhere in that region.
Yeah, I think they'll play it a little bit safe and go for the higher number there, Treeks.
375
yeah.
Minimum.
Just don't think Somerset can afford to lose
Yeah,
lose another game.
Sometimes you've got to
Unbelievable that we've only drawn one game this season.
So Somerset currently going at 4.2 runs and over for their 190. So if they continue that for the rest of the day, get another 24. So that'll be
360.
That'll be
something,
360,
yeah.
and then 4 overs at 10 and over. I mean, that's doable, isn't it?
Yeah,
modern day cricket.
absolutely.
4 overs of proper license to thrill stuff. There's your 400. You've got 84 overs left in the day, or 83 overs left in the day to bowl them out.
Great shot there by Gregory.
Too easy. Lewis Gregory playing a really nice shot there through the covers to get off the mark. Couple of runs to open his account for this second innings. Yeah, 400. Yeah, it shouldn't be too far away, really. Like I said, just going to take a bit of selfless batting tomorrow morning. Really sort of swing the willow. Swing like a rusty gate. Clear a few over the ropes. Get your bowling boots on, Lewis. Would like to see George Bartlett bank in for another 30 odd runs there. It'd be great to
I agree.
Somerset players get
if Somerset are going to bat on tomorrow morning, love to see Bartlett not out overnight. Really make the most of the start that he's got here. I mean, it's more than the start, isn't it? 65, but we've talked about the Somerset batters being ruthless and really taking hold of their opportunity, and Bartlett's got a great opportunity here to help set the game up for Somerset as best they can. Looks like Bess is going to continue from the river end. He's been operating, well, most of this innings from that end, actually. 2 for 62 currently. Yeah, the field's pretty spread here, isn't it? It's conducive to a white ball field as opposed to a red ball field at the minute. Gregory defending that one. Best bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Gregory.
Yeah, he's got his 4 inside the ring, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. The imaginary ring. Driven up to long on by Gregory. What's your mindset if you're Yorkshire at the minute? Just want to rattle through these last 5 overs of the day?
Yeah, I think
put your feet up.
I think they're at the mercy of what Abe's and the Somerset camp want to do. To be perfectly honest, you know, there's not really much more they can do as Shannon Gabriel misses another bit of field in there. Saves the boundary, fair play, a big diving effort down there on the boundary.
The crowd enjoyed that one.
Lewis Gregory picks up. Sorry, George Bartlett picks up another 3 runs. As you said, the ball's following him round a little bit. Things haven't gone so well for Shannon Gabriel.
Putting a big dive there, didn't he? Went really early with the dive, but managed to drag it back.
It's always a bit of an eye-opener when you slide for a ball that's already stopped. Bessie into Lewis Gregory. George Bartlett looks like the one who's going to take the few chances out there. Looks like he's going to swing for the fences. Just hope he keeps his head down and chooses the right options. He's played beautifully so far this game, in particular this innings. Played some real high quality shots.
Yeah, I mean, I'd suggest that Bartlett doesn't really need to do anything different than what he's done throughout his innings, really. He's taken the positive option at the right time, and I don't think he needs to take too much risk. He's played really nicely. Faced 100 balls for 68.
Yeah, be positive, but don't give it away. Score boundaries, but don't get out. That was always one of the funny ones when the you know the strategic side of the game started to become even more so with the T20 stuff. It was what was the phrase? Low risk boundary option. Where's your low risk boundary option? Where's your low risk 6? Right. I don't think my answer of hack it across to cow corner was appropriate. Don Bess toiling. He's got a couple of wickets. Bob well in the first innings. A good return to the county ground for Bessie. 4 for 68 in the first innings. Picked up a couple of wickets so far, so 6 wickets in the match. Bowling nicely. Good signs for the Somerset bowlers. Premier international spinner Matt Renshaw and his understudy Jack Leach will be licking their lips at bowling on this tomorrow. Trying to take at least half of the 10 wickets Somerset will need to win this game. Yeah, it's that kind of inevitability, feeling from the Yorkshire perspective. Somerset have just ticked over to 200 for 5 in the 48th over. Yeah, they know they're waiting. They're looking up. That cat in Shrek with the doe eyes, like looking up to the balcony. Please, Abe, please declare. And Abe should be up there like Dr. Evil going, not on your life. As George Bartlett plays a beautiful, imperious, short arm jab pull shot. I don't know quite how to describe that.
Yeah,
it was a
so
slap.
So quick onto that.
He's absolutely belted that. That is a slap. He slapped that for 6. George Bartlett into the 70s, onto 74. Batting really, really well. Come on, Georgie.
Leeds just past 350 now.
Lively thinking, is that 350? Is that what they wanted?
Oh, he goes again.
He goes again. He goes bigger, even bigger, over the Trade Nation stand, bouncing down the road into the Barnacott's building. It's out of here. Great shot, George Bartlett. 6 runs onto 80.
Again, similar shot there, wasn't it?
Before that ball comes back, that's bouncing down the car park.
No, I think they've got it. I think a young lad retrieved that pretty quickly, actually. Chucked it back to one of the Yorkshire fielders there.
Keen as mustard. It might have been a crowd catch. It looked like they went miles. Excellent batting here from George Bartlett.
Yeah, into the 80s. He's played beautifully. Bit of a chat here between Revis and Captain Live. Don Bess is getting involved there. Don't usually find him at
really enjoying
mid-off,
his first bowl at Taunton, is young Revis. 0 for 48 in the first innings, and he's bowled 1.3 overs for 16 so far. He's going to be looking at his captain and said, I thought this was a championship match. George Bart goes again, top edge, over point. He's going to get a couple of runs for it. A false shot there. He won't mind as he scampers back for his second run onto 82.
I keep losing the ball tree because I can't see it. There was a shot yesterday as well. Can't remember who hit it, but you knew it was going to go for 6 towards the Colin Atkinson and the sight screen, and you're just expecting the ball to hit the sight screen and completely lost it. Yeah.
Your eyes aren't going out.
I know.
That happened to me, you know. Once they go,
I think it's this red ball. I'm not used to watching red ball cricket.
Brilliantly played. Little late cut down to third man from George Bartlett, bringing Lewis Gregory back on strike. Revis gone for 19 runs off his first 11 balls.
Yeah, 15 off this over so far. Still a ball to go.
It's going to feel very much like the last 2020 game he played in, being attacked in such a manner. Let's get Gregory back on strike now. You get rid of George Bartlett and you get Lewis Gregory. Down the other end you can certainly hit a long ball, even though it looks like George Bartlett's going to play the aggressive role. I suppose with the batters trying to get on with it now, it does give you the option, if there is a cloudy morning, there is that opportunity to just stick Yorkshire straight in. That might be part of the thinking. If they can have the option, is there a cloud cover, a little bit of drizzle around? You just don't know in this country. A lot of people always say that you decide what to do on the day depending on what you see when you look up, not down. It's the overheads that determine whether it's a bowling day or a batting day.
Looks like Leach is getting his ear chewed off by Renshaw.
Leachy's having a bowling lesson at the moment off of Renshaw. The way that he bit so hard that it was his 8th wicket, not his 7th wicket, shows that.
No, it was his 9th, wasn't it?
Wicket.
9th,
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
crikey, me.
Yeah, no, don't get it wrong twice, Streaks. He'll be back up here again, telling you.
He bit pretty hard on that one, so you don't want to get it wrong. But yeah, the old spin twins. Let's see to Gregory. Bowling very flat at the moment. No air given, no opportunity to get under that. Reverse sweep, Lewis, at that pace, round the wicket. Be a pretty safe option. Little paddle reverse sweep. That'll be a guaranteed 4.
I think Yorkshire must have a sub-fielder on here because can't see Shannon Gabriel. he's had to go off after the big dive.
Yeah, taking a bit of a break. Taking a breather. The ball followed him round for the last hour or so. Dabbing into the offside, getting George Bartlett back on strike.
I think that was a sub-fielder there. Luxton, I think it is. It's come into that backward point region. Just changing the field. I think he's gone out to deep point, trying to stop that Bartlett reverse we saw in the last over.
So let's just take the runner ball at the moment. Something tells me that's not what's on George Bartlett's mind. Somerset leading by 365 runs at the moment. Magic 400 mark just round the corner. 400 I think will be the target.
One ball to go then in what is Don Bess's 20th over. Gregory on strike. And he's bowled. Advancing there, I don't know whether Lewis chopped that on. Certainly went underneath his bat, looked to use his feet. Best sort of fired that one in. Potentially saw him coming.
Bessie taking his 3rd wicket.
Oh, he just missed that, Lewis.
Looked like he was going to walk off. Certainly not the case, I hope. I don't really think there's not enough time for a declaration now. So Casey Aldridge coming out to bat now. Got a 40 odd in the first innings. Good player, can hit a long ball, that's for sure. With those long levers of his.
We've got the skipper running out with the towel. He hasn't got any shoes on.
Oh, that's a message within a message, isn't it? He's just making sure that Banton is giving the actual message, the right one. Good on him. The captain, the leader.
The incoming batter for Somerset, Casey Aldridge.
Maybe don't give it away, George, would be my message. Don't give it away, George. You can have a couple of overs in the morning, get yourself a little 2-0, get yourself to sort of 88, 90, get your 10 runs in the morning. No rush, pal. That's the message I hope came out. I think there's plenty of overs to win this game, but I do think that both dressing rooms, there'll be a few people there with memories of what happened 13 years ago here, and I think both sides will be quite excited about the prospect of today. Yorkshire will know that it is chaseable, and Somerset will be confident of taking the 10 wickets. Could have a fascinating day's play on our hands, Soph, which is excellent.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to miss most of it. I've got training tomorrow.
Where are you training? Locally?
We're training at Thornbury Cricket Club.
Ah, Brazil.
Yeah.
What a
That's a
lovely
great
shot.
shot.
from George Bartlett. Powered it
well
through
fielded
the
as well out
covers.
there.
He scampers a 2. Moves on to 86. That deserved a lot more than 2 runs. That was a unbelievably good shot.
Doesn't coincide with what you think the message was there, though. But it's there
No,
to put
but
his
he's
hands
playing
through
well,
that.
isn't
Yeah,
he? He's seeing it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's seeing it like a grapefruit, so why not?
Maybe it was get your ton before the end of the day. Who knows? That's well played as well.
Lovely bit of touch there by George Bartlett, dabbing that down to third man, moves him on to 87. Casey Aldridge on to strike for his first ball of the day. Bowled beautifully through the second innings, Casey Aldridge. Sorry, first innings.
Yeah, 3 wickets to his name.
Couple of wickets. Shannon Gabriel was wasn't exactly digging in for that last wicket, was he? Why did he do that? You like that, didn't you?
I did.
You're impressed that I know about that.
Yeah, I did really enjoy that. I just couldn't remember whether it was definitely him. And it's a
It was Yasir
famous
Shah,
moment,
the leg
isn't
spinner.
it? So yeah, you
They
should remember that it is
had
him.
to block out 2 balls to save the match. Runs were irrelevant. A massive slog sweep straight up in the air. Oh, the commentary. For any of you who have your devices out, YouTube, why did he do that? Cricket. Just Google that and you will see one of the funniest clips you'll ever see. The commentary on that was absolutely fantastic.
You playing this weekend, Triggs?
I will be. I think we're at home against Midsummer Norton, Glamour. After talking about sweeping earlier, I will not be wearing my pads. I'm going to go. I've actually genuinely thought about not wearing pads when the spin comes on.
Really?
Yeah, I take my thigh pads off now.
Okay.
I don't wear thigh pads.
You one of those that gets rid of your helmet as well when spin comes on?
Yeah.
Or? Yeah.
I have started to do that because, do you know why? Because teeth are really expensive, and there's no way I'm sweeping without a helmet on.
Okay.
So if I don't wear a helmet,
Then you
I
can't
know
sweep.
it won't even enter my head.
Yeah, okay.
Because I've got this funny little devil on my shoulder that if I say to myself, don't sweep,
You do it.
the ball will be in midair, and this little Trigo monster will go, sweep it, sweep it, sweep it, and then I'll just, oh. But if I know that if I've got my teeth exposed, I will definitely not try and do a sweep. So there we go. Casey Aldridge on 1. George Bartlett 88. Somerset 223 for 6. In control of this game.
No fielders in the imaginary ring here.
No,
All
there
out
should
on the
be a no
boundary.
ball, really. As he dabs that into the offside for a single, gives Somerset the run, and we start the last over of the day. The only question mark remaining for this innings is when will Tom Abel declare? How many runs does he think he needs? And then it's over to the bowlers. They'll be well rested and raring to go. In an ideal world, you wouldn't want the other bowlers coming out to have a bat just in case they took a knock.
Bit of a chat here between Yorkshire skipper, wicket-keeper Tattersall, bowler Bess. I'm not sure who else is in that conversation, whether it's Cola Cadmore there. Can't tell who that is, but this is going to be the last over of the day. Yorkshire just dragging things out here, making the Somerset batters wait a little bit longer. Gonna look to squeeze Casey Aldridge here. Bess still persevering around the wicket.
my little monster will be on my shoulder. If I was George now, just going, 2 hits, Pete, it's 2 hits. Get down the other end, 2 hits. Hopefully George hasn't inherited my little shoulder demon.
Be interesting to see how Aldridge plays his last 4 balls.
Yeah, I think it'll be hard for him to get off strike.
Yeah, I think it will.
I think it's either it's got a feel, but it's either going to be a 4 or a dot ball. Doesn't look like there's a single or not.
Oh, he's gone for the sweep. He's gone for the sweep, Triggs.
What are you doing, mate? Get your helmet off. Sweep. Don't sweep, lad. I actually do remember getting out in a one-day game sweeping, and it was a televised game, and Bumble, David Lloyd, called me over and he said, "Hey lad, why would you bloody sweep when you can hit the ball 100 metres over the bowler's head?" And I was like, yeah, well, good point, but the demon, you haven't met my demon. We will have to wait till tomorrow to see George and his 2-hit strategy. Looks like the day's play's going to meander to a close, but Somerset have had a great day today, haven't they, Soph?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. It's been good fun up here, hasn't it, as always? And
we get so many visitors, do you know what I mean? It's actually ridiculous.
Yeah,
we're going to have to like start charging or something. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, the T20s, like, it's so fast-paced, isn't it, that, you know, me, you and Sam were struggling for breath at one point. It's so fast-paced, but the county championship, we get so many visitors up here. We've got a little bit of time to get them in and involved, and yeah, it's good fun, isn't it?
The word's got about. The Somerset live stream is the place to be. Ex-players, current players, they all just want a piece of the action, don't they? Come and spend an evening with us. Well, hopefully all the listeners listening today will spend an afternoon with us tomorrow. Somerset look on track to have a real good opportunity to force a victory here against Yorkshire. It's going to be an exciting day tomorrow, day 4. Yorkshire are going to be chasing somewhere in the region of 400. Somerset needing those 10 wickets. It's going to be a fascinating day's play. Somerset have had a brilliant day today here, day 3 at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for supporting our live stream. Thanks to Harry and Sophie. We've had a great time. Thanks to Maddie Renshaw, Tom Banton, Max Waller. I mean, there's at least a dozen outside that we didn't let in, wasn't there, so?
Yeah, they're queuing up, aren't they?
Boris Johnson's trying to get on, just to try and get his popularity up, but he was definitely binned. What do you think, Soph?
Yeah, it's been a good day, and hopefully you guys have a really good day tomorrow. Be trying to tune in the afternoon once I finish training. See what other guests pop up and.
Well, who knows? Anyone is welcome, but your credentials have to be strong. We will be back. We will be live half an hour or so, quarter of an hour or so before the start of play.
Yeah, 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes before usually. Unless you're doing a half an hour build up.
Well, we you know, who knows?
Although judging by your arrival times today, that might be a struggle.
After today, I'm going to leave at 7:30. I'm going to be the first person on the ground because I'm really excited about what tomorrow will bring. Somerset have played brilliantly. George Bartlett, 88. Maybe a season-defining moment on the way for George Bartlett. It'd be great to see him ticking over those next 12 runs. After all, it is just 2 hits. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for the conclusion of this match. Somerset versus Yorkshire, day 4. We'll see you tomorrow.